Okay, so before we get started, Jack, just for in-house here, those of you that don't know, the restrooms are all the way down the hallway to your right. We still have some refreshments out here. And then this is being live streamed also before a live audience. So there's about 100 participants or so. And we'll get started here. And I see them getting ready back there. So Jack, are you, okay. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Yvette Fielder, and I am a program director here at the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. And thank you to the Native for participating in the Native Edge Institute here in Seattle. The rainy weather didn't keep us away coming from Phoenix because it was raining harder when we left in Phoenix. So thank you so much for being here. I'm going to introduce our board of directors, Mr. Derek Watchman, and he is going to kick us off with some welcome remarks.
Thank you, Yvette and Yat-e, everybody. Actually, Yat-e Bene, that means good morning in Navajo. So, She, Derek Watchman, and She, it's Skinny and Shlentko Hanabashichin, Tkatnazani de Shiche, Auto, Tkapahashanella. And my mom's clan, which we follow, is the Sagebrush Hill clan. And so we have a whole series of clans in our Navajo society. So, but my joke is I'm a Navajo from Navajo, and I say that because I grew up in a little town called Navajo, New Mexico, which actually is right in the middle of the Navajo Nation. Born and raised in that area, and my experience with the National Center is I went to Res 87. And so I'm dating myself, but from there, it really opened my eyes to, what we need and what we have in Indian country. And so it's my pleasure to be here today as the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development's chairman of the board. And so through the National Center, we strive and we work hard to provide different programs, like, for example, today, our Native Edge Institute. And with the help of our partners, KeyBank and others, we're able to go around the country and provide one-day, very targeted training sessions. And so I admit, I'm a small business person, that everyone that I go to, I learn something new, which helps me in my business. My company is Sagebrush Hill Group, LLC, and I'm a Navajo-owned company. I chartered under Navajo law, so I don't have to worry about the state of Arizona. I'm chartered, I'm a hub zone company, and I went through the whole process of getting registered in SAMS, which is, horrendous because I have a post office box, and so they can't verify in many cases where I actually have my business. But today, we're going to have a whole host of speakers. You saw the layout there, and so I want to say thank you for joining us, and thank you in advance to all of our speakers. I know that we will learn a lot, and I also want to say thank you again to our staff, and our president CEO, Chris James, is not here today. He's off back east, doing his job. But thank you to Aaron and Yvette and the whole staff, for putting this on. And so don't be worried that if there's an empty seat behind you or by you, it's okay, because you're going to learn a lot here. And so, but we do have other sessions coming up during the year, so you have an opportunity to meet people. With each of our events, we have great speakers from the area, and we line up. So again, on behalf of the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development, welcome. And I also want to put a plug in for our upcoming Reservation Economic Summit. It's coming up, Res 24. It's the week of March 11th at Caesar's Palace. And this year we're expecting gangbuster results. Last year we almost had 5,000 attendees, official, unofficial. We're hoping for more. And so, but at Res, it's a great networking event. It's a great place to get business. It's a great place to develop friendships. It's a great place to hear, all the exciting things that are going on in Indian country. And so my goal as a former banker is, how do we bring capital to Indian country? There's a whole host of challenges and issues, but for me, fundamentally, being a banker, how do we open up the door so that, in my case, I'm in Window Rock. I go to Wells Fargo. Guess what? They can't lend to me. Or they can, but they said we can't. And so, I and many other businesses in Window Rock, through this big national bank called Wells Fargo, will not lend to me because I'm a small business. I'm not a tribe. I'm not a tribal entity. I'm an independent. And for whatever reason that they deem, they will not do a line of credit, or they won't do a small business loan. So we have to work on that together. So again, thank you, and I will turn it back over to. Okay. Well, let's have our speakers come up. Sorry, Colleen and Ryan. Yep, come on up. Okay. Good morning. Welcome. I met Ryan earlier, but I'll meet you later, Colleen. But thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. So what we're going to do now is just basically welcome remarks, for some two professionals that I know are here, well established here in Washington and the city of Seattle. So I'm going to turn it over to Colleen Echohawk, who is the CEO for the 8th Generation company. So welcome, Colleen, and I'll turn it over to you, and I'm looking forward to your welcome remarks. So floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I am really delighted to get to be with you all today. I have lived here in Seattle for over 28 years now. I'm really old, if you can't tell. I was born and raised in Alaska. I'm a member of the Upper Otna-Athabascan people of Metasta Lake. Katie John is my grandma. Fred John is the uncle I lived next door to my whole life. I'm very honored to be a part of that community. Take my kids back there every summer. And I'm also enrolled in the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma. My grandparents are Francis and Christabel Echohawk, and just feel very honored to get to share a little bit with you about my story and offer a little bit of a welcome. I have been here in Seattle, like I mentioned, for a very long time and consider this home. I see some of my familiar faces, Jeff and Shayna and Mary out there, who have just been a part of this community. And we have a really vibrant, lovely urban native Seattle, and out into over to where you guys live in Olympia too. So I am the CEO of 8th Generation. We are a native lifestyle brand. I hope a lot of you've heard about it. 8th Generation was founded here in Seattle by Louis Gong. Louis is an artist and an entrepreneur, and frankly, he at the core of Louis is he's an activist. And he started to see that there was so much cultural appropriation happening in the retail space. And frankly, he got angry about it. And he decided, I'm going to start a blanket company. And so he did. And I knew him when he started that company, when he started 8th Gen. He'll tell you it was blood, sweat, and tears. It was a company that started with one blanket. Our Thunderbird blanket was our first ever product. And he went from Louis just kind of hustling it with him and his family, and then they hired a couple more people. Now we have produced over 100 blankets for Indian country. We do tons and tons of work with tribes. I will just say there's a lot of tribal communities that are moving away from Pendleton and coming to 8th Generation because yes, thank you. All right, I kind of want to stand up and tell you guys this, because it is powerful. I don't know about you, but I grew up in the Native community. I have over 25 Pendletons that were given to me in ceremony. I graduated, a baby blanket, all the things. And you think about what Pendleton has done. They have dominated the market in a way that even Native art and design, they have said this is what it looks like. right? Like we all know the Chief Joseph blanket, for instance, which was not made in collaboration with Chief Joseph or the family. And when people think about Native art and design out there, they think that's what it is. We had a focus group at 8th Generation a year ago now, and there was a non-Native woman, but someone who's very familiar. I've been in her house. She has Pendleton, she has Native art, and I showed her a traditional Ojibwe flower. And we out at Athabascan country, we have a similar one. You know, florals are a big part of our design in Indian country, right? And she looked at that and she said, you know, honestly, Colleen, I don't see that as Native design. And that is a problem, because our designs since time immemorial are the most beautiful designs in this country, right? And every home in America should have Native art and design in them. But when we have these companies that have said, no, this is what it is, based on, you know, their attraction to probably what was a cool design back in the day when they made that blanket. But the reality is that we have incredible Native artists and designers who are continuing to evolve and modern and contemporary design. My friend Mary back there owns a business that is contemporary Native design in the clothing and fashion space. And so it is long past time for all of us in Indian country to take back the reins of what Native American art and design looks like and what it looks like in the retail space. Now, 8th Generation is one of the fastest growing, we're one of the fastest sorry, let me restart that again. I'm getting excited. I've only had 2 cups of coffee. But in Seattle, we're one of the fastest growing small businesses here in Seattle. And this is a pretty thriving community. We're one of the fastest growing businesses in Indian country. And we have gone from this little tiny, like Louis' house, we have over 30,000 square feet of warehouse space just a few miles over here. We have over 22 full-time employees, and when we're in our busiest season and we're pushing out hundreds and hundreds of orders out of our warehouse during the holiday season, we have to add another eight employees to help make that happen. One interesting thing that happened this past, I call it the Big Show. If anyone ever watched the movie Elf? Remember how Santa says the Big Show? My team loves it. It's a joke, you guys. It's funny. But so we're in the middle of our big show. We have to hire seasonal workers. I know the urban Native community. I start reaching out to my network, thinking like, we hired 5 Native young men. Not one of them had ever had another job. We were their first ever job. And I love it that we were able to provide that, but also it made me really realize how the non-Native workplace, for especially Native young men who look really Native, how alien it is for them and how they don't feel like they can fit in or be there. They loved working with us, and I wish we could have kept them on full time. Maybe one day we'll get to that point. But the reality is that the Native community and the non-Native community is hungry for Native-owned businesses. Here in Seattle, we see so many people coming to me saying, hey, do you know other Native-owned businesses? And honestly, there's not that many. I happen to own a consulting company called Headwater People Consulting. I do have the entrepreneurial spirit. I'm writing another business plan right now for a shelf-stable food business. That hopefully that business plan will be done in March. But I share that with you because I want you all to know that the world is our oyster as far as business in Indian country and the need for it in the larger community. We have been missing in this space for far too long, and there are issues, there are problems, there is injustices that will be solved by each one of us taking the risk and putting ourselves out there in business. And I want to close my little time, my time with you all by saying that for many, many years, I led a nonprofit here in Seattle called Chief Seattle Club. I invite you to go check it out. We did amazing, wonderful things. We knew that Native people have the highest rates of homelessness here in Seattle. We also know that's a national statistic. And we went to build housing. We have to build housing for our community. We went to City Hall, and they literally laughed in my face. Now, when someone laughs in your face about your dream, you can take it one or two ways. You can either be like, I'm going home and laying down, and I'm just gonna watch Netflix. Or you can get mad. And that's what happened for me. I got really pissed off because what they were saying to me is that you are a young Native woman, I was a lot younger then, and you don't know what the F you're doing. and you don't have the skills, and you're basically, you're just this silly little girl. And you know what? I'm a Pawnee warrior. I am not a silly little girl, and I cared about my community and cared about those people who were really hurting and suffering. And so we did build housing, and we built beautiful housing, and you can go down and see it just not too far from here. And we broke every stereotype the city had about who we were as Native people. And I'm telling you what, building housing is not rocket science. Neither is building a business. Non-Native people have been doing it since time immemorial, since they invaded our space, and this is our space. This is where we should be thriving and leading. I read yesterday in the Puget Sound Business Journal, there was a whole list about who the highest paid CEOs in Washington State. It was white guy after white guy after white guy after white guy, not even a white woman. We should be the CEO, we should have Native people. One of my goals in the next 10 years is to see a Native CEO in the Fortune 500. Now, what would happen for us if any of us had the same kind of wealth, for instance, Jeff Bezos had? We would have a remarkably different looking Indian country, I'll tell you that. Because I don't believe that any one of you would hoard your wealth. We know better in Indian country. We know how to take care of each other. We understand shared prosperity. And so I could keep going on why it's so important for Native people to be leading in business and to track it back to my nonprofit work. We did all this wonderful work. I'm so proud of it. But what I saw is that the nonprofit work was never going to stem the problem. The upstream was just too much. There were so many people. We were just struggling to serve all the people that were coming through, despite all the good work. Now that I have completely moved over to the business side of things, I own my own business. I run 8th Generation, which is owned by the Snoqualmie tribe. We are seeing incredible success. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of dollars going back to our artists who work with us. We had one artist who got her royalties in October. She turned around and bought back her ancestral land. And that's the power of what we can do in business, and I'm so glad to be with you all today.
All right, thank you, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna mess up your name, right? Okay.
Ryan's fine.
Okay, next is Ryan, and he's the director for Native American Financial Services with Key Bank. So welcome, Ryan.
Thank you
Floor
very
is
much.
yours.
I
Yeah.
appreciate it, and good morning, and welcome to Seattle. I hope your journey here was safe, even, despite the weather that Seattle is famous for. I'd like to start by acknowledging that myself and my family live on the lands of the first people of Seattle, and express my gratitude to the Coast Salish people, past and present, for their stewardship since time immemorial. My name is Ryan Bummerun-Kittikul. I'm one of the relationship managers for KeyBank's Native American Financial Services. KeyBank formed a dedicated line of business in 2004 to serve Indian country. And although we have come a long way in the last 20 years, there's still much work to be done. I'd like to thank Colleen here and acknowledge 8th Generation. I remember being at Res and seeing Louis be presented with the award for entrepreneurship, I think it was 5 or 6 years ago. And since that point, every time KeyBank used to give Pendleton blankets as gifts and acknowledgement. And since that moment, we have switched to 8th Generation. So we bought nothing but 8th Generation since. Yeah. I wrap my newborn baby in an 8th Generation blanket every morning. And you guys are very inspiring. So thank you very much for what you do. KeyBank has been a proud supporter of the National Center and these Native Edge Institutes for more than a decade. This organization is paving a path for prosperity for tribal members and American Indian businesses through education, training, technical assistance, networking, and conferences just like this. So I want to thank the National Center very much for inviting me to participate. Although financial institutions have become really experts at providing capital to tribal gaming operations, the needs of Indian country extend beyond just casinos. As best as we can tell, there's a $50 billion unmet need for tribal infrastructure, and that number grows every day. It's still very difficult to get a mortgage on tribal trust land. It's impossible to get a home equity loan on tribal trust land, whereas everybody else in our country has the ability to access capital through the biggest investment that they've made in their lives, their home, to start businesses. Indian country does not have that option right now. So there's a long, long way to go. There's very few banks who participate in the BIA loan guarantee program to help entrepreneurs like yourselves access capital. And it's long time that us bankers do more to ensure the prosperity of Indian country and recognize that access to capital is critical for healthy tribal economies and downstream to that, healthy to the rest of the economy. So I'd like to thank the National Center and Native Edge Institute for inviting me to this important event. And I hope everybody in attendance has a productive and engaging experience in this Native Edge Institute. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, another round of applause, please, for Colleen and Ryan. Thank you. Inspiring words. Yeah, I really, really appreciate it. Okay, next is we're going to do an overview of the small business federal contracting, and so I will turn it over to Yvette. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. I just want to remind everybody, too, it's kind of a short stage, so please don't topple backwards on the stage. Yes, so government contracting is a really hot topic, of course, and today we have Gov Contract Pros, Mr. Jared Mallinger. He'll be joining us for the next couple of hours, and their session is always very interactive, and so I will have the microphone, and just to remind you, we do have the online audience, so in order for them to hear your questions that you may have, I will run the mic over to you so that they can hear clearly on their end. And Jared, why don't you come on up, and I'm going to also put your name out here.
Thank you, Yvette. I'd like to thank the National Center for the opportunity to be here today. I'd also like to recognize the Native American lands that I know that my family lives on, that those are to be cherished the way they were in times past. It's meaningful to engage in business with Native Americans and tribal business. Most of my career has been in that space. A little bit about myself. You got a different presentation? My name is Jared Mallinger. I've worked over 20 years in the federal space, mostly in 8A, actually almost exclusively in 8A, and mostly in dealing with tribal 8A businesses. I've helped start many 8A businesses. I've never had ownership in one. I've helped many tribes gain capital to build their businesses, and have helped them navigate the programs that we're going to talk about today. So I want to before I get started, and I'm going to come down here because I don't do well behind a podium. And I am going to take some notes too to make sure that I cover everything that you guys want to talk about. But just out of curiosity, who is in the government contracting space right now? Just by a show of hands. Okay. Are there any individuals that are or have companies that want to be in the federal space that aren't currently? Okay, good. This is good. Are there any companies here that have been in the program for a while, like say the 8A program, one of these programs for a while? Anybody that's worried about early graduating out of those programs? Okay. That gives me a good idea then that we can go into a lot of details and I'm not going to bore you Is that going to be okay if I do a lot of fundamentals? Okay, wonderful. Do we have anybody that's really interested in, there's two programs up here that I have good information about, but these two programs I would say are not my specialty. We have other people in our group that are very well versed in this, but I have some good information to share. But the service disabled, veteran owned, or the women owned small business. Give me a show of hands if you're really interested in those, the women owned small business. Is that the one? Okay, so we'll spend a little bit of time there, but I'm going to preface by saying I'm not the expert in that particular program, okay? I can talk a lot about the 8A program, and I can talk a lot about the Hub Zone program and the Mentor Protege. Who wants to hear about those programs? Okay, good. So the federal marketplace, so the U.S. government is the largest single buyer in the world at over $500 billion a year let in federal contracts. Federal agency buy just about anything. Anything you can think of, they're buying it. By statute, they are supposed to give 23% of that to small businesses, which equates to a huge sum. $120 to $150 billion annually. There are socio-categories that are targeted to make sure that government contracting officers, so let me use some of these terms or explain some of these terms to make sure that you understand them. When you are selling to the government, there is like a three-legged stool of individuals that you have to work with to really be profitable in the small business space. There's the contracting officer. This is the person that's going to write the contract. They have the authority on behalf of the government to enter into a contract relationship with you. There is the program office, who's really your customer. They're the ones that have the need. If I'm a construction company, they're the ones that have the building that needs to be built. So they're running that program. And then there is the small business utilization office. And that's the third leg of your stool when you're in small business space. And you need to understand that working with those small business utilization specialists are really important. Those people are your friends. So the small business utilization specialist, they're going to know how the agencies that they're working with, or what we call buying authorities or buying activities, they're going to know how they're doing on meeting these goals. So small disadvantaged businesses, or that's where the 8A program falls under. And does anybody need me to explain what the 8A program is? Okay, I'll go over it really briefly. So the 8A program, in my opinion, is one of the best contract vehicles for small business to sell to the government. The reason I say that is because as an 8A small business, you have the ability to have projects sole sourced to your company. So if you are a good fit for your customer, or you have a customer that you know is buying what you're selling, you have the ability to go with them and negotiate directly and win that product without having to go through the typical procurement process. Wonderful, wonderful question. So yes, and I want to talk. Oh, yes. So the question was, can you be both a woman-owned and a small disadvantaged business, correct? And the answer to that is absolutely yes. And Yvette, you're going to have to wave me down and remind me that you're coming around with a microphone, because I'll forget that for sure.
No worries, I was grabbing coffee.
Okay, so the question was, are you able to be both? Yes, yes you can. And so each of these categories has a target that the contracting officers are trying to meet for their agency. And some of the agencies have higher targets than this. For instance, the VA, they want to have higher service-disabled, veteran-owned purchasing, right? So they have a higher target for that group. The Small Business Administration has a higher target than 5% for purchasing from small disadvantaged businesses. So, but the base standard is this. Now, coming back, I'll come back to your question. I haven't forgot it, but I want to talk about these socio categories. So with these targets in mind, the small disadvantaged business, the government is pretty good at meeting their goals in this space. Under the Biden administration, they've actually, through executive order, which we'll talk about later, they've upped this target to 15%. Now you may say, well, that's really fantastic. I think that the government was already at about 11 that they were meeting. So they were surpassing this target, so the target got moved. It was a good thing. It's very good for small business. For women-owned, and for service-disabled veteran-owned, the government is typically pretty good about matching and meeting their targets. The hub zone, historically underutilized business zone. Anybody know this program? Not too many hands going up. Okay, we'll talk about this one a little more later because this is important where you live, where your business is and where your employees live. But so each of these are targets. When you meet more than one of these, the government is able to, or that contracting officer is incentivized to buy from you because he meets his targets in more than one category. So if you are a woman-owned small business and you are a small disadvantaged business, they are incentivized to work with you because you have more qualifications. You can check more boxes for their targets and help them in that process. And if you can qualify for a hub zone, the hub zone program, all those first top three have pretty consistently been met on those targets. The hub zone program has a track record of 0. They haven't met the targets. They don't ever meet the targets for hub zone. So there's an opportunity there if you need. They don't meet the target.
Wait,
so
hold on. Where was the?
Right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does that mean? They don't meet the target?
So that means that if they were supposed to give 3% of the contracting dollars to hub zone businesses, they failed to do that. They fell short of their target.
And why do they fall short? That's probably my real question.
Well, I think there's probably a lot of answers for that, but probably the most reliable answer is that there wasn't enough hub zone businesses that were qualified to be able to take those contracts that were in the right place to sell to those government buyers.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
For the sake of having a strong foundation for learning today,
Yes.
for me, can you just recap, like in a sentence or two, what is a disadvantaged business and what is hub zone?
So we're going to get to all of those things. That's actually part of the presentation. But can I circle back to you? Don't let me forget it if I haven't answered your question, though. I do appreciate the interruptions. Thank you. I wanted to say that at the beginning. I really don't want to draw. This is a 2-hour session, and I'm going to be walking over to the table over here to get water every once in a while. I hope you're not offended by that. We are going to take a break after about an hour, and maybe sooner if you're falling asleep. But so when you can check multiple boxes, that's really important. So when you are selling to the government, these are 4 systems that you really should become familiar with. The first one is probably the most obvious. It's called the System for Award Management. This system has continued to grow over the years. It used to be Fed BizOps, and there was some cage websites that all got kind of conglomerated together, and this system keeps growing. But this is where you would go to register your business initially. This is where you're going to put in your NAICS codes. NAICS codes are North American Industry Classification codes. That tells the government what areas or industries that you perform your business in. It's really important to know that this is where larger opportunities, every larger opportunity by the government that's over 25,000 is listed. Those opportunities are listed here in the System for Award Management now. Again, that used to be Fed BizOps, but now it's SAM. It's really important to understand as a small business, and I'm going to say this twice because it's really important to understand as a small business, if it's made it here to SAM, it's much more challenging to win that opportunity. Okay, so you need to be identifying opportunities and learning about clients and customers before, so that you get a hold of their opportunity before it gets advertised on SAM. And we'll go over that a little more in a minute. The dynamic small business search is a part of SAM now, but it's a little bit separate because it's managed by the Small Business Administration. In this system, there's a few extra questions that are important for contracting officers to understand, so that when they're doing market research to determine if they should set it aside for small business, which we will talk more about set aside and sole source. I'll come back to those two terms if you don't understand them. We'll definitely be talking about those. But set aside for small business means that they've taken it out of the the open, full and open competitive realm, and they've set it aside for a specific small business group to be able to meet their targets. So contracting officers are looking at the dynamic small business search to see who can qualify for opportunities, to give them an opportunity, or to give them a reason to set it aside, because there's what are called PCRs, procurement center representatives, that are always on the search for taking opportunities and pulling them into these programs that we're talking about, into the small business programs. As a matter of fact, we'll talk about an executive order later that really gave those PCRs a lot more power, and is another good thing for small businesses. So one little point here, if you want to come up to the top of the list of the contracting officers that are scouring the dynamic small business search, update that profile often. Move a comma around, move a period around, and you'll move back up to the top of their list. That's how that system works. It's like a little power tip.
Hi, I have a question.
Yes.
For SAM registration, is
Yes.
there any criteria for how long your business needs to be established?
No.
So you could start one today and register tonight?
Yeah, so the SAM registration, you want to start right away. It's basically one of the first things you do. After you've organized your business legally, that's one of the first things that you can start to do, is populate that SAM profile.
And then just a follow-up. So, but some of the other that you're going to talk about have requirements for history. Is that like 8A? Is it like 2 years or something?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
so you'll talk about all of those
We can talk about
differences.
that.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
we'll definitely talk about that.
I think we have one more. Hold on.
I recommend you go through PTAC to register through SAM. It's really a bear, and a lot, and they'll help you do it because they're like experts in that.
Yeah.
And the PTAC has changed their name. They're the Apex Accelerators now, and they will be presenting virtually today at 3:30, I believe.
Oh, that's okay.
Your water there on the sitting for you.
Oh, where? Here? Oh,
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. The next one over here that you want to look at is usaspend.gov or usaspending.gov. This is basically the historical information from SAM. So where SAM is those active opportunities that are going to be posted that are open solicitation or approaching closure and award, that's done in SAM. USA Spend kind of compiles that data, and you can see who was buying what. The reason this is important for small businesses is once you are up and doing business, you want to find out who's buying your product. Right? So you would like to know, out of that $500 billion a year, where is it that I can go to sell this? Who do I need to talk to? And that's a great place to look at, who's buying in your NAICS code. You can dice up the information. There's also, for-profit organizations like Input that do a good job of this as well, that have some additional features, but this is definitely not a plug for them. I'm just saying that this system can be a little challenging to navigate, but it's much better than it used to be. The last one is the SBA subcontracting network. And we kind of have a joke on this one a little bit in our office is that this is usually where you find the prime contractors that had their hands slapped because they didn't meet their small business utilization goals. So just like the government has those 5-5-3-3 targets, large businesses that are contracted through the government also have targets to utilize small businesses. Now they can come here and use this on their own accord, but usually you find that they use it after they've had their hand slapped and they were supposed to meet a target that they missed. So let's talk about those small business set-aside programs in more detail. So eligibility, and I think this was where we were getting to the question from the back earlier, is what is required. So you must be a small business. So how do I know if I'm a small business? So the Small Business Administration publishes a new list. It's updated frequently, every couple years or so, depending on what the market conditions are. And that it is a list of every North American industry classification code and its criteria for being considered small. And usually those either have a revenue target, like a gross receipts target, or they have a number of employees. So if you are over top of either of those, then you would be considered a large business for that specific industry. Another question? So the question is it still 5 million or less?
Is it 5 million or less for being a small business?
Okay, so this is really important to understand that it depends on the NAICS code. Every NAICS code is different. So if you're a shipbuilder, you may have 1,000 employees and still be considered a small business because all of the shipbuilders in the world have generally many more employees than that. Whereas certain trades in construction, if you go over $6 million average per year over the last 5 years in gross receipts, then you're considered a large business, even though it's 6 million. In some categories, it's much higher. So category 541, 519 is other computer-related services. I know that one off the top of my head. I don't know them all. I know that one though because I spent much of my career in that NAICS code. 541, 519 used to be 22 million. I think right now that's now over 30 million. So if you do 30 million a year on average over the last 5 years, if you to exceed that, then you would be considered a large business in that category.
I've worked with small businesses where it's one person procuring 20 computers.
Yeah. You don't have to, these are just the things that I'm talking about are to make sure that you are considered a small business in your space. But yeah, there's varying levels. The easiest way to check that, go to the SBA's website. They have that NAICS code list, and it tells you exactly how to determine if you're a small business or not in that NAICS code. Okay. Primary NAICS code. When you register your business with the Small Business Administration, you're going to tell them what primary industry that you are going to focus on. Like I said, 541, 519 was where I spent a lot of my time, other computer-related services, right? But that didn't mean that I couldn't accept any other work in other programs. That's one of the great things about the 8A program especially, but virtually all these programs, is that you can identify where your primary focus is, but then have secondary NAICS codes as well, other areas of business that you do. Years ago, I did a contract out at Dugway Proving Ground. If any of you know where that is, congratulations. It's in the middle of the Utah desert. It's 807,000 acres, roughly half the size of Rhode Island, that nobody knows about. And it's meant that way. It shows when you get there. But we had a small help desk contract, IT help desk contract out there. And they asked us, they were happy with the work we had done, and they asked us, can you help us with our network? Because, you know, you're helping us with our end users. Can you help us with our network? And so, yes, of course we can. We have people that are qualified to be able to perform that service. We went on our SAM profile. We updated and added a NAICS code in there for networking. And then we were able to win the work in that space. Pretty soon they asked us to expand their network to go to other buildings. So at that point, we're digging trenches and we're, you know, installing wireless towers. We're doing construction work. So these things can kind of, as you build relationships with these customers, the beautiful thing about these programs is that they have the ability to continue to buy from you through these small business programs. There was a question earlier. I don't have it listed on the slide, but eligibility.
I was curious if you are a firm and begin.
Wait for the microphone. Sorry.
So if you're a firm and you begin doing those additional NAICS codes underneath the umbrella of that one company, how does that aggregate together towards your total of ineligibility?
Perfect question. And actually, I faced this question. It was explained to me incorrectly early in my career. And the company that I was working with actually early graduated from the program because we didn't understand that very question. And so to reiterate, what he's asking is, if I do work in various other NAICS codes, how does that aggregate together and help me determine if I'm small? What's important to understand is that is the annual receipts of the firm. Your qualification for being a small business, if that NAICS code, say, is a $20 million NAICS code, and $20 million is the threshold where you are considered or not considered a small business. The Small Business Administration looks back over your last 5 years and looks for your average to be above or below that $20 million. That's not just in that NAICS code, it's all of your revenues. Do you understand that? Let me rephrase it again. Hopefully I can clarify it. Can I answer to this question just before I get to you? Okay, so is it? You would be considered a large business, yes. So gross annual receipts, that's all your revenues, okay? All of your revenues are what determines whether you're large or small. Each NAICS code has a different threshold for whether you're considered large or small. If it's 20 million is that threshold, then they're gonna look back over your last 5 years of revenue. So it's not like year one that you hit $20 million in revenue that you're considered a large business. Because sometimes you might get a contract that's a one-time contract, kind of fell out of the sky, fell on your lap, it's $22 million. In that $20 million, that's not going to knock you out because it has to be a 5-year average. It's called the look-back period that the Small Business Administration looks at to determine if you are consistently at that size for a period of time. Is it clear now?
I guess I would just ask if you were doing multiple NAICS and one of them was 5, one of them was 20, one of them was $15 million, then which one do you count your total gross revenue? Once it exceeds one of the NAICS that you're working under, do you become a non-small business?
So you can be considered.
Slow this morning.
Yeah. No, this is the kind of conversation I love to see and have because it's important to understand this. But you can be considered a small business in one NAICS code and a large business in another NAICS code. To be eligible for the program specifically, you need to remain small in your primary NAICS code. Okay? The primary NAICS code is where you do the majority of your business. Okay? Any more questions on this? I want to make sure it's understood because it hurt our business back years ago. So it's important to understand. No?
Jared,
Yes.
you might also talk a little bit about that if I'm partnering with you, they're going to consider everything that I own as well as you.
Yeah, so what Yvette is talking about is affiliation, and we are going to get to that. Yeah. Yeah. So the small business set-aside programs. So I talked about what set-aside means, meaning that they can be set aside So only a certain group of companies are eligible to be able to bid and win that work. Receipts-based or employee-based size standards. This is a lot of repeat of everything we've talked about in those NAICS codes. Let me breeze through really quick here and see if there's any. Oh, I talked about the 5-year look-back period for receipts-based industries. I failed to mention that for employee-based industries, they use a 24-month average. It's not a 5-year look-back period. So if the requirement is that you have less than 250 employees, they're going to look back over the last 24 months and see if you had Yvette.
And I can send these slides to everybody.
Yeah, if anybody wants these. So how are set-asides enforced? I talked about a little bit earlier about the dynamic small business search tool that the government, that the SBA manages for contracting officers to go and look and see who might be qualified. That is another reason that that's really important to have up and accurate and current and sharing lots of information about what you do, is because if there is 2 or more small businesses that can reasonably complete the work, then the government is required to set that work aside for small business. The PCR, remember I talked about the procurement center representative. They work for the SBA, but they often are housed right inside of an agency. That PCR has to sign off under the new executive order. They have to sign off on a form. The form number is escaping me right now. I think it's like 2576 or something like that. But they have to sign off on that form if that agency does not want to set aside work. So now it's like they used to have to fight to get things in the program. Now the contracting officers have to give justification as to why it shouldn't be set aside for small business. So these PCRs, it's good to know who the PCR that's over your buying entity is. That's really important to know. If you know that you bid on a project or you submitted or responded to a request for information, and you know that another qualified small business did as well, it's important to contact that PCR and let them know, hey, we believe we had 2 qualified companies respond to this request for information. Why wasn't it set aside? They go through what can sometimes be a very long process that goes all the way up to the Secretary of Defense, if sometimes needed, in DoD space anyway, to determine whether or not that should be set aside. As they escalate that whole time, that procurement is not moving forward. And so the contracting officers are making sure that they're dotting all their I's and crossing all their T's. They want to make sure that they're working with the PCRs appropriately to set aside the contracts. So it's really important. Usually it only takes a conversation with the PCR to make sure that if it's eligible to be set aside, that it is. A question right here?
I know that the set aside is there, but do you still have to go through the actual bid? Like your specialist will help expedite the bid?
So there's different types of bids or different types of procurements for small businesses. And sometimes they fall under the simplified acquisition threshold, which makes it much easier to purchase. If it's above the simplified acquisition threshold, then there is what are called 8A competitive bids. And the process is similar. I would say it is still simplified, but you don't have all of the big primes. So the big primes are going to they're going to have complete proposal teams. They're going to, everything is going to be perfect. It's typically a little bit easier to respond. The requirements are a little bit relaxed for set-aside opportunities. Great question. That rule of 2. So again, I can't reiterate enough, make sure you know who the PCR is over your buying activity, the buying activity being the agency that you want to sell your services to. And if there's an opportunity that you missed out on and it went full and open so that large businesses could bid on it, you should be in contact with that PCR. Affiliation, this is what Yvette brought up before. It's really important because to be considered small, it's not just your own business in some cases. So the size of a firm includes any affiliates, if there's sister companies, if there's a holding company, any of these things, and many, many more. Take into account the size of your business. It's not just that one legal entity, it's everybody affiliated with that entity. So what the SBA looks for when they're trying to determine affiliation is they want to see, is there control or negative control from other parties into the business. So they're going to look at the operating agreement of the business. They're going to try and determine if there's any clauses in there that would require a supermajority vote or that would in some way allow a minority stakeholder to block the decision of a majority stakeholder. So it's really important that the businesses that are in these programs, and we'll talk about that more later as we go through the presentation, but as it's important for the qualifying individual or entity to be in control of that business. So you can't start a woman-owned small business and then hand over the reins to somebody else. That woman-owned small business needs to be managed by the individual that's qualifying. So the affiliation, whenever there is an entity or an individual that could potentially control that, immediately affiliation becomes into play. If that's a large business, that, say it's a Northrop Grumman or something that you're partnered with, and they see in your docs that they made an investment or they made a loan to you, and the terms of that loan somehow gave them control of your business, they're going to be considered affiliated, and you're not going to be eligible for the program. It's something that you need to be constantly aware of, and making sure that the people that the companies that you partner with, that you don't become over-reliant on them. Another way that you can be considered affiliated is if you have a joint venture with another business, and you get the majority of your revenues from that joint venture. You become over-reliant on that one source of income, then they would say they have undue authority over you and thus control. So these are things that you want to be mindful of. At GCP, we analyze these things all day. We do talk directly with the SBA to determine with their legal department what they would consider. Often our clients have questions about those things. What would might this be considered affiliation? And there isn't really a hard line in the sand. It's not like there's a red line that you just stay away from that red line and you're not affiliated. The SBA calls it a totality of circumstances. So they're going to look at everything. And there might be one measure of control that's really minor that they feel like, okay, that's reasonable, that's protecting capital or something like that. They're really, there's more to it than just a line in the sand, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Any questions about affiliation before I leave that? Okay. All right, the 8A Business Development Program, my favorite. This is it, we're here. It's created to help small disadvantaged business compete in the federal marketplace. Are there any tribal entities here focusing on the tribal 8A program? If you have the opportunity to get your tribe involved in a tribally owned 8A business, this is a fantastic opportunity and vehicle.
I think we have one question.
Yeah.
So are we talking about tribal member owned or tribal owned business?
Yeah.
There's always
So
a differentiation.
yeah, no, there is a differentiation. So yeah, tribal member owned would be an individually owned 8A, and there are benefits to that program. A tribally owned, where the tribe actually owns the entity, there is additional benefits. If there's not a lot of interest in the tribal program, That makes me very sad because it's a wonderful program, but I can refrain from spending too much time on it. Is there any interest in the tribal 8A program? Just a little bit? We can talk, when we have the 15-minute sessions later, we can talk about it. Did you? Oh, I won't completely gloss over
Oh,
it.
I'd still like to hear what those benefits are.
Yeah, I won't completely gloss over it. I just won't spend an hour on it. How's that? By the way, how are we doing on time, Yvette? Okay, good. So I don't see anybody sleeping yet. That's good. Okay. The 8A program, I want to make sure that I frame this correctly because I'm not talking about a lot of tribal stuff. Let's talk about, we've talked about a lot of the qualifications already. Is there any additional questions regarding the qualifications of the 8A program? We had a question earlier about a 2-year. So do you still have that question about the 2-year requirement in the 8A program? I'll address it really briefly. So when you're eligible, to be eligible for the 8A program, you have to meet the socioeconomic and socio disadvantage and the economic disadvantage. And then you also have to be able to show a reasonable possibility for success. And so in order to do that, typically they look back at the last 2 years to determine, do you have sufficient revenues? Do you have a good book of business going forward? Like, is there capital available in this business? If there's capital available, though, sometimes, especially in the tribal space, that 2-year requirement can be waived. So it's something to be mindful of. We can analyze that if you're looking for it. Yvette.
With individually owned 8A companies, you don't want to enter it prematurely, though, because then you've wasted your time.
Yeah. So for individually owned 8As, that's a great point, Yvette. For individually owned 8As, it's a once-in-a-lifetime program. It's a 9-year program. The first 4 years are considered the developmental stage. And then they start looking at, are you balanced? Are you ready to make the transition from the 8A program into the open competition space? Even if you haven't grown, to be a large business, even if you still remain a small business, they're going to be starting to look at your revenues. Where are those revenues coming from? Are you solely reliant on the 8A program? Because that's not what they would consider good as you exit the program in year 9. But yes, you don't want to get in there too early where you spend 2 years just kind of trying to figure things out, because you'd be wasting two of those 4 precious years that are in the beginning, where you have a lot of flexibility to be able to really capture business in the 8A space as sole source, which we'll talk about. Sole source is really important. One thing to understand is that the 8A program is really a business development assistance program. And that sounds I think that's a little bit misleading in a certain way. So yes, the Small Business Administration has people that can help you with developing your small business. They're called business opportunity specialists, and they are fantastic people. When you get in the 8A program, those people need to become your best friend. They need to understand your business. You need to have an open line of communication with them. They need to understand what you can and cannot do, so that when there's opportunities out in the space, they're looking to steer them your way when they become aware of opportunities. Sometimes a business opportunity specialist will receive an opportunity that's intended for a company, and that company is not eligible for that for one reason or another. Maybe they don't have the right certifications. If it's in the cybersecurity space, maybe they don't have the proper CMMC certification. In which case, they've received an opportunity. It can't go to the intended recipient, but now what are they going to do? They want to send it back? They definitely do not want to send it back. They need to know your business, and if you're in cybersecurity, you need to be able to tell them that, hey, I could take that. I have that required certification. I am an 8A business. I can receive that as an award. If they're familiar with you, this is how they can help you with your business development. Where I say that.
We have a question from online.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. Would you qualify if you have over 106 full-time employees and have 50 million a year in revenue?
Okay, so it would depend on which NAICS code. So you have to go to that NAICS code table that I talked about earlier and determine if do you know what industry they're in? Actually, it doesn't matter because I'm not going to know it off the top of my head. So, but depending on what industry you're in, you may be considered a small business in that industry. And so you need to look it up on the SBA's website. I can, if you reach out to me, my contact information will be at the end of this. I'd be happy to spend more time with you and explain specifically your situation, how, whether or not you might be qualified as a small business. Okay.
Just really quick, I want to, can you kind of elaborate a little more about when a business is ready?
Okay.
I mean, is there, I don't know, some magic number, revenue you reach, some kind of network you've made, government, you start with state contracting, you have so many, but it's almost as if you need a federal contract before you can get, I don't know, just
yeah,
whatever you can
chicken
tell
or the
us.
egg conundrum,
Exactly.
right?
So,
yes. Yeah, let me talk about that for a minute, and I'll finish my one thought about why I believe that the calling it a business development assistance program is a little bit misleading. While the SBA can help you in all the ways that I just explained, they're not going to be out there marketing your business. You still have to be pounding the pavement, getting the past performance, and be ready to meet the right customer that wants to buy your business. And to answer your question, when is a company ready? It's when they have sufficient past performance to be able to go to a buyer that's in their space and say, hey, buyer, you want a widget. I make widgets. Look at the past performance I have. I successfully made these 300 widgets. It doesn't have to be huge past performance, but you need to be able to demonstrate your capacity and capability to meet their requirements. And so when you can do that and you can say, hey, I've built this practice around building widgets, and I've got, I can prove it. I'm the best widget builder there is, or maybe I'm good at this. Then you're coming to them and you're saying, I see you need widgets. Let's sole source this opportunity through the 8A program. We don't have to go through competition because I know you need them right now. I can bring them to you quickly through the 8A program, and I have the capital to fulfill the order. I have it's called capability and capacity. Those are the two things that the clients are going to look for. I have the capability and the capacity to meet your requirements. So it doesn't need to be a huge, you don't have to have like 20 years of experience or anything. That's where the 2 years comes in, is that hopefully in that 2 years of kind of pounding the pavement and working hard and not really being in an advantage program like this, you would have built some past performance. You've worked out your processes. You've hired the right people. If you've had to let people go because they weren't the right people, hopefully that 2 years has given you that window to understand where you need to be. Did I answer that correctly? It's not like a perfect thing. You just need to be able to you need to be able to know that if you approach a client in your space, that you can feel confident that you can deliver, and you can inspire them with the confidence that you can deliver. My goodness.
So is that preference for past performance, does it have to be at the same level of what you're applying for instance, federal contract? Because it is kind of like the chicken and the egg, right? Yeah. Like my company's been doing business with the state we had 7 contracts last year. Does that amount to a federal buyer as sufficient past performance?
What's your industry?
Film.
Film industry.
Yes.
Yeah. So the end product that you're providing is a completed film. Would that be right?
Sorry, it's all government asks for all types of things but a lot of it's documentary. Event services,
okay,
such as events like these.
Yeah. Yeah. So in that case, I think you would be able to demonstrate if you had a past experience of providing videos for local governments or state governments, or you know how to structure a documentary. You know how to structure a film. You know how to, build a quality product in your space. The fact that it's not a federal film, I don't think would really matter in this case. You need to show that, hey, I can put out a good product, and I have the financial backing to be able to handle the size of project that you want to do, right? Obviously, if the government's looking to do a full feature film and you only have 5 employees, like it might be a stretch to try and convince them that you can perform in that space. But really, I don't think it should matter that you don't have quote unquote federal experience in that particular space.
Can I come on? Hi, I'm Monica Simeon, and I actually want to add a little bit to that. I am an 8A. My company's getting ready to graduate in May,
Okay.
so we've done 10 successful years. We got an extra year with COVID, right? And we've successfully primed contracts. One strategy that we did early on was to team with other federal contractors, because the past performance is a chicken and egg thing.
Yep.
At the end of the day, you can make it sound as nice as you possibly want to, but the government is risk averse. So they want to know that you are capable and potentially that you can collaborate with other folks that are in this space. So we spent 2 years, like we had a startup on our hands, honestly, we did. And we spent 2 years networking, 2 years going out to industry days, 2 years with CAPE statements. But all of that really was about building that trust. But in that space, we also found other federal contractors who saw value in collaborating with us,
Yeah.
because they were going to exit 8A, we were a new 8A, and so it took building that network, but also taking really small sub-contracts
Yep.
or subs for a prime. And I would say, as we're exiting the program, I would say that's a really good strategy. I would do it again that way. But I would also caution anybody who's going into this program, you have to be sustainable. So whatever you do in the 8A program, make sure that you do it well, because you're going to get out of this program. And how have you refined what you do to make it sustainable? Because it's a wild ride. It's hard. it's very, like I've learned the most about business, building business, partnership, trust, collaboration through this program. But ultimately, you can't go it alone. Honestly, in our experience, we're not tribally owned. We're a small, really small company compared to some of the contracts. So I hope that added some layer to just my personal experience in the program. But again, it's a fantastic program.
Yeah, no, that's a great, if you have no experience at all, that is a great opportunity. And we'll be talking about joint ventures and mentor-protege joint ventures that go into that in much more detail.
I think we have 2 questions, one online and then one up front. So
Okay.
hold on.
From Mary Online, we have, I generally work as a subcontractor. Can subcontracts count as past performance?
Absolutely, yes. That's a great way to start getting that past performance and be able to show that that you're working in the field.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for your feedback. With that said, is there like a repository of a list of 8A companies that we can like start looking?
Yeah, so DSBS is that listing. Yeah, DSBS that I mentioned earlier, that was earlier in the presentation. And then, yeah.
So I had our business opportunity specialist help us by identifying some potential partners that were exiting the program. So that was a short list for us to reach out and just say, hey, this is what we do. I felt like that was a big time saver, and it was a really good strategy to utilize your BOS to help you.
Yeah, and because that is available even before you get into the program, that's a way that you can prepare yourself to be in the program, right? Is to start taking on those subcontracts, to start building those relationships with experienced and successful 8As. And if you're just starting in the 8A program, be looking at companies that are approaching graduation to be mentors, because as they exit the program, they're no longer going to have access to the benefits of the program, right? And so they're going to be looking for opportunity to partner with others potentially that still have that, because they have all these customer relationships that are in the federal space that they've sold through over the last 9, or in the case of COVID, 10 years, and you can now lean on those and partner together and get into those spaces.
And I was going to add, with Monica, even though she's graduating, she has built relationships in the federal industry, as well as she's woman-owned. So that may continue for her, as well as, let's talk about the hub zone pretty soon. Here's
Right.
Jeff again.
Yeah.
So do those relationships or partnerships, like teaming up with graduating companies, do they have to be in the same, I guess, NAICS codes or categories as you, same services?
So that's where you're going to get your benefit in being able to show your past performance, right? But the short answer is really no. Like you can partner in numerous ways. So one of the tribal companies that I had started, we were starting in the IT space. IT services contracts are generally, putting they're what I call butts and seats contracts. You're providing 20 personnel to the government, and it's usually for one with a 4 option period years contract. So you're basically into a relationship with that customer for 5 years. They don't want to have a new vendor every year. They want you to be able to sustain that 5 years, and so you have to give you have to inspire a lot of confidence in that customer to be able to take that risk that they're going to want to work with you for the next 5 years. When we were first starting this company and we were growing it organically, it was a challenge to get our first IT contract. So what we did to sustain us through those early years, so we weren't burning the time in the 8A program, was we shifted gears a little bit and we found an opportunity in the construction space. And completely different, right? Like not even related, right? But the construction space, what it allowed us to do was to get bonded contracts. And with the bonding in place, that significantly reduces the risk for the government, right? So we were able to start selling construction. We brought on a proper construction management team. We hired them. We made that investment, and it was substantial. But we were able to get contracts in that particular space within just a few months because the requirements for past performance weren't that high. They weren't that great because the government was protected. Does that make sense? So we were largely reliant on our team and the experience of our team and the ability that they had to deliver in that space and the past performance that they had from previous careers. And they could go in and inspire confidence in that customer to say, hey, we can do this. Here's why we can do this. Oh, and by the way, if we don't, you can call our bond. It'll financially ruin us, but you'll be protected. So it was a risk that really paid off and got us moving down the road much faster. So yes, you can partner in any capacity. It doesn't have to be in your primary NAICS code. I hope these little side things are helpful. If they're not, just do like this and I'll stop. Another question in the back.
Right here.
Oh, sorry.
Hi. So, partnership doesn't count as affiliation, right? Because if they were graduating 8A and then now I partner, does that count?
Yeah, so you need to be careful of how you partner. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the relationship that you create, you can create what's you can create prime sub relationships that wouldn't count as affiliation. But if all of a sudden 100% of your business is coming from there for an extended period of time, you're probably going to be termed to be affiliated, right? So you got to be mindful of how you engage with your partners and have multiple partners, but you shouldn't feel like it's a major risk of being affiliated because you're starting to partner on a few opportunities.
I just wanted to share a comment. I was on a board for Alaska Native Corporation. We had a lot of 8A businesses, and so one of the things that we did as we grew, we stopped becoming or stopped qualifying as the protege, and we graduated to be a mentor. And so one of the things that we did was we partnered with an individual 8A company and are mentoring them. And so that's something that all the entrepreneurs here should consider is looking to your tribal 8As and others, and there's the Native American Contractors NACA Association, to find out who's there, but they're under the same 9-year timeline. And so some of those codes that weren't successful for them, they may be looking to get out of, but we'll share resources and information and or help you grow, and maybe you can have the success that they couldn't.
Yeah.
So that would be a great spot to look at, is just within the tribal space, and then finding the other, like you said, other individual business owners like Monica's firm that are graduating, and try to figure out, is there a way for me to work with them and pick up that service work that they were doing after they graduate.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate everybody that shares their experience. That's awesome. We will be talking more about the mentor protege opportunity in this presentation a little later. Whoops. How do I make this go away? Oh, there we go. I'm going to skip through some of these. Social disadvantage. So this second bullet point right here, the second primary bullet point, is unfortunately no longer accurate. There was a court case last year that said that these categories could no longer be presumed to be, or the court case challenged this presumption of social disadvantage. I am hopeful that the Small Business Administration, along with Congress and the other powers that be, are able to determine a better working program than is what the kind of the Band-Aid solution is for this right now. But right now there is what's called a social disadvantage narrative that anybody applying to the program needs to complete, that shows that you are socially disadvantaged in some way, whether that be through education, through employment, through access to capital, through contracts. You need to be able to prove that. And this is kind of a painful process to be able to go through that, because in a lot of cases you have to kind of dig up some bad feelings that may have had things that had happened in the past related to discrimination. And you have to kind of show those to the SBA. And it's caused some of the conferences that I've been at where SBA reps are there kind of, telling how the program has had to adjust to accept these. There's been a lot of anger towards the people at the SBA. And I would say that that's really misguided, although it is, it's a very sensitive topic. Because there was a precedent set for many, many years, and all of a sudden that's changed, and the only remedy to that is going through this social disadvantage narrative, and so it inspires a lot of high emotions. I'm not going to address it too much. However, if you have a desire to understand more how to prepare a social disadvantage narrative so that you can qualify for the programs, this is something that we do every day, and we help our clients and we hold their hands through it. So we're happy to help with that. You also need to demonstrate economic disadvantage. Economic disadvantage is a little bit easier. There's certain qualifications that you have to meet. They're listed on the SBA's website. They're fairly easy to understand, but they talk about these limits, and they're about the only thing you could get held up on is equity in primary residence, interest in a firm, and certain retirements accounts, which are able to be taken out of those overall, that 750 or personal network. You can take some of those things out. And so the definition of those things that can be taken out, we can talk about separately if you have a desire to do that. Firms that are tribes, so the tribally owned program, for economic disadvantage. So one of the big benefits of the tribally owned program, so there was some interest in this. One of the big advantages of the tribally owned program is that tribes can own more than one 8A company. So they can have multiple companies in parallel fields or parallel industries all operating at the same time, or one building on the next. Now, what they can't do is they can't have multiple 8A companies in the same industry. So the same primary NAICS code, that's not allowed. But when they are applying for their first 8A, when a tribe is applying for their first 8A, they have to go through this process of determining economic disadvantage. That's much more challenging than it is for an individual, because they're looking at the status of the tribe as a whole, and tribal people, and the poverty rate, and distributions that are currently going on, and any other sources of revenue that the tribe might have, whether that be casino or other things. So they have to go through a larger process, but once they've done that one time, then that's all they need to do, and then they can build additional 8A companies in that, based on that same determination of economic disadvantage. What I will say is that if a tribe were to become very wealthy, the SBA reserves the right to be able to, at some point in the future, not qualify them as a economic disadvantage, but it has never happened to date. It has never happened. Management and control. I'm going to go briefly over this, but another advantage to tribal entities is that they don't have to always be reliant on having all of the expertise in the tribe. So it's always great to build, and there's tribal management development plans to make sure that tribal people are being developed into positions of leadership. That's excellent. But on the front end, you can hire somebody that already has that experience to give you a kickstart, to give you a head start. And that person is under complete control of the board of directors. So obviously that person can't come in and demand that they be able to control everything. They, in some capacity, are operating as an advisor. They're coming in with the experience to be able to manage the day-to-day of maybe a multi-million-dollar business. If the tribe is especially smaller rural tribes that don't have experience in the federal space, it's a great opportunity to help kickstart that program.
Jared, it's right about 11. If you wanted to take a 5-minute break, does anybody need to take a quick, 5-minute restroom break or something?
Let's do that.
For the online attendees, we'll be right back and get started again in about 5 or so minutes.
Thank you.
10. Tribal leaders, members of Congress, top CEOs, business owners, and artisans from all over the country have gathered here to share ideas, network, and help push Indian country into the future.
The most prestigious networking event where natives gather.
Go to the matchmaking sessions, exchange business cards, make contacts.
I'm here excited about RES. I'm excited about the new 40 under 40.
It is just amazing. The tribal leaders, the business leaders, the entrepreneurs, the artists, everybody, we all gathered here to celebrate the possibility of opportunity.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged over the years, but if you look at the opportunities that present themselves today, they are tremendous for the Native community.
Coming from a Mexican-American immigrant background, having access to these kinds of things can be difficult, and so we tell our community and we tell others that this is important and they should pay attention.
With all of the activities that the National Center works to progress, having that kind of resource brings some opportunity.
Something that we've done over the last year and a half was we started a national beer collaboration, and the whole intent around that was to create awareness around the history of Native people, but to also acknowledge the contributions that we're currently making today and taking proceeds from those sales and investing them in Native nonprofits.
As Native people, we're very vision-oriented naturally, and I think that's an extreme strength for us. And I would just encourage, more folks to look in that direction.
OnTech Incorporated, though we have done extremely well, many of our family members, our ancestors, the Native people have been entrepreneurs long before I have. They're the forefront of being a business owner and negotiating and contracting and building a business. I follow in their footprints.
Take those risks. Any fear that you may have, some doubts, that is just in that moment. Just meeting other individuals, definitely learn that integrity is a lot more important in your business than anything.
The NCAIED, their team, and the Native Age program does a great job in guiding anybody that would be interested in whether you're starting a company, whether you're up and running, or whether you're just trying to survive out there. In helping not just tribal-owned businesses, but Native American Indians that are entrepreneurs.
If you do what you love, you can't go wrong, because once you start and you're very passionate about what you do, you put a lot of work, a lot of thought into it, then things start falling into place.
The ability to utilize your time and take a risk and ask someone. And I think there's really a great opportunity for us Native people to pioneer and go into new spaces.
There's always important ways of learning things better and learning. I didn't walk in knowing federal government contracting. You've mastered something, and if you haven't quite mastered it yet, then go off and learn it well from someone who has mastered it.
That's what develops leadership. That's what develops character. I think it's extremely important if you have a small business to pursue those opportunities. Take advantage of those advantages.
I'm a recipient of my ancestors thinking about the next generations. The lineage that comes after you. Protect that they have more than what you had.
It's a Native entrepreneur-owned business or a tribally owned business. It's really impactful. Those dollars circulate back within the community, and I think that's the real value in supporting Native businesses.
As Natives, acknowledging our relationship and how we can relate to each other in our day-to-day challenges, but also sharing those opportunities help sustain the culture, the traditions, the language, no matter what we do.
All these leaders have different experiences, but they all share the same values when it comes to community. I'm here today to learn about the different industries that made successful at it.
I came today to the National Center's seminar here in San Diego because I saw some of the speakers and I was interested in what they had to offer. It's been very informative as I continue, the creation of my brand.
Organizations like this is specified for tribal citizens or people of color, and because of that, you can really get to know the leadership, you can get to know other people really well, and they have that time for you.
This being a forum to converse with individuals that are decision makers or connected to decision makers in Indian country.
What have you got to lose? All you have is knowledge to gain. I think if you just participate in conversations, shake hands, learn other people's journey, the next day you would have only gained something.
I'm the president of Sovereign AI, the Native woman-owned mother-daughter business, a tool that we're developing for tribal nations and tribal organizations to better understand resources such as ChatGPT to more efficiently put out briefs, memos.
Founder and CEO of Rhymes with Reason. It's a gamified platform ultimately meant to make learning engaging and make literacy and test preparation, skill building accessible for this generation of kids.
I own Red Leaf America, a personal care brand. I want to create a conditioner that I can put in my hair, put on my body, I can shave with it, rinse off, and I'm conditioned from head to toe. My clan is the Water Buster clan. We have to protect water. My brand will make you get in and out of the shower faster, conserving water, and water is life.
Storytelling is a part of tradition, and I noticed that sharing their story and their business growth was actually very helpful, especially in a tribal sense, because you could understand that, hey, these are people just like you to run your business community-centered and community-focused.
I had some preliminary conversations about bringing our program to Africa. I'm very interested in working with the Export Center on it.
Resources, education, information was key to my success, and that's why it's important for me to show up. Invest in your emotional intelligence for the gain of whatever it is that you're looking for.
I just want to encourage the young people to start their own businesses and to engage in these kinds of events. Just taking that extra step and actually doing it, highly recommend it.
I think we're going to make our way to our seats here. Let me get everybody back in. All right. Thanks.
So Rosemary was just reminding me of creating a capability statement. And a capability statement, you know, they're pretty widely understood from a marketing perspective commercially, but what's really important from a government capability statement, make sure you're posting your NAICS codes that you support business in, both your primary and secondary. Make sure on there you're listing some snippets of relevant past performance that is of a similar size and scope to those things that you're going after that you want to win. Another thing to make sure that you put on there is that your certifications. If you're women-owned, if you are Hub Zone, if you are 8A, make sure that those are getting put in there in big, bold letters. Also, if you're in one of these SBA programs where you might be eligible for a sole source opportunity, make sure you put your business opportunity specialist from the SBA, put their information right on your capability statement so that they can talk government to government and see how to get you contracts. Those are very, Rosemary, thanks for plugging for that. That's really important. All right. Before we get started, is there any areas that you want to hear about that I haven't covered yet? There is some things where we are definitely going to talk about mentor-protege. That's a big one. And we're going to talk about joint ventures. Those two things are really help small businesses in marketing for any of these programs. I do know that there was some interest in women-owned small business. We're getting to that as well. But I want to know, is there any other things that are really like burning you want to know from what we're talking about?
I'm not sure if you're going to get to this later on, but you keep hyping on the certifications, right? So women-owned, black-owned, etc. But I didn't see you put on here like OMWBE or any of the certification platforms. Is that going to be on the slides later? And is that something that you actually have to do to certify through that to be recognized?
So I'm not sure I understand your question. So as far as getting certified with the Small Business Administration, or?
So like with the state, right? So within the state of Washington, I think it's OMWBE to be certified as a women-owned or black-owned, etc.
I'm that guy. So I run the fastest growing union steel erecting corporation that's native owned in the United States right now. There is potential for us to go 8A. We're busy cutting our teeth for the first 10 years, getting really good at what we do before we do that. Yes, go get as many certifications as you can and get as good as you can at maintaining those certifications, including your business, and then go and do that.
And then we also have Washington at the end of the day to talk about some of those opportunities, I believe. And then we have one more question up here.
Okay, you mentioned earlier that you didn't have a lot of background knowledge on the service disabled veteran certification. Is anyone here available to talk about that?
Well, I'll do my very best to talk to you about it, and we can, if you have any specific questions, I'll take it back to my team. We definitely have the capabilities within GovContract Pros. I'm just myself. I'm not, it's not my area of expertise. But I will. There's things that I can talk about, and I'll do my best to answer your questions. I just want to be transparent with you that I'm not going to have all of the answers. So if I need to, I might take it back, but I will follow back up with you. I'm happy to do that. I don't have any slides specific to grants, but what was your question specific? Did you have something that you wanted to talk about related to grants?
We're a women-owned business and just 6 months in, so we're just kind of looking at if there's any opportunities for women-owned, grants, things like that. So I did some research, but didn't come up with too much, so I just want to see if that would be covered at all.
So there are consultants that are grant specialists that often can be paid out of the grant money itself. So they can what's that word? They basically forego their fee for a period of time until you win the grant, and then their fee is paid out of that grant. So that's an excellent opportunity. Those grant specialists, and I know one that I can share with you if you want to, when we have those roundtables later, if you want to find me. But having an understanding those grant programs, there's people that really they're scouring. And then when you ask them, I have this type of business and I'm looking for a grant, they'll give you all sorts of ideas about, you could apply for this one, or you might be eligible under this one. That's not my area of expertise, but I have contacts that can help you. Yeah.
And not only will the slides be available, the live stream will be available pretty much immediately or within a couple days at least. I can send you the link to our YouTube channel where you can go back and rewatch this webinar again.
Fantastic. You can watch me for another 2 hours. All right. Set-asides and sole source. So we talked about this briefly, but I want to make sure that it's understood. Set-aside means that it means that only a certain number of businesses can bid on it, the ones that qualify. If it's small business set-aside, only small businesses can, all the Northrop Grummans, all the Lockheed Martins, they're kicked out. They don't get to participate. So set-aside is a good thing, but as a 8A business or as a woman-owned small business, as a service-disabled veteran-owned small business, the greatest advantage you have is to be able to sole source. That means one company, your company. When you're able to market to a customer that's buying exactly what you're selling, then they can give you a sole source award to do that. And there are some requirements. The size of the contracts that they can sole source to you in manufacturing space is up to 7 million, and it's 4 million for all others. I believe those values are current. But yeah, these aren't like giant contracts. Where a huge advantage for tribally owned businesses is that these thresholds of contract size go away. They do, above a certain amount, they still have to go through what's called a justification and adjudication process, but that doesn't start until 22 million for a tribally owned small business. So tribally owned small businesses have a huge advantage. These are more things related to tribally owned. I won't spend a lot of time on them, but if you do have a desire to talk to me more about this, we can later. The Hub Zone program. Okay, this is one that everybody should think about, because you don't have to be, you do have to be a small business, but you don't have to meet the same qualifications sometimes in the socioeconomic space. Or if you do, you can qualify for more than one of those programs. And the Hub Zone program, if you remember on that 5533 slide, this is the program that the government misses their targets every single year. So if you are a Hub Zone stands for Historically Underutilized Business Zone. There is a map. If you go to the Hub Zone map, you can see exactly if your head office or your primary place of business is located in a Hub Zone, then that's the first qualification. The second qualification is that the majority of your employees also need to live in a Hub Zone. That sometimes can be, if you're a very small organization and you don't have a lot of people that currently live in a Hub Zone, there's strategies to be able to meet those requirements. You can hire interns that perform work for 40 hours a month, and then they are considered a Hub Zone employee. So we'll get into the specific requirements of that. One thing to note is that all Indian reservations are eligible Hub Zones. You have to check the map for anywhere else, though, to determine if you're in a Hub Zone. So look at that. If the address of your primary place of business is in a Hub Zone, that's the first requirement done. You get a 10% price evaluation advantage when you are a Hub Zone company for full and open contract competitions. This is a good reason for larger businesses to partner with you as a Hub Zone firm, and this is also a good reason to maybe try your hand at some competed businesses because of the advantage. So that if you're at if you're at $100 and a large business is at $90, you have the advantage from a value perspective to be able to win that contract. You must be a small business. All of these programs are small business programs, so that's universal. You must be owned and controlled at least 51% by U.S. citizens. That's another requirement. Your principal office must be in a Hub Zone. There are exceptions to a tribally owned. I won't hit on those. There didn't seem to be a ton of interest, but if you want me to, put up your hand and I can do that. 35% of all of your employees must live in a Hub Zone. So, like I said, if you go through and do a census of your employees and you determine that, hey, I only have 30% of my employees live in a hub zone, you may have some strategies available to you to hire interns or to be able to hire individuals to help you meet that 35% that wouldn't be at a huge cost, that might help you achieve the eligibility requirements.
We need to make sure that they just live in the hub zone. They don't have to live in the specific hub zone that your business is located in.
So that's a great question. And for the purposes of regular hub zone companies, that's absolutely true. They can be in any hub. They can live in any hub zone. The exception is if a company utilizes the tribal exception. If it's a tribally owned entity and that tribal entity wants to qualify under the tribal exception requires that the individuals that they're putting on contracts are from their home reservation or an adjoining hub zone. So, but for individually owned hub zones, that requirement doesn't exist. Just all of your employees have to live in a hub zone somewhere. Or sorry, 35%.
Does that apply to tribal member-owned entities?
Yeah, so back to tribal member-owned. When I say tribally owned, I only mean owned by the tribe itself, not by the individual. So we would call those entities Native American owned, that are owned by a tribal member. Those are Native American owned. So if you're a Native American owned hub zone, this is the rule that you need to meet. Your principal office in a hub zone and 35% of your employees, at least 35% of your employees live in a hub zone, any hub zone. Does that answer your question? Good. There's some flexibility in principal office. If if your headquarters, principal office does not mean headquarters. So it's where the majority of your employees are seated. But say you have an office in Washington, D.C., and all of the people that work out of that office are actually on customer site. They're working on customer site. You can remove those employees from the count if you want, to have your hub zone office be, say you're in Oklahoma or something like that that's in a hub zone. You can make the argument to the SBA that actually my principal place of business is in Oklahoma. Just because I have more employees in Washington, D.C., it's because they are on government sites. So if you can show that, there's some flexibility there. An employee means a full-time, part-time, or other basis as long as they work at least 40 hours per month. So that's roughly 10 hours per week. So to be considered a hub zone employee, 40 hours per month. Another thing to note is that after 180 days or 6 months roughly, after you are in the hub zone program, if that employee has worked for you continuously for that 6 months and then they move, say they pick up a year later and they move to a non-hub zone because they were there when you qualified as an employee, they remain a hub zone employee for your count. So that's important to understand, because just because they moved out of a hub zone, if they remain in continuous employment, they're still considered a hub zone employee.
Hi there. So the 35%, so is that a head count, not hours count?
That is a head count. Yes,
Nice.
absolutely. Okay. It is a head count. Yeah. So if you have 10 employees, then 3.5 of those, you can figure out how to get the half a person, but they round it. So you round it. She's bringing the mic.
So I'm curious, if the hub zone employee that you maybe hired as an intern doesn't move, but you just stop employing them, they fall off the count.
Yeah.
They have to move.
No, if you stop employing them, they're no longer your employee and they no longer count towards your count in anything. Yeah, you have to maintain their employment. Yeah.
And is that something that you let them know, or you wait for them to check? Or
so there's an annual review. So every year you self-certify that you remain consistent with the eligibility requirements, and then every third year, I believe it is, they make you show more proof of it. It's like a full program review. You can use temporary, leased, or co-employed employees. This is allowable, but to make sure that you do not get yourself into trouble, make sure they're legitimately working for you 40 hours a month.
Did you say that you can self-certify the first year?
No, it's the process to get into the program requires certification. The annual reviews they don't, every third annual review, they go into great detail. It's a simpler process. I don't think it's actually a self-certification, but the amount of documentation that you need to provide in those 2 interim years isn't as great as the third year when they really go through and kind of look at a fine-tooth comb again. You go through the Small Business Administration.
SBA?
Yeah, the SBA is who certifies all of these programs now. The veteran-owned small businesses used to be certified through the Veterans Administration. That's no longer the case. All of these programs are done through SBA. Yep. One more point there at the bottom. If the owner, you as the owner, also can qualify. Even if you're not paid and a paid employee, if you're only getting distributions, you can still be considered. See if there's anything here we haven't covered already. I think we're pretty good on that one. All right, service disabled veteran-owned small businesses. So there's 2 programs. There's the service disabled veteran-owned, and then there's veteran-owned. They used to be, one was through the SBA, the other one was through VA. Now they're both under the SBA. The program was created to help veterans re-enter life and re-enter civilian life, basically. So you can have the same advantages of competitive and sole source set-aside opportunities. So all of these, we're going to talk about an exception to the women-owned small business program in a minute, but most of them operate fairly similarly from the case that you can receive. There is certain contracts that become set aside specifically for these socioeconomic groups, and then there is opportunity if you qualify and there isn't another reasonable option for you to sole source those opportunities, and watching out for those sole source. I can't hammer that home enough. Watching out for those sole source opportunities is the best advantage you have in these programs. The service disabled and veteran-owned can both participate in mentor protege program, which we'll cover more in a minute, and they can create joint ventures with other small businesses. You must be a small business, just as in all cases. That same NAICS code requirement where you go to the NAICS code list and determine either your revenues or your employee count to determine whether you're a small business in that NAICS code is important. The service disabled vet must have service-connected disability, unconditionally own 51% of the business, and also be the one controlling and managing. Remember, we talked about that before. You're going to have to show that the person who's qualifying is actually the person controlling and managing the business. That's an important thing. Hold the highest officer position in the company, manage it on a day-to-day basis. So the process to get certified through the Small Business Administration is about 3 to 6 months through SBA. You recertify every 3 years, and that's determining if you still meet the size requirements, if they're going to be looking at control or negative control, making sure that you haven't come into affiliation issues, which would cause you to no longer be considered a small business. Those are the kind of things that they're looking for. Joint ventures, usually, this is important to note. So joint ventures, which we'll talk more about so that you understand what a joint venture is in the terms of government contracting. But these joint venture partnerships with other businesses that may hold qualifications or past performance that you don't have. The SBA used to require that all of those be approved. Now, if it's small to small, two small businesses working together, they can go after opportunities that are in the set-aside space, competitive set-aside space, without having to be approved. It's important to note. Women-owned small business. So there's two women-owned small business programs. One's economically disadvantaged and the other is women-owned. The economically disadvantaged women-owned small businesses are able to bid on any of the opportunities that are available to women-owned small businesses, but obviously not vice versa. So that's economic disadvantage is another smaller category, but they're eligible for everything that a woman-owned small business would be eligible for. There is recent initiatives through the current administration to make these and increase the access to these programs, make sure they're utilized more. The Challenge Her campaign, lifting the $6.5 million cap on set-aside competitions. There's also an increased eligibility of industries. And so one thing that's unique about women-owned small business, the Women-Owned Small Business Program is that it's not applicable to every industry. So there's only certain industries that the government has determined that it will set aside. I don't make the rules, I'm just telling you what the program does. So you need to make sure that you're in underrepresented industries. Those are the ones that are going to be listed there. Same as all the others, 51% own and control. Must be a small business in the primary NAICS code. Again, not all NAICS codes apply, so you do have to be in certain industries to be eligible. Yes. Oh, okay.
So you said that it has to be your primary NAICS code that falls under for the women. So what if it's your secondary NAICS, but that is what's listed that qualifies for set-aside? So my understanding is, and I'm going to preface this, right, with my comment earlier. My understanding is that there's not certain NAICS codes, the opportunities just won't be accepted into the program for women-owned small businesses. So it's not something that you need to determine. It's not your primary NAICS code, but one of your secondary that's in that NAICS code, but it's not your primary. Yeah, so that would be fine. So if you qualify, so the question was, what if it's your primary NAICS code is not one of the NAICS codes that falls within the underutilized category for the women-owned small business? And the answer is, if it's a secondary NAICS code, that's fine. Yeah, when you're certified as a women-owned small business, all of your NAICS codes are covered. So if you're performing in an industry that has that's not your primary, and you're still eligible, you can demonstrate, again, those two C's, capability and capacity to perform, you're eligible to bid on those. Absolutely. There's similar requirements for economic disadvantage in the women-owned small business programs. Again, the best way to do this is to go onto the Small Business Administration's website. It's very clearly laid out there, and you can see. Two ways to become eligible: through SBA certification at certify.sba.gov, and then certification through SBA approved third-party certifiers. So there are contracted entities that the government has pre-qualified to be able to assess if you meet the qualification requirements. And so third-party certification can also be uploaded through Certify. So Certify, for those who have never seen this site before, Certify is the portal where SBA
captures the certification applications. And so when you apply, you're going to go through the Certify portal, and that's where you submit your application. It'll also be where you submit your annual reviews and all of the documentation surrounding that, just so you're aware. There's 646 industries designated for limited competition. There is 113 eligible for the economic disadvantage, so that subsection as well. Those are all defined on SBA's website if you want to know what those are, and if your industry is in there, please. This also reiterates your question too, is that they can identify in any industry. So you remember the 5533 rule that I talked about earlier? So even if the opportunity that you're going after, if you qualify under something else, say under an 8A, for instance, they're going to get credit towards the women-owned small business by partnering with your firm if you're certified. So that's a good reason to get all the certifications that you can get, so you can help them through that process. Okay. Oh.
You said that only some of the NAICS codes qualify. Are these like women-owned businesses that are statistically dominated by males in that field? So the way I understand it, again, I'm prefacing everything, right? The way I understand it is that those are underrepresented by women in those industries. So if it's an industry that is underrepresented by women, then that's where it falls into that program. Perfect, thank you.
All right. So the mentor protege program, just before I get started, who understands or has heard about the mentor protege program has a pretty good understanding. Not a lot of understanding. That's good. Okay, we can talk about this then. This is an excellent opportunity for you as a small business, and especially as a starting out small business, to really get a kickstart in your programs and your ability to sell to the federal government. So if you have a relationship with a larger business, it doesn't have to be a Microsoft or an Oracle, but even a business that would be considered large for the purposes of your NAICS code. They wouldn't qualify as a small business. Maybe it's a mid-sized business even, but has some expertise that you feel like you could really benefit from, and you've, through networking or some other method, gained a relationship with them, this is the program you want to consider. So the reason for this program is to help you, as small business owners, partner with larger businesses that are considered large businesses from the purposes of the NAICS codes that we talk about, partnering with them in a much closer way than you usually could, and still avoiding affiliation. Okay, so it doesn't completely absolve affiliation. You could be determined to be affiliated if you are far too reliant on that mentor, right? The purpose is not to allow big companies to come and take advantage of small businesses and do a lot of pass-through work. That's not the purpose of this program. The purpose of this program is to allow small businesses to take advantage of the past performance and capabilities of large businesses. And so the benefit that those large businesses get is that they're going to create joint ventures with you as a small business owner that are going to have two things. It's going to hold every bit of their past performance, and it's also going to hold every certification that you hold. So that's a huge advantage. They can be involved and help you to win some of those early opportunities that you don't have a lot of past performance in the federal space in. They can help you because they have the past performance and they have that experience. But on the other hand, they also are going to I imagine they want some type of subcontracting opportunity. You still have to meet The nice thing about the program is you still have to meet self-performance requirements, so they can't demand that you pass through all of the work. There's still a requirement that you self-perform at least 40% of the contract. In most industries, in construction, in construction it's 15%. So you could kind of operate as the general contractor, and then if you desired, you could subcontract opportunities to the large business. But that percentage, a self-performance percentage, isn't unique only to the program. You can do that in regular subcontracting as well. So again, to reiterate, the advantage of the program is you get to put on all of your bids and proposals. You get to list the past performance of the large company. You also get their help. You're going to have access to you can negotiate to have access to their proposal writing staff, to their marketing people, to help you to prepare, really impressive marketing presentations and slicks and even sometimes videos and websites and things that you wouldn't, a normal small business may not, they may have like a one-page website that's mostly text and a couple of pictures, right? These large businesses, they have the resources to be able to help you develop more impressive marketing materials, to help you to have maybe access to capital or a bonding program that can help you in your industry. So what's important is when you are entering into a relationship in the mentor-protege program, that you recognize that you don't want to enter into that relationship with just anybody. You need to understand and trust the mentor, because you're only allowed to have 2 mentors in the lifetime of the program, right? So for small businesses, it's really important to understand and maybe do some work with that mentor, have them subcontract you some opportunities first so that you know that you can work well together. Vet the relationship very well. And then when it comes time you decide that you want to go into this together and have a mutually beneficial mentor-protege relationship, make sure that you document. So if I were to advise a mentor, I would probably say to the mentor, be careful what you promise, because they're going to hold your feet to the fire, and the SBA is going to be there to back up the protege and make sure that you deliver on what you say you're going to deliver. From a protege, if I was consulting a protege, I would be telling them, ask for everything that you can get. Just put every detail you can. Make sure it's detail oriented. You've got the SBA to back you up, to get to bring that mentor in line. In order to be able to maintain good character and be a mentor to other proteges. So for mentors, they can have up to 3 proteges at one time. So say, think about a big company like Northrop Grumman, right? So they've got 3 proteges. That's a limited number. So they're going to be just as interested in making sure that that relationship works and that it fits for them as well, that you're easy to work with, that you're going to actually, put forth some effort and take advantage and go after opportunities that you guys can mutually benefit from together. But they have that, they can only do 3 at a time. The exception to that is for proteges that are from Puerto Rico. So I don't think we need to get into that. If there's anybody from Puerto Rico that wants to know more about that, I can talk to that. But yeah.
Is this something that's pretty standard? Do you see this pretty often? These relationships? Sorry. Is this standard?
It is, yeah. And more often so I have seen, and I've been involved with mentor proteges with very large companies, with billion-dollar enterprises. But more often what I see is those companies that have recently graduated from the 8A program that they still have this book of this Rolodex of government customers that they can no longer sell to directly. They've lost their vehicle of the 8A program, or they no longer qualify as a small business in a woman-owned program, and so they've got this Rolodex, but like, what do I do with this? Like, I can't sell to these people anymore. That's where it's really advantageous for them to partner
That's
with
what I was
a
going to
small
ask.
business.
It's almost like an internship relationship, right? But
Yeah.
also they have, okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
These conferences and Res is a fantastic opportunity to look for mentors, to find those companies that have either recently graduated or they're looking to graduate out of the program. These conferences are the perfect proving ground to find those. Yes.
My company is in Canada. I mean, and I'm First Nations or Native American Indian company, 100% owned. I export 70% of my product to United States. And I've been looking in Eastern United States, I seem to be able to communicate with some, but nothing ever materialized for me to start manufacturing here. So I've been interested lately to, I think my company fits in this here program, I think. I'm getting a little
You're talking
confused.
about as a mentor?
Yes,
Yes.
to export down here, and I'm just across the border. I mean, it's just a line they drew across there that's made it difficult. But and my customers are Boeing and Lockheed Martin and U.S. government and U.S. military. I mean, they private label my product, and Canada won't even buy from me. They buy from the United States and ship it up there. So I don't. It's very confusing, but it's very profitable. So I don't want to mess that up. But I'd certainly like to get my own people to be manufacturing, and it's never been able to mature. The Potawatomi, Mississippi Choctaw, good bands that have made good technology companies making individual parts. And I've been trying to do that and trying to get some of my technology down here. So it sounds like I fit there. But I'm on the other side of the fence. I'm looking for those companies, but I don't know if they have to be on reserve to do that.
No. So
if you can just give me a few more hints. That's all I'm looking for. No.
The short answer is yes, you should qualify to be a mentor in that program. Now, when you enter into that mentor-protege relationship, you can find those relationships at the same place. Conferences like this, Res, National Aid Day, all of these are great opportunities for you to find businesses that hold qualifications to be able to sell more directly to the government, right? And then you can provide that product. So the short answer is yes, you probably could qualify as a mentor. Yeah. Yeah, at these type of things, yeah.
And Albert, we will have export SBA representative here presenting today, and then at the end of the day, we'll have roundtable discussions. So granted, it's exporting from the United States out, but they might have the information about importing, which we would consider importing.
So we've got about 13 minutes left. And I'm anticipating that you don't want me to go over, right, Yvette?
Coming. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, nobody wants lunch. Okay. Any more questions on this before we move on? Okay. I think we talked about all the benefits. Joint ventures, we're going to talk about here in a minute. A mentor-protege joint venture is a little bit unique in that, like I talked about earlier, they receive all of the certifications of the protege and all of the past performance of the mentor. It's like the best of both worlds to use that and utilize that entity to be able to kind of be a powerhouse in selling. There used to be a 3-2 rule in the joint venture that a joint venture was good for 2 years and you could only bid on them, or you could only win a maximum of 3 opportunities in those 2 years. That's recently been changed. It's not a 3-2 rule anymore. It's just a 2-year rule. So the Mentor Protege program is a 3-year program with a 3-year option to extend, so a 6-year program total. But a joint venture underneath that program can only last a maximum of 2 years. And so you may have multiple joint ventures with the same mentor. These are some of the requirements for the mentor. They must possess good character. That includes the way that they've treated proteges in the past in the program. So they're very incentivized to treat you well and to meet the requirements that you set in your mentor protege agreement. They need to be able to impart value to the protege. They can't be suspended or debarred from doing government contracting. Obviously, that would kind of throw up a couple red flags for me anyway. But they may generally have no more than one protege at a time. If they're smaller entities, they may only be approved for one protege at a time. That's what this bullet is saying, sorry. The protege must be considered small, always. Whoops. They're not limited to having a single mentor. Like I said, you can have 2, but you can only have 2 throughout the life, so be careful. There is a ability, if a mentor is not working out for you, you do have some options to get that mentor substituted, but it's not a great situation to be in. Some information about application. Okay, the joint venture program. So a little more information about the joint ventures. So we talked about joint ventures from the perspective of mentor proteges, dealing with large businesses. If you want to partner with a large business and do a joint venture, it has to be through the mentor protege program. But you have another small business that's been in the program or that understands your space, maybe something that you could benefit from, right? Some other filmmakers that have been in the federal space. You can create a joint venture with them, and it doesn't even need to be approved by the SBA anymore to go after set aside work. If it's sole source, I believe it still does require some approval, but you can create that joint venture, and automatically that will have your certifications and socioeconomic status and the past performance of the partner. The joint venture, so one thing to understand is that joint ventures in the government space are typically unpopulated. That means that they don't usually have any employees in them. So they're relying on the personnel of the partnering entities, right? So you're going to use staff from your company, and your partner is going to use staff from their company to deliver on the projects that you win through the joint venture. You're not going to have the joint venture actually go out and start hiring a lot of people to build a past performance or build a capability and capacity within the joint venture. That wouldn't make a lot of sense because it's only good for 2 years. So you use that unpopulated. The only exceptions to this is sometimes your joint venture, if you want to go after classified work that is secret, top secret, SCI. In that case, you have to have a facility security officer in the business. They have to be able to hold that clearance. I'm going to skip through a bunch of these for a minute. These are showing some of the trends that occurred. Oh, that's a good one. Those other slides were showing a lot of the trends that occurred through COVID. That's kind of remedying itself, so it's not that applicable anymore. But this is applicable. Policies. Policies are things like government memos, OMB memos. They are things like executive orders from the president. Those things are policies that are set by the administration that are generally telling agencies to maybe become more stringent on the rules that are in place, or to focus on various elements of the rules that are already in place. A Regulation is something that has gone through a formal process, that it can't just be an executive order. And then laws take even longer than that, 48 months to create the law. And then once you have the law, it's the law of the land, then the government's got to try and figure out how to implement that. So if you hear rumors in the marketplace that, oh, there's such and such a law that might be, being passed in Congress, you have about 4 years to deal with that and understand that. An executive order, not so much. So executive orders, they don't have as much power, and as you go down these, these carry more weight to them, right? But their runway to their implementation is also a lot longer. There was 2 recent memos. One was an executive order, one was an OMB memo. That really impact small businesses. Advanced equity and federal procurement. I've got the details here on the other slide. Yeah, here it is. So identify agency policies and actions that create or exacerbate systemic barriers. So the current administration is making efforts to engage with members of underserved communities. That is an active process. And we see that through especially category management. So who's familiar with category management? Okay. Category management is something that was implemented under the Obama administration. And quite frankly, it's not super great for small business. If you are in a federal center, like maybe around Washington, D.C. or Denver, you have the ability to get some of those dollars that were earmarked for category management. But as a more rural area, it's a challenge. And as a result, let me see, I've got a slide here that we're running right up on the end of the time. So there's these best-in-class vehicles. So local economic development, like I said, if you're in one of the top 35 districts, this probably was good for you as a small business. But for the rest of the country, the small businesses kind of have plateaued. And the reason is that there's the number of participating small businesses has declined because these category management is basically taking a best-in-class vehicle. It's taking a huge contract, $50 billion contract. And it's making, the purpose of it was so that the government was more consistent in the way it bought products, right? So that sounds good. That's a good goal. It's good for government anyway to be able to be more consistent in the way that it purchases. So let's put a best-in-class vehicle in place. 5 minutes. Okay, so we'll put a best-in-class vehicle in place. But what that does is because to get on a best-in-class vehicle, to get on, I've got a list of some of them here. To get on a CIOSP, now it's CIOSP4, to get on one of those vehicles, you have to write a huge proposal. To get on CHESS or GSA STARS, all of these require a big proposal investment on the front end to just get listed on the schedule. And then you got to go and compete again for each opportunity that comes out through there. And so it really decreased the number of small businesses that were not only in the marketplace, they were kind of being consolidated and bought out and some went out of business, but also from the perspective of barriers of entry is that new small businesses entering the marketplace over time has declined. And this is only going to 2019, but it actually continues that way. So some of the actions of those 2 memos, the executive order and that OMB memo that I referenced earlier, are to try and deal with this category management. One of the big changes that they made is, that 5533 that I talked about in one of the first slides. Category management, their goals for category management are also met by awarding to any of those socioeconomic groups. So when they award small business, they're also helping to meet their targets for category management. That's a big improvement. The power that they've given to PCRs to be engaged pre-solicitation is really powerful, so that they can there's an opportunity for those programs to come out of the full and open space and into the set aside space. I'll leave you with this. There is a multitude of programs that are really made for small businesses to sell to what is the largest single buyer in the entire world, the U.S. federal government. Those programs are pretty good. They can be tedious. Sometimes you need somebody to hold your hand. Sometimes you need somebody that knows what they're doing and understands the space to help you navigate the programs. But once you become able to participate in them, they provide incredible value. And I would encourage you, get all the certifications you can get. If you have a desire to be in the federal space, that's where you need to be. These programs are the best that I've seen. I've been in this space for over 20 years. 8A is awesome. I really appreciate your time. I apologize for having taken 2 hours. I can't imagine what they were thinking when they scheduled me for 2 hours. But it's been fun for me. I hope it's been fun for you. I hope it's been informative more than anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Let's give him a round of applause. And we also have our small little round tables that we have set up for the end of the day discussions. Not that if a speaker feels that they want to sit right at that, it's just an opportunity. There's also, we have a really nice setup out here wherever you would like to set up your table. If it's here in the room or at one of the little round tables or right out here, you can go ahead and do that. We're going to take a short break. So our online audience, we're going to take a short break and we will be back in about 15 minutes. And what we do is the food is right outside the door here to the left. We just grab your sandwich and side and drink, and please, you can bring it in here, eat out there, but we are going to start promptly at 12:15 with the next lunch panel. Thank you.
My first impression of Res was amazing. I got to meet a lot of amazing people. I went to some events. I learned so much. When I sit and listen, I really do try to digest and take it in so that I can properly educate other people. We can come together and talk about important things within our communities, but we can also share Indigenous joy. I usually just stick around, I check out all the vendors and Native Bling. It's so cool to see all the artists here too. I love it.
We just want to welcome you and thank you so much for being here in this amazing space.
Thank you for joining us. Great information to improve Indian country.
Today we're in New York City at the beautiful Hard Rock Hotel owned by the Seminole tribe. There's some lucky attendees that are here today. They're getting the first-hand experience of what a Native Edge Institute is.
It's important to attend events like the Native Edge Institutes because of the resources that are here. Networking is always a big part of any event that we do at the National Center.
We like to pride ourselves in being the #1 connector in Indian country and for Indian country. So we're able to connect these different tribal nations to each other because we're everywhere in contact with everyone. We see what someone on the West Coast is doing versus someone on the East Coast isn't aware. So person A has something that person B needs, and we're able to connect those people.
And our goal is to expand globally. I'd really like to see our tribal enterprises and our Indian-owned businesses selling to the world and doing trade with the world.
I've been with the National Center since 1980. We're one of the first Native American
government marketing assistance programs to introduce the 8A program to the Native American community. We've pretty much been there since the beginning.
In my tribe, super active with the National Center, calling, asking for consultation. They're looking into working with our export team on exporting rice and doing their agriculture.
For me, the 39 tribes in Oklahoma, we all have tourism groups. It would even be more beneficial to us if we had a museum, and the National Center, especially with the exports, could definitely get us there. They're going to Africa soon. They're doing great things.
We're going to South Africa and we're going to Ghana, and we're going to be meeting with businesses who are looking into importing and exporting. This being the first mission is pretty exciting. We're going to see what opportunities there are, and we can bring them back to our clients.
Economic development, we think about it as a circular economy. How can we share more of the resources that we have and expand on that and build it?
Our goal is to create more opportunities for investment into tribal communities and Native-led nonprofits. And we do that by advocating and working with tribal leaders and Native-led nonprofits.
Whenever you support a Native business or a tribally owned enterprise, that money doesn't go into the pocket of one person, of like a millionaire or billionaire. It goes into the pockets of the community. These tribes are assisting the local communities, the surrounding towns, the state that they reside in. Even though it's a sovereign nation within the state, they still provide financial assistance to the state by providing those jobs and supporting the local economies.
A system that has made tribes dependent. If we're allowed to be creative and to bring into our culture, elevate tribal ecological knowledge, then the outcomes will look quite different.
A lot of the communities that I went to when I was younger, you go there now and you see the growth, and that growth comes from the economic development that these tribes have done. Being able to provide resources and be an organization that can help move tribes and the businesses into their next level, that's something that I really enjoy.
We have clients that have been clients for years, and they've just pivoted and grown their businesses into other arenas. So I would love to see small business owners just reaching their goals. And if we can be a part of that, sign me up.
The number one thing that I've been blown away by is the belief that everything that we do can have a bigger impact on the community as a whole. We're doing some things here that nobody else in the country is doing.
We're always looking at those opportunities. What kind of businesses can we start, create, that we utilize our current expertise?
We are smack dab in the middle of a really diverse community. We really want to make a lot of good, positive changes for our community. We have to do something that'll change things forever.
We are the diversification effort of the Mille Lacs Band for government contracting. If gaming goes away for whatever reason, we want to be that, to be able to ensure that all the facilities that the tribe has can be maintained, and we build more. And our goal is to ensure that happens for the next 1,000 years. We work a lot with our Anji Bamadizing program. That is our after-school youth mentorship. Tim Taggart Jr., who's actually a professional boxer, he's over that program, does a fantastic job. He teaches anything from golf, basketball, boxing, all kinds of sports. We just want to make sure that we take care of our people.
That's what kind of sets us apart, is I tried to build that relationship and rapport and actually get results versus trying to view them as a number. Being able to help people with their nutrition, their health and wellness, to build something really, really simple and that works with their lifestyle is the best thing I've ever done.
Good morning. My name is Yvette Fielder. Thank you so much for being here at our Native Edge Institute, provided by the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and funded in part by the SBA.
When you make a profit in a business, you need to do something socially and civically responsible. Instead of waiting for employees to come to us, we go out to poverty areas where there are people who don't have jobs, and then we provide whatever is missing, whether it's education or transportation or maybe just some enthusiasm and optimism to get them started. We try to build business that way.
We're told as Anishinaabe, we all have gifts that we need to make sure we share. My goal was always to make life better for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe.
Home ownership is for everybody. I'm a huge advocate for that, and I want everybody to be able to have a home and to feel comfortable in that whole process.
We're floor nurses. We are working in the trenches. We have created the Birth Equity Work Group, an education program to eliminate racism in healthcare. We need to be able to change our approach and our way in order to provide a safe birth for women.
How do we connect with these kids and get them into the programs? One of the things our friend Virgil Hill, who's a world champion boxer, member of the International Boxing Hall of Fame, has been advocating for is an all-native tournament that will be a qualifier for Team USA. We want to build toward the Olympics. We have the facilities here at Mille Lacs to support that, and it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 years we get to that point. We're a very unique tribe. We still stay agile, fun, cultural, everything we want to be, and we're doing great things in great places.
We live in such a wonderful place. We have all of the opportunities available for you. If you want to go to college, we'll support you. You want to get job training, we'll support you. Whatever you need, we are there to help you. And just tell us what you would like to see and what your dreams are, and we'll help in any way we can.
You're never going to know what you're going to get out of it until you just go. You just got to run with it.
Leave your mark. Do something that's going to be impactful.
That'd be my advice to other folks, is to do good things for other people, and you'll have all you need come back to you.
We have always looked 7 generations ahead. We never look for immediate successes. It's always about sustainability.
A big part of that is teaching our tribal citizens how to do it themselves. Become completely sovereign or independent on providing our own food, producing it locally.
I think incorporating buffalo back into our diet is very important. It wasn't just a cultural food that we were so used to eating, but even just looking at the nutritional side of it, it's so much more leaner.
We currently have around 150 buffalo on the property. Right now we are focused on building out the infrastructure at the ranch, which requires the fencing, water.
I think it's so important to be involved with the community because it builds trust. That's another thing that I'm really proud of here at Redco is they take community input very serious and they do something to change it immediately.
There isn't any time to reinvent the wheel. Supporting local small businesses, native owned, is what we have to start doing.
The National Center is critical to tribal businesses, to small businesses.
I see them supporting tribal enterprises and the growth of those within the United States.
Connecting them to government contracting, marketing services.
I think it's a good step forward to making relationships.
I'm actually going to take a lot of this information back to several people back on our reservation that I know are starting to try and open their own business.
Our mission is to spark a prairie fire food movement to indigenize our food system.
I see a lot of progress. I'm excited about the new opportunities to preserve our sovereignty and to work on our common needs.
This is where Native should be on the forefront with their businesses.
Food sovereignty work doesn't have to be what we're doing. I think it's anything around learning how to cook, learning how to hunt, learning how to grow your own food. Going forward, I would love to see people's mind shifts around what is healthy food. It doesn't have to taste gross to be healthy.
I would like for people to remember what their Lakota values are because those values will guide you.
Indian-owned businesses can flourish and support one another and just move down this green path together.
It feels good, man. It feels good, right?
I'm really proud of our partnership with the National Center just because of the fact that there are common values on really elevating and celebrating Indigenous talent.
We're doing more business-to-business relationships within our tribal communities, where there are partnerships that can be forged that are supporting an intertribal trade network.
My dreams when I open my own coffee house is to have native coffee roasters in my coffee house, clear from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast, and the coffee's good.
I use this company platform to give opportunity to our community to build careers, not just jobs, careers. We're just trying to take care of our people that way.
This is an excellent opportunity for someone like me who just hasn't had the exposure or any opportunity. This is great for me.
We're just looking to build relationships with larger companies to gain, bigger contracts and be able to expand.
This is a perfect room for you to be able to see other businesses that have, leveraged some of those resources and opportunities. And this is a great place to make those types of connections and to find resources.
Eventually, we want to do our own roasting. So that's one of the things that will hopefully be in the near future, and then opening our own commercial kitchen.
For me, this is power. This is strength. To see that in full display today with all the different nations represented, groups and individuals, it's beautiful.
How can I show up at work as my unapologetically, authentically Indigenous self every single day? How do I bring my Indigenous values to the workplace? How do I serve my community? Those are my questions.
You make an impact in the community, you show up with a strong brand and with strong product, and then you continue to build relationships with other corporations and nonprofits that want to do this same work. And that's where we're going to see our community, especially our youth, truly uplifted.
We want to come and be impactful. So if there's an area where we could be most impactful, then I'm all in and I want to be part of that opportunity.
Tribal leaders, members of Congress, top CEOs, business owners, and artisans from all over the country have gathered here to share ideas, network, and help push Indian country into the future.
The most prestigious networking event where natives gather.
Go to the matchmaking sessions, exchange business cards, make contacts.
I'm here excited about RES. I'm excited about the new 40 Under 40.
It is just amazing. The tribal leaders, the business leaders, the entrepreneurs, the artists, everybody, we all gathered here to celebrate the possibility of opportunity.
You've got to have that absolute confidence in yourself to say, got to make it happen. Sharpen those tools.
If I've learned anything, it's the power of building your network. These relationships can create opportunities that you could have never imagined.
Our people have been disadvantaged.
So I guess a quick poll, did you pick up a lot of information this morning? Something that is going to help you? Yeah, I like that. I like that. For me, being a small business person, I always pick up something new, so it's always beneficial, to continue to build my skill set in my business. For me, my company is a Navajo. It's kind of funny, but the Navajo Nation does have a corporation code. So I'm chartered under Navajo law. So when I apply to SAM and others, they say, well, we can't verify you. We go to my address is Window Rock, Arizona. So they're always going to the state of Arizona to verify whether or not I do have a company. And so it's always a challenge to renew my application through SAMS. And so, and then of course, many of us live on reservations and we only have P.O. boxes. And so they can't verify the actual address. So hopefully I know we've raised that on many occasions with the Small Business Administration. And so hopefully, if you're dealing with those issues, we certainly can help on that front. Okay, so let's move on to leadership. And so while you're enjoying lunch, there's some food out there, continue to eat. We wanted to, we have some very successful people up here. We wanted to just basically hear their story, of their, I'll say, trials and tribulations, and in their own right, and from what we see here, great leaders in the community, great leaders in their industry, and great leaders in the business that they do. So I'm going to start on that side and work this way. And so I'm not going to get into the bios because you do have it in front of you. So in the interest of time, since we have 4 speakers here, I'm going to start with Monica to hear your story, and then we can go down the list here. So welcome, and let's hear about your leadership journey.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here.
Can we hear? Is it on?
There we go.
Nope.
It's green. Okay.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me, and I am always very excited. A room full of entrepreneurs excites me. I think that what we do and what we build is amazing. It's important. It's important to the backbone of this country, and it's really important to our communities. I am an entrepreneur, been an entrepreneur for 25 years. I started Sister Sky Enterprises with my sister in 1999. So in 2024, we are celebrating our 25th year in business. Thank you. I have, my sister and I have been, we've tried a lot, we've won, we've lost, but all along the way, I think I would say that we have never lost this real attention to innovation. And as I think about growing my company and, going from just the 2 of us to, a workforce of 20 plus, I would ask myself, what has been consistent in your business? And I would say innovation. We run our company very entrepreneurial. By that I mean when team members come to join our camp, to join Sister Sky, we create a space where we are so open to ideas. And when you build business and you build companies, I think leaders can go either way. They can get really protective, or they can create space where they love ideas. And they create space where team members, employees, can express those ideas. My sister has this saying, I'll go into her office and I'll go, I got an idea. And she'll go, great. You know why I love ideas? And I say, why? And she said, because they're free. You have to have the ability to listen to ideas and see possibilities. And ultimately, as entrepreneurs, that's what when you build business, you really do have that within you, that ability to, see possibility. So it starts with ideas. I would also say, in terms of building business and being a leader in business, you have to be really good at putting people where they thrive. I think that's where the magic happens. We've been running a federal contracting business for the last 10 years, and we have contracts in indigenous language revitalization. We have contracts in behavioral health integration into primary care in tribal clinics. We have contracts in suicide prevention in tribal communities. I don't do all of that, right? I build teams that have heart and passion for the work. And when you find folks who love that work, that's where the magic happens. So I would say you have to be really good as a leader to find those spaces and find those folks. But dial it back. You have to be really, really specific about your vision. Like, why does this company exist? When we started Sister Sky, we were really intentional. When we started doing federal contracting, we were really intentional about going after work and working on projects and programs that contributed to education, health, or wellness in tribal communities. Hard stop. In 8A, there's all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of shiny objects all over the place, right? And a lot of folks go, you got 9 years, you better go get everything. We were really intentional about not doing that. We were really intentional about our growth. We were really intentional about doing work that really fulfilled us. And by being very clear about that, we were able to find team members who cared just as much as we did about serving tribal communities in really, really important work. So I also know that having that vision and having that focus has contributed to our sustainability. We'll be graduating soon, but the work that we've focused on, we do really, really well. And so our track record, our reputation, our authenticity, all of that will go beyond the 8A program. And in my phase, in my business life cycle, I know that where I am in the middle of my career, I want to continue to be fulfilled by my work. Spent 25 years trying a lot of stuff, learning strategy, learning how to trust, learning how to collaborate, basically also learning my worth. And I'm at a place now where I feel like I can really double down, so to speak, and serve where I really want to serve with my business and my services. I think that's...
Is that it?
I think that's it.
That's a lot, though. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Ken, you're next, and welcome. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Kwadit, this word in the local language means thank you. Yayustobs tidsda ata Dawabs. I am workman of the Duwamish tribe. Akwayekwa Siab Sialchad, and great-great-great-great-grandson of Chief Seattle. Uheho Yayusata Hekwa Aslak Hill. And that I don't work in a big building anymore, that I'm retired. So my experience in the business world starts when I retired from the Boeing Company's flight operations engineering. And I tell you that so that you will know that on my left side of my brain, I'm very analytical. But on my right side of my brain, my creative side, I need a lot of help. Beat drum, I need help. Paint picture, I need help. Weave a hat, I need help. And so for the Duwamish tribe, we're the local tribe of Seattle, our product is our people. We are sharing our culture and who we are. And we do that through a nonprofit arm of the Duwamish tribe called Duwamish Tribal Services. It's a 501c3. And in that, we are able to apply for grants, apply for help and assistance. Volunteers would come in and help us with our daily operations, which include a small business. So we are selling goods. We are selling 8th generation blankets. We are selling wares. So this is generating an income. Of course, we had to learn what being a business person really meant. What is that space on the shelf worth? What is your turn rate? What is your UPI, unit price indexing? And so in all of this, we had to come up to speed. I had to come up to speed only after I retired. And so our business has 7 employees, including a director. And we value those employees. It's important to make this environment so good that our employees want to come to work. And when they want to come to work, it's no longer work. They're excited. And so we tell them who we are. We have introductions on how to start a business, how to run a business, so that each one of our employees begins to develop, and that we always have a chain of succession for everybody that's there. We share our jobs, we share our tasks. We do not hoard our information. And so as a result of this, we're able to open our doors on a regular basis in our village site. It's Herring House. Tulaltu is the name of the original name of the site, and that's where we have our modern day headquarters of the Duwamish tribe. And so with the help of society, with the help of grant writing, you have these Venn diagrams where there's these overlays, our skills, the requirement of the grant writer, and then how they overlay and how they match. And so we always seek these things, help from other people, help from government grants. And because we're not a federally recognized tribe, we don't get the same benefits that other federally recognized tribes do. And so we have had to learn how to operate between the lines. And the government is helping us with this. They recognize our plight. And so we say, Quidid, that we are thankful for all the help that are provided for us, for all the people that help us and recognize our plight. And so the world is changing, and we are watching it change in real time through this system that we describe as real rent. And the real rent system was developed by a nonprofit that wanted to help the Duwamish tribe collect funds, and their idea was to create a website that would enable people to contribute $1, a dime, 2 cents, whatever it would be, on a one-time or a regular basis. And when that happened, society began to give us money. This model is completely contrary to the one that I was taught from the beginning, which was go see the highest level, your president of the United States, the senators, the congressmen, the local politicians, when in fact for us, it was at the bottom. And so we are watching through metrics, society change and recognizing the people that were first here, the indigenous people of this country, of the world, and they want to hear our stories. And so for that, we are successful, and we ensure that our employees are happy, that our place is presentable, that people want to come here, and that we can sell the goods of 8th generation, of others, so that they also receive profit. We are distributing our profits to our members. We are distributing our profits to the people that provide goods for us. And so we say once again, thank you.
Well, I'm so honored to be on this stage with such amazing people. I've just been such a follower of your brand for so long and just appreciate all that you're doing. And getting to go after Ken, who we've known each other for many, many years now. Like, you have just like the most soothing voice. Like, it's like, I want you to like do like a sleep app or something, you know, that like just helps people just chill. So thank you for that and giving us such great insight on the work that you all are doing out there at Duwamish Tribal Services. I am really fortunate to have had many years of executive leadership behind me now, and when I look back at the work, it kind of is. It's funny. I just kind of fell into it every time, mostly because I'm one of those kind of people that just raises my hand and goes, oh yeah, sure, I can do that. And I look back on why that is, and I grew up with my dad, who is from the Pawnee Reservation, Oklahoma. We grew up in Alaska, and he was really worried that we were going to forget that we were Pawnee because we were surrounded by a lot of Athabascans. So every day, sometimes twice a day, you guys. I don't know how he had time to do this, but he would look at us. He would look at me in my eyes, and he would say, "Colleen, you are an Echo Hawk." I'm like, "Oh, nod my head. Okay, Colleen, you are Pawnee. You are a Pawnee citizen. You can do anything." And he would just say that over and over and over again to me and my siblings. And I like telling that story because I think that, you know, what your parents instill in you does impact like the way that you're going to see the world. And I think that when I look back on my career, it's been really marked by people saying, hey, you can't do that. And me thinking, actually, do you know I'm an Echo Hawk? And do you know I'm Pawnee? And I think I can do that. And my career has also been marked by my frustration and my anger about what has happened to some of our community here in Seattle. I was the executive director at Chi Seattle Club for a long time, and I want to tell you about this gentleman we used to serve. So the Chi Seattle Club serves Native people who are experiencing homelessness, and we served this young person for a long time. He had come out of the reservation, but had been in foster care, and all the hard things that happen, right, have happened to this person. He lived on the streets. He would come in and get services from us. He was slated to go into a new housing that's being opened by Chi Seattle Club called Sacred Medicine House just next month. Unfortunately, he was one of the 5 people that died of exposure on our streets like 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half ago. His name is Adam Elk Nation. And I've committed myself every time I get a second to say his name for the next year, because we need to remember remember these names, and remember like our people who are out there who are struggling. And when I think about why I continue to be in these kind of roles that I get into, it's because I care about our community. I love them. I loved Adam, and I love the people out there out there experiencing homeless on the streets. You know, some of the most hilarious people you will ever meet in your life are Native people who spent the night outside. They come inside, they're laughing, they're cracking me up, they're hilarious, and they have so much that they can and do teach us. And so, when I think about like how I want people to see my leadership, I hope that they see it as passion and love for our community. And I hope that, you know, you feel inspired by that too. There's so much out there that Native people should be impacting in such a major way. You know, when you look at all of the, you know, major CEOs around the country, and I chatted about this a little bit earlier too, but you don't see Native people. We have major critical issues in our country and across the globe, and I believe that the solutions are right here in the Native voices that have not been heard and have not been seen. I love that you mentioned innovation. I think that when we think about climate justice and climate change and the solutions that are there, we have it right here. Our voices just have not been heard, and we have not been given the freedom to innovate. And when I get a chance to talk to other leaders, one of the things that I see, and I think we've all experienced this, that sometimes in Indian country, we can be afraid to take that risk. We're afraid of it because we don't have generational wealth to fall back on, right? We don't have people who are going to be like, oh, here's $100,000 for you to start your business from a family member. And so it can be scary sometimes to take those risks. And I really want to invite everyone in this room to think about taking those risks and to feel the power of your ancestors backing you up to do that, because they are with us. They are the future. I know it sounds dramatic, but I believe that the future of our country and this planet is going to be changed by the Native brilliance that's in this room and around the country. So I'm glad to get to do that with you. I do thank you, Ken, for the mentions of 8th Generation. I'm currently at 8th Generation serving as CEO. We have over 50 new products coming out this year, all designed by Native artists. And it's just a true joy to serve those artists. And we'll be at Res, so check us out. I think we're going to have one of the best giveaways at Res, so come by our booth.
Looking forward to it. Thank you. Okay, Ryan.
I don't know how I follow that. 3 inspiring leaders and then a banker sitting here. My name again, Ryan Bumrun-Kittical. I'm with KeyBank's Native American Financial Services. My journey in the professional world has never included entrepreneurship, but I've been a banker since I was 19 years old. It put me through college. It's now more than 25 years of my career. For half of that, the first part, I was in retail banking, which I don't know if anybody here has been in retail banking, but you sit in a branch and you help individuals, whoever walks through the door, right? And it's kind of the goal for people in retail banking. How do I get out of retail banking and go where the big dollars are made? Because in retail banking, you don't really make the big dollars. And you know, as a young kid, I thought money was everything. So I had this aspiration to move beyond retail banking, but that is a glass ceiling. I tell you what, you can see the top, but you can't get there. So in 2000, I born and raised and started my banking career in 1999 in Houston, Texas. In 2010, I said, I'm turning 30 years old. I have to make a decision. Am I going to stay in Houston my whole life and sweat like crazy every summer, or am I going to go somewhere else? And I decided to go to Seattle. I came here. I got a job at KeyBank, the retail branch just down the street here, 4th and Union, which walking by that today, wearing this lapel pin and the suit, and it kind of got me misty-eyed thinking about where I came from, the opportunities that have come from joining KeyBank and making that move to Seattle by myself with no family, just packing up a U-Haul and driving in the wintertime through the mountain passes and arriving in December of 2010 here to Seattle. Makes me think about the no's that we probably hear a lot in this room. You know, we probably all have heard a bunch of no's, and I've heard those same no's. When you have this aspiration, hey, I know I can do it. I know I can learn. I know I can get there. I have to have somebody that believes in me. But finding somebody that believes in you is often the hardest thing to do. So I was lucky enough to be working at this branch, and the corporate offices of KeyBank are across the street in that big tower that looks like a pencil called Rainier Tower. And the private bank associates every day would come down from the tower and come and do transactions at the retail branch where us peons were. And I got to know them, got to build a relationship with somebody who has influence. And that was another lesson for me, establishing the network. And I got to know those folks. And those folks, they changed the trajectory of my life. Being at that branch, getting to know those people. Because Louis Floresca, always Mona Nelson, they would come down, hey, what's going on, guys? How are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. One day, get a call from Louis. Hey, one of our associates is retiring. We're looking for somebody to replace her. Do you want to come for an interview? Absolutely, 100%. And I got to come work for this woman named Carrie Wyszynski, still at KeyBank today. And Carrie was a private banker, had been with the bank for over 20 years at that point. And she took a liking to me. She said, I believe in you. Got one. And she hired me as her associate. She happened to work, she was the private bank, the relationship manager for at that time, all of KeyBank's investment management relationships with tribes. She had about a $1.5 billion book of business managing investments for tribes. So I got to work directly then with her on managing those relationships, and then tangentially, adjacently, got to work with Mike Ledig and his team at Native American Financial Services. So fast forward about a year and a half after starting that job, I get another call. Hey, we want a junior banker to start to add to our team at the Native American Financial Services. Would you like to interview for that job? 100%. Somebody else believes in me. I got 2. So I was able to join. That was in 2013. And for the last 10 years, I've grown up in this world. I've been given the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to succeed. And today, I'm Senior Vice President and Director of KeyBank Native American Financial Services. That's not my doing, though. That's people who believed in me and gave me the opportunity to do it. So that's me seizing the opportunity. And it's also a bit of persistence and stubbornness that I want to make sure everybody continues to have here. I know you probably all have a vein of that. If you're an entrepreneur, you have the deep vein of stubbornness and persistence because you're going to hear a lot of no's. So I think that's my story. I'm going to continue persisting and working. I want to back up for a second. A gift was given to me. The biggest gift was the opportunity to work in Indian country. And it's what I want to do for the rest of my career. It's a passion that was given to me and a priceless gift. So I certainly appreciate that from everybody who gave me those opportunities. And I promise to stay stubborn and persistent.
Great stories, great stories. Thank you. Anybody have any questions? We're a little bit ahead of time. Anybody have any questions?
I have one question.
We got 2 questions here, but
Thank you. Monica, so this is my sister Tara, and we are in business together for 6 months now. So one question, do you ever get tired of seeing each other? We talk nonstop. No, really. So you had mentioned innovation, and I was on an executive team for a financial company for quite some time, and every time I would have my team do something, it wasn't just, here's the task, do it. It's, think of how you can do this better as you're doing it. You're new here. So how do you encourage your staff to do that, and what kind of like incentive, do you have incentive programs for them or anything like that?
Thank you, yes. So what we do every year, every quarter, is we really acknowledge the times that folks are going above and beyond. Like, it's really about solutions. So in the federal contracting space, it's you're always challenged with your client asking you to do more than what's in your statement of work. It's called scope creep. And you're like, oh, it's getting a little creepy there. So you're trying to figure out ways to value add within that space. And my sister and I were corporate monitors on contracts. So we have made it a practice to really be able to highlight bright spot. And that really creates a momentum on the contract teams, and we share those across contracts. So I haven't really had a hard time incentivizing people to do that. They just care so much about the work that they're doing. I find and this is where it's really difficult for me, because contractually, when we are under contract with the United States of America, that's a real serious contract. So there are times that we really, as much as we would love to go and do that, that is so out of scope. And I find that's more challenging, because I really feel so badly about sort of clipping those ideas, but it's a fine balance. And so the program team, I always want to keep them, their fire, their passion just going. And I'm the corporate person who has to face the client and go ahead and make me the bad guy, but never lose that fire. So they always know I am there 100% to support them, and I've learned to gently not squash ideas. But my sister was the one who said that, because she's like, you are a buzzkill. You have to quit doing that. And I'm like, what? And she's like, because I was like, oh my God, we can't do that. And it's like, we're gonna. And she pulled me aside and she said, did you just hear how you said that? And I was like, you're right, sister. So I'm so glad you're sisters. And I'm so glad you're in business, because that is one of the coolest things, is to really lean on your sister. And I'm sure you probably have complementary strengths, and that's going to serve you well.
She's the calm one.
That's awesome.
Okay, question in the back there.
Yeah, hey. So I just wanted everybody to know, too, that Sister Sky does a wonderful training for businesses. Everything from accounting to business plans, and I've taken a couple of the classes, and I thought they were really great. And that leads into my other question, which is about leadership training, executive leadership training. Is there any training from any company, school, or whatever that you all have taken that you think is like really good, really worth it? Because, you know, we've all taken that training and gone, I'm not sure I learned a lot, but I'm wondering what your thoughts are.
Anybody?
Yeah, this is Ken, and I understand what you're saying, and I have been there as well. What I've also found, that while it's not executive training, what seems to work very well, and it came from the corporate world, was having mission statements and value statements, and they're repeated all the time. When you go for staff meeting, what is your mission? Why are you here? And then the values that support that. So it's just, you understand, and everybody understands the purpose, why they're here, and how to do it.
I think that one word that maybe doesn't get mentioned very often is mentorship. I mean, I think that finding another successful business and making that ask of those executives to say, hey, do you mind mentoring me or helping me out understand these are the problems I'm facing, and could I reach out to you? And I think that that's pretty flattering to hear from somebody, and I think that largely people are willing to provide as much help as they can. As long as it's not a competing business. I'm not going to mentor another banker, but just kidding.
Any other questions? Okay, let's start this way. Final thought. We'll go out this way. Ryan, and final thought on leadership and impart on all of us.
Yeah, I think that I want to retouch back on stubbornness and persistence and the ability to take a no. You know, I've had to hand out a lot of no's in my life, and I've fielded a lot of no's from other people. But it only takes one yes to build momentum. So thrive in you know, really get that feeling, however small the yes is, in order to build your own momentum. Because if you looked at any football games lately, the smallest amount of momentum change creates a snowball effect and will lead to success. So as long as you have the belief in yourself, you know, you understand your business, you understand the opportunity better than anybody else, you're able to articulate it, you're going to find that yes. So please continue making the asks.
I think that I want to just encourage people to be thinking about your own joy and wellness in your work. Like you know, you can get into the space where you're doing 12 hours a day and you're just slogging away. And I think there's times when you are going to do 12 hours a day. That's true. But are you finding time within those 12 hours to exercise or to talk with people, or, you know, and finding a way to bring, you know, some moments of joy and wellness into your life is just, for me, it's been crucial in the executive leadership space. Otherwise, it just will tear you down. And adding on that, I would say, and build your team to be people you like. Some of my best friends now are people that I worked with day to day, and we have these dumb shared jokes that no one else understands, and it makes life a lot easier, especially when you're doing really hard things. And I would say on that too, don't be afraid to let people go that aren't on your team. If they're not the right ones on the bus for you. I hate to say this, it's never fun to fire anyone. I've had to fire many people now, but it's not fun. But I've never regretted one. Because once they're gone and you have freedom, you have like the ability to put somebody else in there who's going to do a good job and believes in the vision. Sometimes you hold on to people for so long because you want them to be great. But sometimes it's just not the right fit and you got to move on. So joy, wellness, get the right people on the bus, dance a lot, have fun, and just remember how great it is to be a Native person in business. It's awesome. Remember how great you are. You're just so cool. I like being here with you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I would offer that when you start up a business, that you end up working incredible hours, and it never stops. Even when you're sleeping, in my world, it doesn't stop. And so my thing that I would like to share with you would be delegate. So pick those people that are stronger than you in their respective areas and that understand the vision, and then delegate. And that will then free you up to do all the important work. It's your company. You need to set the path where this thing is going. So.
Thank you. I would say have the courage to fail, because a setback is an opportunity for you to learn and grow, and that's how it is in business. We can overanalyze, we can spin our wheels, we can say, oh my God, I'm not going to do that, and then we can just freeze. Tuition isn't free. In business, you learn all the time, and you get better and better and more resilient. You get more strategic. You get more clear. You start to really get good at collaborating. But you do that because you failed, right? You had some setbacks. And fundamentally, I love entrepreneurs because it really demonstrates. The entrepreneurial journey is about resilience. It's about determination. It's about trust. And it's about collaboration. And all of those things really enhance not only your business, but you as a person. So I would encourage you to be okay learning and failing, because you will get better.
I like those words, and thank you very, very much. Let's give a big round of applause. Okay, that includes our leadership panel session, and so feel free to say hello here, and we'll move on to the next session. So thank you very, very much. Yeah.
Would you like your name? A real quick announcement. At the end of the day, we are going to have a giveaway for 2 Alaska airline tickets. And I believe they can go anywhere for a certain period of time. Yep. Okay.
Oh, I'm first. There you go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kaya Jackson, and I am I'm the Export Business Development Specialist for our Arizona MBDA Export Center. We are based out in Mesa, but we do our work nationally. Today, we are joined by John Rislin. He is from SBA's, he's SBA's Export Finance Manager of the International Trade and Finance. And then we have Thomas Mead, who is with the U.S. Commercial Services Seattle Export Assistance Center. So thank you guys so much for joining us and giving your attention to our team here. So we'll start off with John.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And again, you obviously know my name. It's up there on the board. I cover Washington State, Northern Idaho, and Alaska. So I work with small businesses there and lenders. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, beautiful. So this is just kind of the realm of the 7A loan programs that SBA does offer. Nayla's moderating a panel, my colleague. But again, we've got microloans. These all fall under the 7A programs. We've got our express loan, cap line, which has a variety of structures, community advantage. I work with the Export Working Capital Program there on the left-hand side, and Export Express, followed up by the International Trade Loan. So these are loans that are specifically designed for companies who either currently export or plan to export. And again, what we do at SBS International Trade, we're a small group of about 40 within a much larger agency. We have a group of 2 people focus on export advice and advocacy. One of the things that SBA does is when the U.S. goes to do a trade treaty with a foreign country and stuff, SBA is there to represent small business in that forum. We offer grants for companies to find international buyers in most states or territories. We fund what we call the STEP grant program, which I'll speak a little to about later. Here in Washington State, for example, Washington State Department of Commerce doles them out. They call it their export voucher program. And then we offer financing for international sales. And how we do that is we provide guarantees to lenders to induce them to provide loans to you. Our goals, according to our statute, is to both increase the number of exporters in the U.S. as well as the dollar volume of exports in the U.S. And again, we're focused on small business. Okay, again, I'm not going to read through this whole slides, but basically for SBA's export loans, you have to be a company, either you've been in business for 12 months, not necessarily exporting, or you're a startup business and you have previous business success and export experience. So again, that's what we're looking for. And again, what we provide, again, are those guaranteed loans through lenders and the grants through organizations like Washington Commerce. And again, I just want to go through what the definition of an export is, because again, it's actually simple but quite broad in its implications. So an export transaction is the production and payment associated with goods and services, and goods and or services to a foreign buyer. And again, I want to put an asterisk next to it because again, it could also qualify as a sale to a domestic buyer who sells to a foreign buyer. That's what we call an indirect exporter. So I know Boeing has a panel here today and stuff like that. So if you provide a part or a service that gets incorporated into a Boeing airplane, of which 72% are exported overseas, you could potentially use our loan programs to support that business. And again, it doesn't indicate where the location. So again, we've got sales of goods and services. It could be either direct or indirect. Your buyer could be a foreign buyer or domestic buyer like a Boeing. And the location of the buyer, you could be selling to a foreign buyer and the products never leave here stateside. An example would be is we financed a transaction where turbine blades were being made in Texas. They were being delivered to a project in Tennessee. It was a Czech company who was building the project. So again, it was a sale to a foreign buyer, but the goods never left U.S. soil. Another thing is we can finance tourism businesses. So again, if you've got a native-owned tourism business, with the exception of accommodations and stuff like that, like an art gallery or something like that, or we do a lot of, believe it or not, tasting rooms. cider, beer, distilleries, and stuff like that. We can support that as well. So again, another consideration, is your company either part of a domestic supply chain like a Boeing, or you could be supplying to a foreign aircraft manufacturer. Again, we can support internet sales, again, that delivery of services via the internet, also e-commerce sales and stuff. And so our grant programs can help you grow that. Again, tourism, as I mentioned before. The other thing, too, is a lot of people here, the focus today is on U.S. government procurement. Well, guess what? Other governments buy products as well. So you could just as easily be selling to the Canadian national government or one of the provinces or municipalities up in Canada or in other countries. So again, any company that can do procurement, exporting, or doing foreign government procurement isn't going to be that far off and difficult. And we've got many good resources to help you. And again, where we have various product groups, I'm not going to go through the names of the products, but I'm just going to talk about the solutions by the needs. So again, the first one is export market and e-commerce development. So once you determine you want to go into a foreign market and stuff, and you may use resources like my good friend Carl here to help figure out what markets you want to go into, we've got that STEP grant, which we fund, where you could get money to go over to a trade show, or some of the services that Carl provides and stuff, which cost money. You could get a grant, a reimbursement grant to finance that, or you can do that under a term loan under our Express loan program. Also, e-commerce development. If you want to have if you determine like Germany's your market, and you decide, hey, I need to have a website in Germany and stuff like that, and set up e-commerce capabilities, you can get grants and funding to support that as well. Again, the State Trade Expansion Program, I kind of spoke about that briefly. We provide financing, and we've provided over $200 million in financing to states and territories to help their businesses to sell overseas. Again, they can support these various activities, participating in those foreign trade missions and trade shows, learning to export, using U.S. commercial services capabilities. And again, there's a link down at the bottom to Washington State Department of Commerce's STEP program. And again, here's more. We can provide both short-term and permanent working capital financing. So again, it could be a general purpose line of credit, which could be used for domestic sales up to 30%, and exports at a minimum 70%. We also have short-term working capital programs, both pre-shipment and post-shipment. Pre-shipment financing is you get an order from a foreign buyer, and you need to finance that order. What SBA and the lender can do is they can provide you with the financing to assemble your order together, whether it's goods or services, and then when you get paid, you pay down the letter of credit, or pay down the line of credit. Or alternatively, it could be a mixture of asset-based lending, but I won't go into that. Permanent working capital is where if you want to stock inventory to be able to fulfill sales more quickly, and again, we do that on a 10-year basis. And also, if you get into a big project here, like stateside, if you get into a project and you have to offer a bid bond, a performance bond, we can support that as well with reduced collateral requirements. And again, the term loans, again, this is very meaningful too. So real estate, so if you want to purchase a property, add on to a building, kit it out and stuff like that, we can provide long-term financing, real estate out to 25 years. We can do capital equipment out to 10 years. If you want to expand, we can also help you refinance debt, whether it's a conventional loan from a bank, a loan from another federal agency, or even an SBA loan from another bank. We could help refinance that. And the other thing, too, is that we can support business acquisition, chains of ownerships. So I have a company that I'm working with over in Kitsap County, where I'm from, and they sell another company's goods. Well, their supplier decided that they're going to retire. So what they did is they're acquiring their supplier so that they can continue on doing business. So again, we can finance that support as well. And again, our Express program goes up to $500,000. I know this is a lot of slides. Our Export Working Capital program goes up to $5 million, and the International Trade goes up to $5 million. The trick with all of SBA's loan programs is that SBA will guarantee a maximum of $5 million on all the loans. And so one of the other questions you might ask is, John, well, I don't export, but I import. How can we help you? Well, SBA's domestic loan programs can also support importing, and it can support exporting as well, but my export loans are slightly better for exporters. And we're coming up with some new programs that I think are going to be very interesting, but we're going to launch them in June, so I can't talk about them right now. So, but oftentimes, and I'm not going to read through the slide, you can mix, this is an example of how you can mix and match the grant programs and the loan programs together and stuff as the company grows and stuff like that. And now I want to speak to our Washington Export Outreach Team. This is an organization, what do you want to call it? It's not even really an organization. It's kind of a co-op of various local, state, regional, and federal agencies who support trade and export promotion. We got together back in 2011, started providing events in 2012, where we work together to support the exporting community, and we provide education. Very often you get confused by the alphabet soup of federal government agencies, so we try to strip off what our names are and acronyms. So what we do is we walk a company through the exporting process, speak about the services that can help you along the way and how they benefit, and then we introduce you to those agencies. So during COVID, we moved to virtual webinars and stuff. So we've been doing Are You Ready to Export webinars each month, where we feature one of our various Washington Export Outreach Team agencies. So for instance, yesterday, we had our Washington Small Business Development Center. These webinars are both recorded, and we provide PDFs of the slide presentations. And so if you guys are interested, certainly you can send me an email. I can send you invitations to the upcoming ones, or if you want to look at the previous ones, I can send you information on that. So we did two in the fall in November on Are You Ready to Go to a Trade Show, and we kind of split it in half, where we kind of walk through the resources that we have as a team to get you to a trade show and help you through the trade show, as well as the trade shows that organizations like Carl's does to support in state commerce and state ag. Again, we have a no wrong door philosophy, so that if you come to me, but I really determine you need the services of Carl, or maybe you need both at the same time, we can all help you move along that path. And again, we work statewide, so even though I might be physically located in Seattle, I work with the businesses all across the state, except for Southwest Washington, where my colleague Jim Newton works. And again, here's the agencies that are part of the agencies, and you can see there's all those acronyms to confuse you. Well, attend some of our webinars and we can tell you what they are. And again, like I said, we just did the Meet the Washington SBDC event. We have the next one where we're meeting the Export Finance Assistance Center of Washington. And there's my contact, Nayla Galen, who's our District International Trade Officer here at the SBA Seattle District Office, and my colleague Jim Newton, who's a great guy out of Portland as well. So I think that's it for me, and I want to hand it over to Carl. Thank you. Carl doesn't like to use a lot of slides. He's probably looking at mine kind of wincing. But, it's funny. How do you talk about what you've been doing for the last 35 years in a couple of slides? You know what I mean? And we're both very passionate about what we do. I think you are as well, right? Anybody who works with exporting is...
Good afternoon, everyone. And Kia, thanks so much for inviting me today. I got to be honest, I spend most of my day in a small cubicle on my headphone talking to one person in listening mode with companies. So it's a real treat to get out here in nature and socializing. So thanks so much. Yeah, so everyone, my name is Thomas Mead. I'm an international trade specialist with the U.S. Commercial Service, based just a few blocks from here at Westlake Center in Seattle. I'm located at our U.S. Export Assistance Center, as John is. I sit about 9 feet from John. The objective today is to familiarize you with the U.S. Commercial Service and kind of tell you how you might leverage our resources. So the Commercial Service is the U.S. government and the Department of Commerce's export promotion agency. However, we are not the only export assistance agency. There are many others like John's that work on certain aspects of exporting, like financing or other things. But we are sort of the window to the world for U.S. exporters here in the United States. So who are we? We are the U.S. Commercial Service. We're part of the International Trade Administration, which is part of the U.S. Department of Commerce. And that sounds like a lot of bureaucratic mumble jumble, because it is. The Commerce is a cabinet level agency, obviously based in Washington, D.C. The U.S. International Trade Administration is one of approximately 13 bureaus and offices within Commerce. And our mandate is to promote international trade. Other departments within Commerce, and we certainly aren't the highest funded either. Other departments you probably heard of is the Census Department, which counts people, weather satellites through NOAA. So there's a lot of diverse commerce-related activities going on at Commerce. We happen to be a narrow slice of the pie to promote exports. We were founded in 1980. We've been assisting U.S. companies with a wide range of exporting-related issues since then. Every year we help thousands of U.S. companies with all sorts of issues, from teaching them how to export to resolving trade barriers, helping them acquire financing, and a host of other issues. And as a result, we are able to report to Congress that we help U.S. companies transact billions of dollars worth of exports each year. Our mission is to maintain and create jobs in the United States by helping primarily small and medium-sized U.S. companies to expand their export sales. I often get asked, why do we do this? Well, exports can help stimulate business growth. It helps companies be more resilient, sometimes in down cycles. And research has shown that jobs here in the U.S. that are tied to export-related industries tend to not only pay higher, but they tend to be jobs that in forward-looking industries. So oftentimes they're tied to competitive sectors. So we think of exporting and job growth in the exporting ecosystem as a positive thing. Let me just quickly go to the next slide. So this, how we're structured. We're somewhat unique in that we have both a U.S. presence, an overseas presence, and a large support staff in Washington, D.C. So as I mentioned, I'm located at an Export Assistance Center here in Seattle. We have 107 such offices across the United States. California has maybe 4 offices, just depending on the geography and the industries in each of those markets. In addition, we have staff, dedicated commercial staff at U.S. embassies and consulates in approximately 71 countries currently. Where we don't have a presence, we would coordinate with the U.S. State Department to conduct commercial activities. So we are at U.S. embassies and consulates. As you can see, Africa, that is actually a growing area, an increasing presence in China, places like Turkey. You'll see our offices in Brazil. We tend to be located in regions where trade can be sticky or difficult. Our presence is, and our assistance is well received in those markets. So we do have a presence in Canada, as you can see, and Northern Europe, but you'll notice that some of the complexity of the issues that exporters face may not require as much of an investment. Okay, and because of that global footprint, our organization provides companies very unique access to business opportunities around the world. As a government agency, we have relationships with foreign governments and business leaders in a variety of global markets. In some, we have boots on the ground, eyes and ears, looking out for U.S. commercial interests around the world. So that's our value proposition. Who do we serve? We serve export-ready companies of all sizes and all industry sectors. We tend to focus on small and medium-sized businesses, as I mentioned, because those are the ones that tend to need our assistance. They're the ones that either haven't exported or they're new to export, they need to expand, they need education. Larger companies do take advantage of some of the advocacy services we do overseas, but they tend to be pretty experienced exporters and might not need the basic level service that we offer. In terms of industry served, we are a fairly small office, four of us covering the whole state, so as you can imagine, we are sort of jack of all trades. We tend to mirror the priority industry sectors in the state in which we serve. So here in Washington State, as you can imagine, clean technology companies, information communication technology, software, IT, healthcare, just a few more, specialty manufacturing, agribusiness is big here, aerospace and defense, energy related, such as mining and renewable energy, and clean technology. One other interesting one is travel and tourism. We do consider that an export activity too. So when people visit the United States, getting people to come here, they're spending money. So we do help promote those industries as well. How do we go about our work? Well, we partner with a whole ecosystem of trade-related folks like John. At the federal level, we've got the State Department overseas. We've got the Small Business Administration here, Ex-Im Bank. U.S. Department of Agriculture. There's a fine line. We technically promote processed foods, anything that's packed or canned, but the U.S. Department of Agriculture, there's some tangent, some overlap in the areas covered. We work with minority business development agencies, industry and trade associations, local and state government, small business development centers, as you can imagine, universities, the whole list of folks that are interested in. Am I going too long?
No, you're doing great.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with everything you said.
Okay.
He hasn't said anything wrong yet.
Okay, so what is our assistance? Let me go. Oh, can I go back a slide? Oops. Oh, there we go. What assistance do we provide? These are the general 4 buckets that our assistance falls into. Consider us as a first stop resource in your exporting journey. And this sort of mirrors the journey. Export counseling, someone who's new to the exporting process, getting started. How do I fill out paperwork? What are the tariffs? How do I find partners? Market intelligence, tons of information on our website. Our in-country experts, so our staff at our consulates, they publish reports. Hey, this industry's doing well. We see opportunity here. It's all free. It's all on our website. There's lots of insights there. You can research foreign markets. We have country commercial guides. Hey, I'm getting trade leads from Jamaica. Well, I don't know the first thing about Jamaica. There's a country commercial guide. Hey, what's the landscape in Jamaica? Here's what you need to know. What are the cultural norms? I'm gonna make a trip there. I'm meeting with someone. What do I need to know? Going to Japan. How do I hand off a business card? All sorts of things to help you facilitate your comfort in doing business overseas. Trade statistics, market intel, I mentioned all that. Business matchmaking is the next category. This is what I would say is our bread and butter. This is what people know us for, because we, as a large organization around the world, we tend to attend a lot of trade shows, obviously. We bring trade delegations from different companies. We do a lot of matchmaking at the show. So the US companies go there. Hey, they're looking for foreign buyers. So we do a lot of this. You might go to a trade show and see speed dating booths where you sign up for appointments and you can meet foreign buyers, distributors, attend events, things like that. So that's I would say that's our strength, and that's where we're the most visible. Business matchmaking. And then the last one is commercial diplomacy. The US government overseas advocates for US companies. Let's say a foreign government has business tenders. All sorts of companies are applying for it. If the US company feels like it's being not treated fairly, the US government can act as a voice for them to help them compete on a level playing field. Okay, and I think that I'll stop. That's kind of a general background about our organization. As I said, we're here in Seattle. We cover the whole state, so we do not. The Washington State Department of Commerce has offices in, I know they're out in the Tri-Cities and Spokane. We're concentrated here, so we do travel a bit. So that's how you contact us. And I think the Q&A will probably bring out some additional questions. So thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, it works. We're just going to go into a small Q&A. First, we'll start with John. What forms of grants and loan programs does SBA provide for export market development and e-commerce development purposes?
Okay, I went through the slides, but I don't know if you guys memorized them or not. So if you're looking for money to do export market development, so that could be things like, you need funding to go to a trade show or something like that, or put materials into foreign languages, all those various things that I spoke about earlier. You can get a grant from Washington State Department of Commerce, Callum Cleary, as well as Nicole Gunkel run the program at the state and stuff like that. It's a reimbursement grant program where you apply for the activity, pay for it yourself, and you get a reimbursement grant up to 50% of the activity. And so, but if you need funding beyond that, our Export Express, you can use it for those same purposes and do it under a term loan. Oftentimes people take their short-term cash to go out on an outbound trade show and suddenly you're cash poor and stuff like that. If you have you develop a plan, possibly working with like Thomas and stuff, to enter markets and want to go to a series of shows that will be impactful, and you could possibly take part in one of the USA pavilions and stuff like that, you could do that under a term loan. So again, mixing and matching grant programs with loan programs and stuff. The benefit of a term loan is that, you know, instead of, you know, you have longer to pay for that thing instead of having to use a credit card.
I know we kind of went into the types of services you offer for the U.S. Commercial Services, but is there any more that weren't listed up there that you could bring up? I know the Gold Key one would be a good one to mention.
Yeah, I'd be happy to mention that. So those were just general categories of types of assistance. So what we have a number of, most of the stuff we offer is free to you as a U.S. taxpayer. We do have some services that we do charge a fee for if they're dedicated services, but you'll find them to be quite reasonable. We operate on a cost recovery basis. So here's a few examples. We have due diligence services. So if you want to come to us and you're thinking about engaging with a foreign partner or exploring a market, what we could do is we could perform a background check on a foreign party. We could, our staff in that country could essentially use the equivalent of a Better Business Bureau databases that we have to look at their financials, maybe visit the company, kind of vet them. You could do that. You could also do an initial market check. If you're not sure that your product or service will be well received in a market, you can come to us and say, hey, you know, I'd like to test this out. And our staff can use their contacts and get feedback for you prior to committing to engaging. So even if the feedback is negative, you know, hey, we don't think there's a market. Your product, you know, either it's priced incorrectly or it doesn't have appeal, or, you know, consumers here, you know, that is valuable feedback. So you're focus your efforts elsewhere. So we consider that a successful assistance. Intellectual property, we help you. There's a series of road shows called Stop Fakes. When you are going overseas, your intellectual property protection here in the United States may not be applicable overseas, so we'll educate you. So those are some services we offer. Export problems, trade barriers. I can't tell you how many companies call us up and say, hey, I have a perishable shipment sitting in a dock at a port in Brazil. I need help today. And of course, you know, we don't operate like that. So through our network overseas, we can help loosen up some of these sticking points. If it happens to be a foreign government, like a lot of times a U.S. good goes into a foreign market, and the foreign government says, oh, this wasn't tested in a lab in our country, or hey, this isn't translated into French. We can go back and say, actually, that's not required under the trade agreement. So that's where our staff in Washington, D.C. comes into play. They help monitor and enforce the trade agreements. So those are a few. Oh, and then the matchmaking we said. That's where I said we're particularly strong. A Gold Key service is where let's say you have an exportable product, you're dedicated, we discuss a market with you. Our staff overseas will help do the research, help identify potential agents, distributors, or buyers. They will contact them. They will set up meetings for you. You can go to the country. They will help facilitate those meetings. And that's been around since the 1980s. I know that's a long time for a government program, but it works in many markets, especially I spent several years in Japan working in our office there, and it's really hard for a U.S. company to engage in a lasting, meaningful business relationship unless you present yourself in the market and put in the time and get to know the people you're working with, you know, building trust. So that's why that service, and I'll just mention one more. We have something called a single company promotion, basically a customized event. Let's say a U.S. company is going into just open an office or is doing business in a market. They can come to the U.S. Embassy. They say, hey, we want to make a little splash. We can help you arrange an event, whether it's a reception at the U.S. Embassy. It could be, you know, a ribbon cutting ceremony. I attended one of those. Hey, we're new building. Let's cut the ribbon. And the U.S. Embassy will help you. U.S. government will assist you in setting up those. And the real value of that is overseas, the embassy can kind of open some doors that might not be attainable and get the attention of foreign governments and business people. So a wide range of activities. You can find a lot more on our website, but those are the types of things that we can do for you.
Hey, Thomas and John, I think we have one question here.
I talked a few minutes a little while ago, but I've been retired for many years, for 20 years now. My company's in Canada, and I live actually up in the Yukon, and the first town into Alaska is called Haines, and the first town into Canada is called Haines. I'm going to live in a confusing world, and I'm only a few minutes across the border. And the neatest thing is that being retired for, I would say, almost 20 years, I'm just back into the market now, but my company has stayed on running and working between borders and through all the, it's difficult. And yet I found ways of getting around it. One is start working for the U.S. military. They seem to eliminate that border pretty quick if they want something. And I had to be mil-spec'd in order to ship stuff. I mean, you have to, it's very strict. And they ordered a large amount as soon as the war started acting up back in Desert Storm days. And they asked me if my product was mil-spec'd. What's that? I don't know. And then I found out how much it cost. They said, no. And I can't afford to be mil-spec'd. About 2 weeks later, they phoned me and said, you're mil-spec'd. I never sent them any. They had my product and tested it. So I've been going through this for over 30 years now. And at the time, I started trying to partner with U.S. native firms, and I thought that would be a good way. And also very awkward. I mean, so now I'm back in since COVID because I had some great ideas, and I've got all this energy back. Something has happened between the time I left and now is that you people seem to talk a lot faster, and I'm having trouble picking up a lot of it. And so now I'm back into it, but the border thing is still a problem. And you say French and English, you're French. Well, we're French and English. And so we have you can see my problems. Another way out I found is that I put on my brochures, made in USA and Canada. Hey, that helped. So there's all kinds of little tricks you can do, which I don't know if it bypasses this area, but I'm back into the game now. I'm excited and I'm all pumped up, and this is my first meeting in probably 20 years. And it's pretty exciting to hear it happen. But I think I've missed a lot just from this. I mean, these things like computer, I'm not a computer guy. I know what they can do, and I have some wonderful staff, and they just keep the ball rolling. So now but I listen to you and I hear export. And I heard import. So I got to I'm trying to stand on two sides of the fence here. So here you talk a little bit. It came up, I think, with you, John. You give it about 3 seconds information. We import, and that was it. So I'm looking more, and if you understand where I'm coming from, if I'm importing, I do some import to finish the components off. You need some things done. So I import, but when I'm trying to think the other way of saying, okay, I want to bring product down here, start having it manufactured, hopefully on First Nations or native ground, and I'm just having trouble switching it all around. So I want to know if there's a little bit more on the emphasis of importing, because if they import my product and then they can sell it back to me as an export product, if I can start manufacturing. I mean, it may not make sense, but it does in my mind.
I mean, hypothetically, so you're in Canada, okay, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. You're on the, it's kind of like Kansas City, Missouri, or we were talking about the same thing. So if you're working with a native corporation and stuff like that, and they were going to be your manufacturer and stuff like that, and they're going to export the product back to you, they could certainly apply for my export loans and qualify for that. That being said, if they needed to...
And when you say they, you're talking, who's they?
They being the native corporation and stuff.
Here?
Yeah, here.
Here in the United States.
Okay.
Okay.
Any loans that you're going to get, you being in Canada, you're going to have to go through Canada's government agencies and what programs they have and stuff like that. We don't typically finance, or at least SBA, we fund U.S. small businesses and not
Right.
Canadian small businesses. I presume you have somewhat of an equivalent of programs like you do. Export Development Canada is like similar to what Exim Bank does and stuff like that. I mean, that's something we should definitely explore. I work with a couple of people who actually work for the Canadian provinces and stuff like that. And I'll give you one of my cards. We'll do some investigation on this.
I think, because...
But the reality is, what you're bringing up is that most of the companies I speak with don't 100% export. Oftentimes they have domestic sales. Oftentimes they're both importers and exporters at the same time. So what you're saying is really the reality of the world. The challenge we have is, as U.S. agencies, the Congress wants us to strengthen U.S. exports and reduce the amount of U.S. imports. But when we look at realistically at North America, frankly, us trading back and forth between Canada and the U.S. and Mexico is just a natural way we're going to progress and shortening our supply chains. Certainly, it makes more sense doing business in Canada and Mexico than doing it in faraway countries like China.
Yeah.
Okay. You have any thoughts on that?
Thank you. Sorry for taking that. Thank you.
I just wanted to add a little bit to that because I know we spoke earlier on the subject, but we host the Reservation Economic Summit that's going to be happening March 11th through 14th of this year. We have a specific event with the Canadian Consulate called the Indigenous to Indigenous. So with that, the Canadian Consulate is bringing a delegation of First Nations businesses down to participate in our Reservation Economic Summit. And if that's something that interests you, I can definitely, we talked about it. We can reach out, talk about it further on, but I just wanted to let the rest of the group know that that's an opportunity there too as well.
Can I throw in one thing too? So we do have a Canadian consulate here in Seattle. So in theory, you could speak with them as well if you can attend that event. So that's another route. And actually, a few of the people on the Canadian consulate team actually came over from Washington State Department of Commerce because they pay better. They pay better. But anyways, there's Julie Benyon's there and Robert Vick and stuff like that. So yeah, they're a good team.
Awesome. I'm sorry, hold on.
Thank you.
You just answered my question. Where's the event going to be held?
Reservation Economic Summit will be at Caesars Palace, March 11th through 14th.
Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, I got a few more questions before we're done here. But for John, what's SBA's definition of export ready, and what flexibility does this definition allow SBA to offer within its loan programs?
Well, that's where I kind of spoke earlier and stuff. I did advocate, but let me indicate it again. So again, we're looking for a business, in theory, that's been a company that's been in business for 12 months, hasn't necessarily been exporting, they can qualify for my export loan programs. Or if, for example, you worked at a company before where you had past exporting experience and business success, you could start up as a new company and qualify. But that being said, there's lots of specialty lenders, if you can't qualify for that, like community development financial institutions, of which there's several native ones here represented, I believe, taking part in this conference. You can get funding from them. We have other CDFIs like and that stands for Community Development Financial Institution, or mission-driven lenders. We have Business Impact Northwest as another organization. So there's often these little niche programs and stuff like that, and that's where I spoke to in the slides. And again, I speak fast, and I do apologize. I'm from Syracuse, New York, and it's really cold there, so we speak fast and get out of the snow. But the point being is that, oftentimes I can refer you to other parties where there might be a pocket of money or special grant or loan program that might avail yourselves to. And the event I went to this morning that we were interacting, that's why I was kind of learning more about other organizations.
Thank you for that. Thomas, I know you talked about your program, you have to be, you help them get export ready. How do you know if you're export ready, or how would I know if my business is export ready?
Oh yeah, great question. And John just touched on the export readiness. But as we, so we encourage you to contact us. We have a conversation. And to determine if you're export ready, there's a number of kind of telltale indicators. Number one, do you have a product or service that is sold in the U.S. market? I mean, you can imagine here in Seattle, a lot of startups, a lot of companies that don't yet either have a viable product, they don't have product literature, they're looking for investors. We would not consider that export ready. You might have a great idea, and times are changing. You know, maybe their product is targeting a foreign market, and we need to, you know, think differently about that. But in the traditional definition sense of the word, you need to have a product. Is it selling here in the U.S.? Yeah, and the second thing is your management committed to exporting? Do you have an export plan laid out? This is probably the number one hurdle. Is, you know, you get someone, they get interest from a foreign customer. Hey, yeah, great, of course, we can fill that order. That might work, you know, with these e-commerce marketplaces for some categories of goods, you know, consumer goods, things that can easily be shipped and sold. It's not the case for many of the industries that I mentioned earlier. Some of these heavy industries and you know, things like that. So you need management buy-in. That includes having an export business plan in writing with defined goals and strategy. Many companies, as I mentioned, they haphazardly go about exporting. They'll go, you know, they got a sale, someone contacts them, yeah, we can fill that order, and then they later realize, oh, we don't have the production capacity. Ooh, we didn't realize what the landed cost was. Ooh, the tariffs in that country are high. So it's better to think this through, articulate it, get management buy-in from the start. It's not something you just, you know, unless, like I said, if you have a widget that can, you know, a simple item that can be sold on e-commerce, you know, you can obviously test the market that way. But do you have the production capacity? Do you have financing? If you need to increase production capacity, do you have the money to do it? Money is a big thing. Can you keep up with increased demand domestically? Even the things like I mentioned, to go to a trade show, you're going to need a manager to sign off on that. Whoa, that's an international activity. We didn't have that in the budget. Oh, okay, well, what trade shows will you attend? I mean, all this takes money, it takes commitment, it takes you away, you know, out of your office for a week. Could be neglecting other responsibilities. So the best way to go about exporting is to get it done in writing at the corporate level and incorporate it into your business model. Intellectual property, that's a big one. You might need to hire an attorney, you know, patent lawyers, things like that. There's complexities depending on the region of the world that you're going into, all sorts of consideration. And the last one I'll mention, do you have the capability to modify ingredients, the packaging, to meet foreign regulations, preferences? Otherwise, you're not going to survive the competition. We get a lot of supplements company. So they're not food products, they're supplement, there's FDA, there's labeling, all sorts of complexities, and they're very nuanced questions. So just be prepared for those sorts of things. It's not, you know, you don't just throw something in a package, go to your UPS shop, and off it goes. Got to think these things through.
I do have a quick question, like as far as it goes with sales for export, like would you all consider purchase orders? Like, so in the event that it's a new product, right, and it's going through these hoops, would you consider the purchase orders for like a pre-launch product?
So I think you mean the payment terms. How is the foreign company going to be paid?
No, so a purchase order, right? So in the event that I have a foreign buyer who wants to purchase said product, but it's still new, right? It's just being launched, it's being produced. If I have a purchase order that says someone's buying 50 units from me, even though I haven't sold it yet, we'll use the PO instead, the purchase order, to underwrite.
That can be challenging for a couple of reasons. One is that typically the government agencies like commercially available products and services. Where you have a purchase order like that for a product that's new and stuff like that, I mean, have you done other similar products and stuff like that? Do you have a background in it, or something like that, an industry background or something like that? Yeah, so that can be challenging. For those initial orders, a lot of companies that are early startup phase, they kind of bootstrap, and you've heard that, you know, where you have your personal savings and stuff like that, reach out to friends and family. There are some smaller loan programs they might qualify for, like the SBA micro loan program and stuff. How much range of financing are we talking about? Yeah. The goal is to not do that. Initially, you may have to do some bootstrapping to do those first initial offers. But again, like I said, once you fall in the criterion of qualifying for some of these export loan programs, you could get financing against a purchase order, like under our Export Express or EWCP.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, do you have a question? Oh, 2 minutes. Okay, the last things I'd say, export controls. We're not experts at this, but if you are shipping a product to a denied party overseas, either a country, we've got currently wars going on in the world, there's a lot of things you need to consider, who you're selling it to, things like that. We can help you navigate it and do the right due diligence so that you're compliant. I would just say, a lot of people, they say, I don't know if I'm ready for this export thing. Trade shows are a great way to feel it out. Even in the US, there's a lot of trade shows that attract an international audience. And you go there and you meet people, and that's hugely educational, just to learn about the export process, about relationships, how business is done. So I would recommend that. And then my biggest takeaway is look at a long time horizon. Exporting is not something you decide today and do next week. Contact us. This is basically an ongoing conversation. So for some industries, exporting can take years to develop a pipeline. So it's not a quick activity. Plan for a long time horizon. That's all I have on that topic.
Well, I just want to take these last minute or so to just kind of go over the MBDA export program. So we are based out in Arizona, but we do our work nationally. There's 3 other offices, 2 in Texas, Houston, in San Antonio, and then Miami, Florida. So we are also a resource to reach out to. We help with business plan development, a lot of the research within the different markets and industries. And on different levels, we do different matchmaking as well. But I encourage you guys all to reach out to these folks, reach out to myself, and then I know you talked about the Washington outreach. Export outreach. Amazing. They have a whole webinar series with all the different resources that are available to those businesses based in Washington who are looking or currently exporting. So I encourage you guys all to look into those. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say how much respect I have for all of you that have started small businesses. I've thought about doing it myself, but it quite honestly scares me to death. So that you've done it is remarkable. So a lot of respect to you. My name is John Greyeyes, a member of the Navajo Nation, displaced up here in Seattle working for Boeing. I've worked for Boeing for 22 years, started out in procurement. I worked offset programs for a while, which is our international sales. And then for the past 17 years, I've worked in supplier diversity, supporting small businesses. And one of the things that I look strategically at is our utilization of Native American-owned businesses. And not just Native American, but indigenous peoples around the world. So when you start thinking about what's happening in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, we look at that as well. I think I am going to sit down because for some reason, I've been doing public speaking for 30 years. Got a little jittery this morning, and I don't know why. So,
do you want to try the clicker and point it this way?
Is this the clicker?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about Boeing, the basic structure. I'm going to kind of go through this pretty quickly because I want to leave as much time for questions as possible so you really get the answers you're looking for rather than what I'm talking about. So Boeing has been around for a little over 100 years. Has anybody ever heard of Boeing? Every once in a while I meet somebody who has never heard of Boeing. But yeah, we make all sorts of stuff. We're basically three companies, three organizations. We do our commercial airplanes. We've got our defense side, which is what I support specifically. I support the KC-46 program, the P-8 program, VC-25B program, and then wherever else they tell me to go. And then we've got our Boeing Global Services, which is all of our aftermarket stuff. So anything that's not related to the actual product, whether it's training, repairs, upgrades, that's all in the Boeing Global Services. So the defense, space, and security, which I said is the group I specifically support. You can see the numbers there. We have vertical lift programs. I worked with them for a while. We do a lot of space stuff. We are the prime contractor for the International Space Station. Not a lot of people know that. We also build rockets, a lot of satellites. And then you can see a picture of the KC-46 tanker there on the right. Our commercial airplanes division, 737, 747, 57, 67, 87, along with all of the like cargo planes that are derivatives, largely in the 767 world right now. But you've seen a lot on 747. One thing that's probably worth mentioning is we also built a really cool special cargo plane for ferrying the 787 fuselage from Japan over to the United States. It's called the Dream Lifter, and if you've ever had a chance to see it, it is a really remarkable airplane. And then I mentioned our Boeing Global Services, training, repairs, upgrades. We've got some support organizations as well, our engineering, test, and technology. I supported this organization for 8 years. They do a lot of the research and development, which is what I supported. So Boeing has researched all sorts of things, including some things that you wouldn't think of. A lot of it we don't talk about because we want it to be our competitive advantage down the road, but people always ask me, well, what sorts of things have you worked on? So I talk about a few things that are public information, government contracts we won, some of the things that you wouldn't think of when you think of Boeing are, we did a contract for bullets that go around corners. We did a contract for a handheld device that wirelessly can tell if a soldier is alive or dead on a battlefield. And if you want later, I can tell you an interesting story related to the CIA around that one. And then the one, we didn't actually submit a proposal, but we talked about it. And that was for a contract that the government was asking for teleportation. Yeah, teleportation. Beam me up, Scotty type of stuff. So really, really blow your mind type of stuff going on in R&D world with the U.S. government. And then the U.S. government side of our R&D world is really only about 20%. Well, most of it's internally funded, and to be honest, I have no idea what they're doing. They don't tell me. We've also got our indirect supply chain. So this is all the folks that, everything that we need to do business that we don't deliver to a customer. So all of our infrastructure, whether it's physical buildings or IT, all of the products that we need, office products, our computing, so all of that sort of stuff. And you can see pretty good list there of those. So let's talk about the Boeing supply chain a little bit. Here's the basic supply chain principles, things that we're looking for from our suppliers. Safety, obviously, whenever I talk to companies that want to be a Boeing supplier, you know, obviously Boeing pays me to find small and diverse businesses to be part of our supply chain. So when I'm at an event like this and I'm talking to a company, I say, well, yes, we're interested, yes, we have goals, but I need you to be the best at what you do, because I need to hire suppliers that are going to give me what I need. I want them to be small and diverse businesses, but first and foremost, they have to be the best at what they do. Part of my job of what I think of is, how do I help you understand what that means?
And real quick, earlier I've been saying all day this morning that I'll send the slides with the exception of this one, right?
Right.
So this is the one that you do want to maybe take your photos on, and same for online participants. Just a reminder.
Yeah, I'll do a quick footnote on that. Whenever we do presentations like this, we have to run it through our communications team, and they have to approve it, the content, and approve a release of it, and then we have to document whether or not the slides are going to be provided. We are rarely allowed to provide the slides, and I always tell our communications folks, I said, well, that seems kind of ridiculous, because people can just take a picture with their camera of the slides, so why can't I just give it to them? And they said, well, you can't. Okay, whatever. As long as you know they're going to get it anyway, because they're going to take a picture of it. So I'll keep moving here, because I know we don't have a lot of time. Here's what our customer expects from us. So these also kind of flow into what we expect of our suppliers, because it all flows, right? And if you want me to back up ever because you didn't get a chance to take a picture of one of the slides, let me know, and I'll back up. These are some of the technologies that I mentioned, some of the R&D projects that we're working, but these are some of the technologies, advanced technologies that that we're looking for. Additive manufacturing is always in there. Energy storage, whether it's batteries or things like that. Autonomous systems, AI is a big thing. Advances in tooling. So just to give you an idea. This is not all-inclusive, but it just gives you a picture of what sorts of things we're looking for. The pandemic certainly had an impact on our supply chain. You know, at Boeing we had a significant reduction in production in number of airplanes that we were producing. So our number one goal in supply chain was to try and make sure that our supply chain was going to be healthy. And when we came out the other side, we needed the companies to still be around. So that was our number one goal, was checking on our small and diverse businesses. We weren't completely successful with 100% of them, but we did the best that we could. Defense, while commercial dropped off, defense continues to be a very strong market for us. That's one of the beauties of Boeing, is because we have both commercial and defense. When one has a decline, the other one usually has growth. And so as a result, we've been able to maintain relative steadiness versus some of our competitors that are either defense or commercial. These are the categories that we divide the major categories up into: structures, services, systems, common commodities, interiors, and propulsion. Propulsion is a pretty, I'll just say that's not a sweet spot for most small businesses because you pretty much have GE, Rolls-Royce, and Pratt Whitney. They're the big players when it comes to propulsion. When it comes to aircraft, now when we start talking about satellite propulsion or space propulsion, that becomes a whole different environment. So this just gives you a quick idea of what's included in those structures. Again, these typically go to large businesses, although I take part in a structures category council that meets every other week, and we talk. I make sure that they keep small and diverse businesses top of mind as they're looking at new opportunities. Services has a lot of opportunity for small and diverse businesses. Engineering services in particular, we hire a lot of small businesses to help us with that. Non-production comes into play quite a bit there. We're looking at a strategy around wiring. We see a lot of demand in the coming years for wiring and wire harnesses, and so we're a little concerned, quite frankly, that the current supply chain is not going to be able to manage that. So we're developing a strategy to manage that that will include probably some sort of company to manage components for us. So we're still developing that, probably about a year out from really having a solid strategy on that. But we're also adding wire harness manufacturers as well. So there's the systems, avionics. There's actually quite a few small and diverse businesses in that space, while the major avionics packages typically come from companies like Raytheon and Northrop Grumman. The component part of it and new technologies around that can come from small businesses. There's a program called Small Business Innovation Research. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of that. That's a great funding program to do R&D that's funded by the government, and it's focused specifically at small businesses. I mentioned wiring here under common commodities. Machine parts is another great opportunity place. Sheet metal, we seem to have a need for more sheet metal companies. They seem to be moving into other areas, so our supply chain, number of suppliers around sheet metal has been dwindling, so we're always looking for that. Tooling, raw materials. Raw materials is kind of an interesting space on the commercial side. All of our raw materials are bought from a single company. I've been advocating for doing a similar thing on the defense side, but having that be a small, diverse business. And so we'll see if we get some traction around that. Oh, oops, did you get it? Okay. We talked about propulsion a little bit. And then the things that, this is a critical slide, the things that we're looking for from our suppliers, probably the number one is at the top there. Do your homework. Know where you fit in. I talk to companies or have companies call me or email and say, I do XYZ. Where's the spot for me? I said, well, you tell me where the spot for you is. Understand our Boeing programs. There's a lot of information on our website about our long-term plans that we submit to the government as part of our documentation requirements. So understand the programs that we have going. I will tell you that we are looking at a new tanker program. The government hasn't put out an RFP for it yet, but it's coming. So anything around that type of thing is out there. There's a new program, and I'll talk beyond Boeing for just a moment here. There's a program that we just submitted a proposal on called the Survivable Airborne Operations Center, SAOC. So this is a program that is going to be awarded to somebody, perhaps not Boeing, perhaps Boeing, but understand, if you're interested in the defense world, understand what programs the government is putting out there and where you might fit. and then you can reach out to somebody like me at Boeing and say, are you guys going after this program? Because here's what we think we can do for you. Another key one is that fourth bullet, share knowledge. We are looking for companies that will communicate with us. Sometimes, oftentimes, not just sometimes, oftentimes, a company, our supplier will know better how to do something than we do. So we may put a requirement out there and say, we need you to do this. And we really appreciate when a supplier comes back to us and says, you know, I can do it your way, but here's a better way. And here's a way that's going to save you money. Anything you can do to save us money is going to be a welcome thing. Again, some of the things that we consider when we're looking at a source, it's not always about price. Sometimes we have a tight schedule, and we might pay more because we need it faster than normal. Quality, again, we really want parts. If you're making parts for us, we want parts on dock when they're supposed to be there with 100% quality every time. Because every time we've got to send a part back for repair, it costs us money. And it hurts our schedule. Here are some of the typical requirements. This is largely around a manufacturing environment. If you're doing something for the R&D world, you're probably not going to need an AS9100 certification. But if you're building a part for us that's going to go on a 737, or if it's going to go on a KC-46 tanker, then an AS9100 is going to be required. And I always, when I'm talking to small businesses, I always tell them, if you are not already AS9100 certified, really think about if that's a path you want to go down, because it's expensive. Yes? Because we operate globally, human trafficking
What was the question? I'm sorry. Where was it? Right here?
Back one.
I asked why does he have human trafficking in there?
Yeah, and again, because we operate globally, human trafficking can be a serious problem, and so we want it documented that we're not going to have that. Counterfeit parts is also another, counterfeit avoidance. Where people are sourcing their raw materials is very important. We want to make sure that everything's above board, that it's done properly, and that things are coming from reputable sources.
Plane very easily. Humans can be trafficked on a
Yes,
plane.
yes. And so we want to put in our documentation that we will do everything we can to avoid it and help stop it. So that Boeing model-based definition is something I see more and more often. If you're in manufacturing, if you're not aware of what that is, look it up, because it's been a nice to have for many years. It's becoming more and more required, along with digital product definition, DPD and MBD. There it is, bottom left, DPD. And then, of course, the AS9100, we mentioned that, NADCAP. Really just understand the certification requirements for your industry, because we're probably going to require that and require documentation for it. So real quick, I'm sure you all are familiar with a procurement life cycle, but just to make sure, we have a very robust process for identifying potential suppliers. My job specifically is to understand some requirements. When procurement agents reach out to me and say, John, I need some potential suppliers to give me XYZ, then I'll go out and look for them, and then help provide those companies for inclusion on the bid list. Sometimes if they're not a current Boeing supplier, I will help with the process of getting them supplier codes, getting all the certifications. We call it the onboarding process. In fact, I just got one last week that I've got to work on getting onboarded. It's quite a process and it takes some time, but that's something that we do as well. Only procurement agents can commit company resources. So if you ever hear me say that I'll give you a contract, call me a liar to my face, because I can't do that. I don't have the authorization. And then executing the contract. Oops, I think I hit backwards. Nope. I'm not sure why I left this one in here. Anybody want to take a picture of that one? That's just a little bit more on the process. Oh, oops. Sorry, I hit forward. Hopefully people got it. And then this is just our basic speak and listen culture. We always want to make sure we're listening, that we're communicating as well, and looking for all the right information. So that's part of our culture that we've been working on at Boeing for several years now. So if you hear somebody say seek, speak, and listen, that's what we're referring to. And this is my organization, Global Supplier Diversity. Our job at Boeing is to find small and diverse businesses to come be part of what we're doing and to help us out. We're not the only company that has an organization like this. You're going to find people like this at Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, BAE Systems. I have good friends at each one of those companies that are that do the same thing I do. In fact, we're actually a very close-knit community. I've actually had friends from Northrop Grumman, for instance, call me up and say, John, I'm looking for a company that does this. And if it's something like a machine shop, then we're happy to share information. If it's something that brings unique value to Boeing, well, I'm not going to give them that information. But I mentioned strategic initiatives. I mentioned SBIR. That's on the bottom right. These are some of the other strategic initiatives that Boeing has. People familiar with Ability One? I find that one very interesting. Supplier diversity as a U.S. government program started with Ability One back in the FDR days. And it's something that the U.S. government is circling back around as a potential requirement going forward for their agencies. We also focus on veteran, small and diverse business. SBIR, I mentioned, Indigenous people is the one that has major importance for me. HBCUMI, which includes tribal colleges and universities, is another one. We have a mentor-protege program that we work very hard at. In fact, we're specifically looking for suppliers for mentor-protege under some NASA and Army programs right now, and Air Force. And then there's Hub Zone, historically underutilized business zones. Here's some things that Boeing asks suppliers. I mentioned the first one early on, understand what we want and be able to tell me how what you provide is going to meet the needs that Boeing has. We're always going to be looking at your past performance. In order to be a Boeing supplier, you have to have 2 years of past performance at least. Mention the certifications. Have you supported Boeing programs in the past? Another thing that we look at is, have you supported programs of some of our competitors? Because and a lot of times companies don't want to mention that they worked for Lockheed or they worked for Northrop, and I always tell them, no, please tell us that, because if you can work for a Lockheed, then you understand the difficulties of working for a company like us, and it means that you're going to have a better understanding of how to work with us and some of the challenges you're going to be faced with. So don't be afraid to mention work with some of those other companies. And then this one at the bottom, do you have an ethics and compliance program? And this kind of speaks to that whole mindset around human trafficking, counterfeit, making sure that you're getting your materials from reputable sources, from authorized dealers. So to have that documented is of value to us. We have it documented for our company as well, by the way. CMMC is something that is getting a lot of talk. It's been changing the whole idea. If you're not familiar with CMMC, is having a cybersecurity model in place. When we hear about cybersecurity break-ins, if you will, because somebody hacked in through a vending machine, and then they were able to get access to company systems. These are the types of things that scare us, quite frankly. And so a lot of our things are networked. Our production facilities all have networks, and so we want to make sure, and things like drawings are sent electronically between us and our suppliers, and so we want to make sure that our suppliers have a robust cybersecurity program in place, and that's what the CMMC program is all about. And then briefly about your marketing, one of the first things that I'll do when I talk to somebody is I'll ask for a capability statement. Quite honestly, my inbox gets blown up, and so I get to the point where I can't accept documents anymore. So I keep encouraging companies, if you could put a capability statement or have that information on your website so that I can go access, that is going to be easiest for me. But having your website be up to date with all the information that I've just been talking about. Do you have this? What are your certifications? What are your capabilities? If you're in machining, what type of machines do you have? What type of materials do you work with? It mentions business cards. I'm going to hang my head in shame right now because I did not come with any business cards because I had one. And I realized it might be easier just for me to tell you my email address. I will accept any business cards that you've got, but just some general ideas for you. We have also been taking a closer look at social media. We've got some people that are very good at it at Boeing. I am not, but it's something I'm working on. Communication. For me, the best communication is an email. That way I've got a record and I can go back and refer to it. Phone calls are tough because I'm in a lot of meetings, and so a lot of times I can't take a phone call. But I have a phone number, and I'm happy to share it. But again, email for me is the most beneficial way. And that's different from person to person at Boeing. Every time I talk about this, one of my colleagues will say, well, no, that's not the way I do it. Good. You do you.
Do we have any questions of anybody?
And this is my last slide, so yeah.
I do have a question. What do you mean if somebody have worked for a company that support Boeing? Is it in professional or as a business?
It could be either, honestly. We just want to understand what type of experience you have in what you're providing or want to provide.
Okay, I do have professional working with Blue Origins.
Okay.
Okay, I can use that on my application?
Yes. Yeah, we would want to know specifically. Now, are you talking about becoming a Boeing supplier or applying for a position at Boeing?
No. Supplier.
Supplier, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we would just want to understand, because really what we want to understand is what experience you have, whether that was as an employee and you're starting your own company now. Ideally, you would have started your company and have 2 years experience, but you always have to look at startups, right? Because, and a lot of times we see this in the R&D world, because a company will have, or a person will have worked at a company, had an idea, they go invent something, and we see this with university professors a ton, where then they say, okay, now I'm going to go start a company that sells this. So.
Okay, thank you.
And this is your time, so ask a bunch of questions. And you're staying till the end, are you?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Because I don't want to fight traffic.
Okay.
I'm in the same boat as you. John, my name is Lawrence. I wouldn't say that you're terrible at social media because I started pestering you on LinkedIn about 8, almost 9 years ago. I doubt you remember me. I told you and I would meet in about 8 or 9 years after my business took off, and here it is. So we're the fastest growing union steel erector in America that's Native American owned right now. And I have 25 years of working inside Boeing facilities as a union ironworker, keeping all of your overhead cranes up and running in every facility you have in Washington State. So without taking up the microphone and everybody else's question time, like 5 minutes of your time afterwards so we can discuss infrastructure.
Yeah, happy to. And I will say, when it comes to use of social media, specifically LinkedIn, Boeing Legal has advised us not to use it, or to use it sparingly, because if an issue came up, then lawyers would have complete access.
There's a legal document leading to whenever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what I use LinkedIn for is to let people know if I'm going to be somewhere.
Yeah.
And then a lot of times I'll use it as an initial contact place.
Yep.
But then I will immediately try and give you my work email and then transfer all communication to that. So.
Anyways, I'll catch you after here.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I see a question over here. This is great. This is your time, and Boeing is a worldwide international organization, so.
Yeah, John, yeah, I'm already a supplier to you. The difference I have, these people are getting a bit tired of my story, but I supply to you. I don't manufacture in the United States. I'm from Canada. And I've been supplying for you on high technology, data logging, specific data, aircraft pressures, temperatures, humidity, all kinds of things. And also in joint with NASA and the U.S. military. And Thiacol's another one that's been good. What I'm trying to do now is it asking you, I want to get further into Boeing, to be more involved. I think it's a great company. I think that I just want to get further in, and I having trouble. I need to know from somebody like you, how far am I in there? You know, how good are we? I know I'm trying to, again, I'm here for one reason today, is to maybe partner with First Nations or an Indigenous company here. Would that be a benefit to becoming further in with Boeing?
So let me come at this a couple of different directions. First and foremost, I'd be happy to look up your company's information in our systems and get an idea of what your history is with us. Make sure that there's no issues with the performance ratings, because sometimes performance ratings are not accurate for whatever reason, so we want to make sure that the information that we have is right. And you should already have access to all this, but we can just double check it, so I'm happy to do that. And then we'll want to have a little bit longer conversation about exactly what you're providing. It sounds like sensors to me.
Yeah, well, it's the complete package of right from a sensor to graphing, and
okay.
The software is very important that we protect our software too. I mean, with you, but you've been good with us, but I don't know how good we are, and I'm looking for some inside information.
We can take a look at that. I can also take a look and see what what sorts of programs you've supported in the past, and we can talk about what types of programs then
you would lend yourself to. The thing now is that the getting. I guess where I'm at now is that, with 777s, we were very occupied in that area, but A lot of the stuff that our material that's sold to you is coming through a U.S. sales supplier,
Okay.
through technology companies and that. I want to deal more directly with you. The most important thing for me right now is I've put a side company on, which is now research, and I'd like to talk with you about that. So I'm trying to, from the supplier to of manufacturing already done product to research product. Then I need to partner with you to know what you want, and I can work with your research people. That's
Okay.
what I'm doing with Thiokol and the others.
We can have a longer conversation. I want
Okay.
to mention just a couple things. Being a Canadian company is sometimes beneficial because if we have a program in Canada where we're selling them something, then they oftentimes demand as part of our contract that we place a certain amount of work with Canadian companies. So there's a benefit there. And then the other thing I want to mention is if you are supplying a Boeing platform, but it's via a distributor or something like that, a lot of times companies will say, well, we want to sell to Boeing directly. And I always ask, why? You're still getting your money. Shouldn't matter as long as you're selling and Boeing is getting it. Because a lot of times we will only work through distributors for certain parts, just because we can get better pricing. We have it costs us less to manage that contract versus, if we have a single contract with a distributor versus 1,000 contracts with manufacturers, all of a sudden we're spending 1,000 times of our time and money to manage those separate contracts. So it's difficult because we want to spend money with small and diverse businesses directly, but it's cheaper for us to do it through a distributor. So that's just something to consider.
We have a question from Mary in our online audience. Do you contract out technical writing services?
We have employees that do technical writing, but I believe we also do contract it out.
And then we have another question over here.
And I've learned to never say we don't buy something, because every time I do that, I find out within a month that we do buy that, whatever that is. So I never say we don't buy that anymore.
Hi, John. What is the typical length of your sales, supply chain life cycle?
Can you repeat that, please?
What is the typical length of your supply chain life cycle?
Placing something on contract from RFP to contract award, it's going to depend. I've seen, if we've got an aircraft on the ground situation, we need a contract in place right now to get that plane back in the air. If we're talking about a long-term agreement for facilities management, for instance, that can take 12 to 18 months. So it really depends on what we're buying. We like long-term agreements. It gives us some stability. So those contracts take longer to put in place. But then they also last typically for 3 to 5 years.
And maybe time for one last question.
Do you buy environmental contracts or services, consulting services?
Yes.
Good.
Yes. In fact, I know the exact buyer that manages all those contracts. Are we at time?
We have 4 minutes. Maybe one
All
more
right.
question. Anybody? If not, we can pivot to the next session. John, thank you so much. Let's give John a round of applause.
Thank you.
at all. Okay. Do you want me to wait a couple minutes or just get going? All right. Awesome. Awesome. Let me turn this on. I should have practiced that before. Good afternoon. We are your Session 5, Access to Capital. Thank you for joining us today for our discussion on access to capital, which is how easy or difficult it is to get money and or resources for your business. My name is Nayla Galen, and I am the Lender Relations Specialist for SBA's Seattle District Office. I'm also the District International Trade Officer, which if you were here for the export panel, I think John Brislin mentioned me, that's kind of my dual role. And as we talk about access to capital this session, we're going to particularly discuss some of the barriers that you may face and some of the ways that SBA and partner organizations and specialty organizations, lenders work to help you bring down those barriers to accessing capital. So I'm going to start with just a couple myths about the SBA. Myth number 1 is that the SBA lends directly to small businesses. And what we actually do is we guarantee loans to business, and that provides a safety net for lenders to feel more comfortable about lending to small businesses. And then that leads us to myth number 2, which is that SBA loans are for any small business, that just if you're a small business, you automatically qualify for an SBA loan, and that there's no other qualification besides that. There are still qualifications. There are still some things that lenders are going to be looking for to be able to lend to you as an SBA loan. So I'm going to pass it over to Teresa just to maybe introduce yourself and say a couple myths. Okay.
Absolutely. I'm Teresa Smith. I'm a vice president, and I'm the CDFI and impact manager at Evergreen Business Capital. We have been a CDC, an SBA 504 lender for 45 years now, and we also recently incorporated as a CDFI, 501c3. And with the CDFI, we do private capital at much smaller levels for small businesses. So, and my job is to make sure that that capital gets attracted and then gets distributed to small businesses who don't have access necessarily to the economic mainstream.
Hi, I'm Ricky Whipple. I'm the program and marketing manager for Northwest Native Development Fund. We're a native CDFI here in Washington State. We serve the Pacific Northwest tribal people in general. And yeah, that's what I'm here for. She asked for a myth. One of the myths, I think, is if you go to a bank for funding and they tell you no, that just means no, like for everybody. So one of the things that we like to do is get creative in our lending, and we're the little loan fund that could. So that's posted on our outside of our building and everything. So that's something, I guess, that I would like to say is a myth.
I'll toss a little myth out there too. And, to Ricky's point, when a bank says no, it's really no for now in most cases. What you may not get from a bank, though, is what are the steps? What is the pathway to being bankable in that regard? And there are a number of lending organizations out there that also have technical assistance as a wraparound to mitigate that. But I think people get really discouraged when a bank tells them no and feels like that is, their one shot. That's the only chance that they have to get a loan for their small business, and it's just not true. So.
Something that I heard just recently from our leadership, we were on a call, and one of the SBA leaders was talking about access to capital, and because that is the cornerstone of our mission. And he said, it's really access to confidence. And that really resonated with me, thinking about a small business. I've been a small business owner. I think a lot of people on SBA, a lot of people in the lending world were on your side of things before we got on this side of things. And you realize how true that is, that access to capital does
give you access to confidence and moving forward in your business through the life cycle of your business and seeing this vision all of a sudden come into color and possibility and even more possibilities beyond that. So that's a big part of what we do as well. And again, taking that no that you've been hearing, you may have heard it multiple times, but it's just no over there. And so a lot of what we're going to talk about today is how to get to a yes. So I want to say a lot of what you see, like if you go online and you look at things, you see, oh, the 5 C's of credit. And so I had to write them down just to remember. Character, capacity, capital, collateral, condition. And that's something, I come from the banking side of things as well, and that's something that's kind of drilled into you in the banking world, that, okay, you know, credit, you need to have good credit. Flawless credit. We just came through a global pandemic. Most people's credit is not flawless after coming through a global pandemic. Capacity. Do you have money for a down payment? Maybe, maybe not. Capital for down payment. Capacity, are you able to pay your loans? Maybe you're a startup business. Collateral, do you have assets to put up? Again, maybe, maybe not. Condition, what are the market conditions? What's the loan purpose? All those different things. And so it's kind of drilled into us, the 5 C's of credit, like that's set in stone. And if you miss any one of those things, that, oh, we're not going to be able to do anything for you. And number one, to your point, there's not the assistance always given to say, you're not there yet, but here's how to help you get there. But also, could you two speak to how you lend outside of, you know, walking in the door, having met those 5 C's of credit? Like, what's more what you're looking at when you're looking at lending?
You want to go next?
Sure. I think for NNDF, we look at a lot at character. And being a native CDFI, we know a lot of our entrepreneurs, even if it's personal or just kind of through the grapevine. So that kind of helps with our loan officers' decision making. I mean, it's not just character of like their personal, but what does their business bring to the res that's going to be useful to the people. I'm sure I'll think of more after this, but that's kind of, so character is really where, being a CDFI, we're lucky that we don't have to go like, well, your credit's not perfect, so no. Even if your credit's not perfect and if we can help you get it prettier, we're going to. So even if that's, okay, well, we can't give you this, but let's start here and we'll build that. And when you're ready, then we'll work on this larger number. So that's something I know that we work hard on. So we offer, even outside of business lending, we do consumer, or we call them credit builders. So we'll build that credit up just to try to help them get bankable. And we're not a bank, and part of the CDFI mission, I think, is to get people ready to be bankable. So part of that is telling them yes when a bank would probably tell them no. So just being creative also.
Yeah, I would say for us, it is a matter of listening to someone's story and hearing what it is that they want to do in their community, for their family. You know, what would this loan and the growth of this business or the start of this business contribute more broadly? And for us, it doesn't mean you have to be a huge corporation. You could be a mom and pop store who happens to be in a food desert. And so, you know, your being there, your being capitalized, your being able to get inventory makes a much bigger difference than just the two folks who own the business, for example. We actually are moving away from the term character, and it is a very well-known term in the banking and lending world, so we can't abandon it altogether. But when we went out and were really listening to small business owners who were struggling getting access to capital, they reported to us that they felt like that was an indication of a judgment around their moral character, and that having bad credit was somehow a reflection of whether they were a good person or a neutral person or a bad person. And so as we've moved much more toward listening to people's stories and really meeting them where they are, we've been able to say, okay, you may not meet these 5 C's of credit, but we can hear that you're passionate about this. We can hear that you're willing to learn, and we have expertise to bring, and we can bring that to you in a culturally sensitive way. And if you're willing to let us support you, we're willing to make a loan to you. So, and the loans that we make, we don't do consumer lending, we do all small business lending, but the loans that we make can be anywhere from $500 to $5 million. And that $500 or $2,500 or even $5,000 would be a credit builder in our world. And it would very much be, in most cases, a startup. And how do we help them get to that next level so that they can qualify? Maybe they've done payments on time for 6 months and they can qualify for that next level, whether it's with us or another community-based lender. So.
At the SBA, we have our microloan program, and it is our best performing lending product in terms of being repaid. And we credit that with our technical assistance and the fact that we require for our microloan program, which is $50,000 or less, we credit that with our requirement for pre-TA technical assistance and post-TA. So how do your programs function in terms of what you offer and or require in terms of technical assistance for both of you?
Typically, our SBA 504 lenders, which they're purchasing commercial real estate, tend to be, and that's an SBA program, so there doesn't tend to be a lot of technical assistance around that. These are established businesses. They're moving to kind of that next level of, what we like to think about is the creation of generational wealth. And in the United States, the way to create wealth is through real estate. And so that has been part of our mission from the very beginning. But what we discovered with these smaller loans and what I would think of as higher risk borrowers is that if we can get in right away after hearing their story and kind of assessing, what they need in a really wraparound way, and it's definitely pre-loan, during the loan, and post-loan, so that, in our minds, we would stick with this small business for the life of their business. And we'd love to move them up to being able to purchase commercial real estate. I think that is our long-term vision. So, by that point, if they have been working with us for a while, they have benefited from a lot of technical assistance over time. We specifically have been working with newer populations. I won't go into it too deeply, but we're launching a program next month that's been under development for 2 years. And one of the groups that we're working with is formerly incarcerated folks who have been taking business classes. Maybe they got their AA while they were incarcerated, and they know they're going to have a hard time with employment. So we want to work with them to crystallize how do we turn this into a business that provides you with a living wage. So that's really kind of our on-ramp. We also work with our other CDFI partners, to support those folks. If that is where the referral came from to us, we make sure that team stays in the fold too, because they have that existing relationship. So, we use a really warm handoff, our own in-house technical assistance, high-touch referrals out to other folks who may be able to be part of that wraparound. I think technical assistance, kind of to your point, can mean everything in terms of whether someone is able to actually pay their loan. And we've seen that our loan payment rates and, people being able to complete those loans is so much higher when they're receiving technical assistance. And our philanthropy investors know that. So not only are we able to access funds for capital, but we are able to secure funds for technical assistance. So there is this growing appreciation for what that is and what it provides. And CDFIs have been a very big part of bringing that to the fore. So.
Yeah, technical assistance is my favorite thing to talk about. That's kind of where I handle in our office, so it's free. I don't know if you guys know, TA is free, absolutely free. You just have to show up. And you have to put the work in. So it's fun though, because I feel like part of my job even is just being a cheerleader. Like some of these business owners just need somebody to clap for them and be like, you're doing great. Like, yeah, you're struggling, it's hard, but you're not alone. Like, and I'm sure as an entrepreneur, I've actually never been one, so I can't relate, but I see the fear in their eyes, almost like they're afraid and they feel alone. And so even just reaching out and being like, hey, how are you? Do you need help with anything? Do you need me to contact anyone for you? It's always just even pre-loan, during the loan, and post-loan. And throughout all of the teams. So like, I'm not a loan officer, but my loan officer, Liz, she's amazing. She's so awesome. And she meets people where they're at. So she makes them feel like she's not above them. She's not teaching them. She is them. You know what I mean? Like she talks to them and just like they're friends. And it's beautiful to see. And I try to be like her when I'm speaking with entrepreneurs, because it's just meeting people where they're at. Every entrepreneur is on their own journey. And so just recognizing that some people are scared to even put in for funding, even if that's $500. They're taking on debt now. So it's scary. So you almost have to believe in them. Like, no, you can do it. Like, you're doing amazing. I believe that you can do this and you're going to succeed. So just try, right? So just bringing that to the table too for them, I think sometimes is really big. And just checking in with them post-loan. I think when I first started, it was really easy to get into this, well, they got the loan, so now they're out the door, and I'll see them when they come in to make a loan payment. And I hate doing that now. Now it's well, I wonder how so-and-so's doing, right? I have all these loan clients that I've kind of got to see their beginning of their journey to where they're at now. And I'm like, man, that's just so amazing. It's almost what keeps you trying to do these classes, or I've done technical assistance classes where 2 people have shown up. And, yeah, the number, I'd rather have it be 10, 20. But those 2 people that showed up now, they can email me, and I'm like, hey, they're like a friend almost. So just cheering for them in that sense too, and believing in what they're doing is huge. And it's humbling almost even. It's I'm just a little person watching them do big, great things, right? So just being part of their journey in that sense and believing in them, even when it comes to funding. And it's well, I can't help you. I'm going to pass you off to Liz, but she's great. She's going to take care of you, but I'm still going to be here. So just being that helping hand, not even a helping hand, just being a cheerleader on the side. And sometimes they don't even know you're cheering for them, but I might be in the office no, Liz, you need to reach out to this entrepreneur. They're doing great. They just need a little bit of help with their loan application. Or, Jordan, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I think did that answer the question?
I want to add something to the technical assistant, and you both touched on a couple things that I think are really important. Ricky said a magic word, which is free. I cannot emphasize enough with the network of TA specialists that we have, and there's a lot of different organizations. I'm going to make sure that you have all of our contact information. Anyone who has a question about the TA, if you email me, I will send you a very long email, because there's a lot of resources out there. And it's free. And we're talking about people who can provide you with everything from basic things, helping with a business plan, helping with pricing, market research. I mean, just the gamut of things. And I know a lot of different small business owners. We do annual small business awards. And a lot of our award winners are recipients of technical assistance, again, across their life cycle. I was helping a lender the other day who has a technical assistance person who came back for technical assistance because now that person is looking at exiting their business. And so they're looking at what's a good exit strategy for them. So it's across the life cycle of your business. There is technical assistance there for you, and it is free. And it is professional. We're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of technical assistance that you will pay $0 for. So I really encourage anyone who's interested, reach out to us, and we can kind of point you in the right direction. And there's nothing that says that you can't take advantage of multiple avenues of technical assistance, because there's a lot of different things out there. And we do see a lot of people who take advantage of technical assistance, and it helps move them through that life cycle, maybe faster, more efficiently, more successfully. And then you kind of are exposed to other opportunities that come along. I work with John Brislin with the export, and that's something that we've seen even with that. That's someone who's doing technical assistance on the domestic side and really didn't have a thought about exporting, but just being in that environment and having those conversations is now talking about, oh, like, wait, I could do that? And there are these resources and, STEP grant and different things. So I strongly encourage you to look into the technical assistance part. It's really phenomenal. It's really phenomenal. I was wondering if you could each, talk about some ways that you are creatively financing things that banks are like, absolutely not, that's not doable. But you're finding ways to say, yes, it is. Because you said something to me, Patricia, that I loved and that I wrote down. But now, what was it that you said to me? Do you remember?
No.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna think about it.
Okay.
But I'm gonna let you answer while I think about it.
Okay, remind me of the question.
Just some creative ways that you're overcoming.
Yeah, so one of the things that occurred during and since the pandemic is that there was really an infusion of money that was targeted towards small businesses that in some ways wasn't very helpful. It predicted that the pandemic and the impacts of it would end sooner than they did. So we, for example, made small business loans to help with inventory and building capacity and being able to come back really, really quickly when things opened up again. And then things opened up like a year and a half after we thought they would. Also, we're experiencing long-term consequences of things like not really having a downtown business community now. So if you were a coffee shop, for example, in downtown Seattle, you are likely having difficulty making ends meet on that. So all this money went out the door, and businesses still suffered, but they owe the money, right? Some of them are getting out through sales of their business. Some of them, more than you can imagine, are just going under. And that, you have a $150,000 loan that you can't pay back. That really takes someone out for a long time in terms of credit. So what we started doing is we approached foundations and corporations and individuals who were passionate about economic development and who were interested in somehow bridging that gap. And we were able to bring in a lot of philanthropy dollars for that. What that created, to get to your question, is we could go in, refinance that loan under terms that were more reasonable. Maybe there was an interest-only period. Maybe we did longer term so that monthly payment was reduced. And we did that in part so that we could make them whole. But the catch is they needed the technical assistance. No one's ever been through this before, right? So how do we bring what we're learning from the industry, to these small businesses so they understand, at least to the extent that any of us do, how to come back from all the things that have happened that have really made owning a small business precarious for some folks. So having philanthropy, and I know not everyone has that ability in their lending organizations. Typically, if people are doing TA, though, they are bringing in some philanthropy, and so it's not a foreign concept. So we've just tried to look at what would it take for this borrower to be successful, and can we provide it? And if we can't provide it, could one of our partners provide it? So we've been bringing in folks and having really rich conversations about, we think this is a solution that could work. It's a little outside of our lane, but how can we work together to create that? And that's actually ended up in 2 or 3 new products at Evergreen that never would have happened or occurred or been needed without the pandemic occurring. So the long story is it's evolving. What we can do, we're being very creative. We know we don't have all the answers. We know there's more to put together. There's more listening to do in terms of what people need. And that's really the path that we're on. So.
Do we have any native tribal fishermen or women in here? No? Okay, so this will, I guess, pertain to anyone really, but one of the cool things that we've been able to do, and maybe this will relate in a different way, so tribal fishermen a lot of the times will sell to their tribe, and part of our sovereign right is we don't have to pay taxes. And that can look kind of funky when you're going in to get a loan, and it's like, well, right, you're missing a lot of financial work. And when you go to a bank without that, they're going to tell you no. Even if on paper they make so much money. Fishermen they make so much money. Their loans are also very huge. I mean, a fishing vessel can be up to $500,000. So when they come in and they don't have some of our financial work that a normal bank would require, we are able to look at some of their fishing slips, and we've been able to get some fishing vessels on the water in that capacity, in that way. So that's something that our previous executive director was pretty passionate about. He's seen the need for tribal fishermen to be on the water fishing, practicing that sovereign right, and teaching the generations below them and coming up that this is a way of life, and it's always been a way of life. So that's kind of something we've been able to do. She kind of spoke about a lot of good things too, so we try to get creative in that way also, with the TA and whatnot. But yeah, so just it goes back to, if a bank tells you no, there might be another creative way for a CDFI to tell you yes.
Okay, I found my quote that you said. Per Teresa, we value lived experience over credit scores. And I loved that because as a small business owner, I mean, that's what you're all about, is your lived experience and your passion for your product and or services. And it's hard to communicate that in a spreadsheet. So I work with both of these organizations and some others, and I love that is their focus, that the first thing that they're looking at and considering is your business and what you're bringing with your business, and like you said, how you are positively impacting your community. With a lot of our community advantage lenders, as an example, Ricky's organization, NNDF, is one of our new community advantage lenders. And one of the things that is required with the loans is there's a component of it that talks about how many jobs are added to it. And so it's a very community positive lending product. So that's just something from the SBA side that we are looking at in terms of adding value to the mission that we have going. So if you could speak to your we value lived experience over credit scores, just a little bit more, and maybe encouraging small business owners. It's really hard. I wish that we could tell you there's this program and this program. There's a lot of programs. SBA has a lot of programs. You have a lot of programs. You have a lot of programs, and it's very individual. And so I think what we really want to communicate in terms of access to capital is to say that you may have heard no. Your loan amount may be $5,000, it may be $5 million, but there is a pathway to a yes. And it may involve some work, or it may involve a lender who is looking more at your lived experience over your credit score. So if you could just speak to that.
Yeah. To follow up on what you just said, the SBA doesn't make loans directly to small businesses, but they are such a resource around technical assistance and other funding opportunities that come available. We work very closely with the SBA team, and we try to make sure that gets amplified and elevated and that folks know about it. So I just wanted to say that. You guys do a really great job. We're also a community advantage lender, and I think that product is really what kind of opened up the conversation about community impact and jobs creation at Evergreen. And what I mean when I say lived experience over credit scores is it's kind of like the know your customer concept. It's who are you? What are you trying to do? Why do you think you can do this? You don't have to prove yourself to me necessarily, but I want to hear in your own words that you've been able to be thoughtful about it. You may not have a business plan. You may not have incorporated yet. In fact, you may not know what a balance sheet is or a P&L. We can help you with all that. You don't have to worry about that. We'll help you understand what those things are and how to create them. And these are the things that you need ultimately to go back to a bank. They're not going to look at a small business who doesn't have financials that make sense. So for me and for my organization, and I think for a lot of organizations that are involved in economic development and jobs creation, we need to know your story. We need to know how you've been systemically impacted by racism, by the limits of access to capital, by sexism, by homophobia. Anyone who's been marginalized, I'm far more interested in what you have to say about yourself and what your experiences are and why you think this is a good idea to pursue. Again, we're fortunate that we can look past credit scores. And I'm not going to suggest that if somebody's had 2 bankruptcies in the last 10 years, we're not going to look twice at that. We will. We'll want to know what was that about, what happened. And I would say there's always a path to a yes, as long as we are able to work with you to figure out where you are, what's the next step, and the next step after that. So people who get discouraged by a bank saying no and thinking, well, that's it. No, it's not. There's so much more available. And as I said, the SBA has all these resources, even on the website, that you can look at. And, you know, the thing about learning about things like this is that you yourself personally may not be a small business owner who needs to know these things, but you will know someone. You'll have a family member, you'll have a neighbor, you'll have someone that you used to work with who has a good idea, and they should be supported and allowed to have that come into existence and happen. And these kinds of organizations are the ones that are going to make that happen. So the more people that know about us and know that we're out there, and that no never means no, there's always a path to a yes, I think that's the most important information to take away.
I think some of that too, beyond credit score, but like the passion that the entrepreneur has is something that's always gonna shine through more than anything else in our office. So we'll have people call the office 10 times a day. How can you help me? Well, I can do A, B, and C. Okay, they hang up, never hear from them again, and that's fine. We'll have other people who come in the office. How can you help me? Well, I can do A, B, and C. Okay, so they'll do A. And then they'll come back in next week and they'll do B. And then the next week they'll do C. And it's like, wow, look at them, like just killing it. And so that passion is seen always. So no matter what CDFI or whatever you're working with, they're gonna see that. And so don't be embarrassed either. Like there's also a pride thing. People don't wanna ask for help. It's hard to ask for help. But just know, like, we're all on your team. Like, we wanna help you. We get grant funding from the SBA to do this. We're getting paid to do this. So yeah, you get the help for free. We're still getting paid. So we can't help you though if you don't come into our door. And you can, what's the saying? You can bring a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, or something like that. So you have to have a passion. You have to want it more than I want it, right? Like I can be clapping for you, but if you don't want it, that's going to be very evident. So we do our TA classes, right? And I like to go, and I'm not an instructor, I just kind of facilitate, I plan them. And my instructor, Roxanne, she's great, she handles it. I go to the TA classes though, just to sit in the back and just so I can see who's there. I'm just nosy. I wanna see who has the passion, and you can see it in an entrepreneur. You can see who's like, well, I wanna do a business, but I don't wanna do the work, but will you still give me money to do it? Like, right? It's like, yeah, your credit score is great, but we still need that passion, right? Being an entrepreneur, there's a fire there, and you can see who has it, you can see who doesn't. And so it's beautiful. The entrepreneurs who want it, they're gonna go get it. And even if that means, this literally just happened. Last year, my aunt, she messages me on Facebook or whatever, can I come get a loan with you guys? I'm like, yeah, come in, get an application, right? She never did, never did. And that was last year. So this year, just a month ago, within the last month, she was in our office with one of our TA people getting the paperwork done. She was in there, she's like, I'm tired of it. We're gonna do it. This is it. Like, we're doing it now. And it's cool. Like, she's getting a building next week. She's starting a restaurant. Like, she's doing all these things, but it's taken her probably 2 years of like, I wanna do it. I wanna do it, right? I wanna do it. It's like, well, do it. Like, do it. Just do it, Nike. So be passionate. Like, show that passion behind your business, and it'll take you so far. So just be passionate, and we keep going back to the bank for a CDFI thing. Being a CDFI is so beautiful because we get to see that, and we get to look at that, and we get to be a part of that. So just be passionate about what you're doing and believe in yourself, and the passion will shine through too. And that's, for us, that's greater than a credit score.
I'll just add one thing really quickly. I think without meaning to, sometimes we use acronyms and jargon that don't necessarily translate. And if you don't know what a CDFI is, it's a community development financial institution. And we have a mission of doing a certain amount of our work impacting economic development through small business lending and providing technical assistance. So yeah, we're not a bank.
Thank you. I'm going to close with one thing, and I'm closing for me. Please let me know if you two have something else before we go to questions. I relocated here from Georgia, so I was in Atlanta for a long time and a couple other places, and then I moved to Seattle and started with the SBA, and I was amazed because, again, I was on the other side. I was in small business banking, but I was a small business owner. And then getting into the SBA, and my whole job is dealing, working with partners and seeing all the resources. I was immediately blown away, and I started contacting some of my friends, relatives, previous clients to tell them about the SBA, and like, you've got to go here and you've got to do this. And I specifically have had a previous client who was a baker. And at that time, our Thrive cohort applications were open for Thrive. And I'm saying that because we have something at SBA Seattle District. Any small business owners here, there are some criteria, but it's a course. But it's a really, really good course. And we choose a cohort. It's about 20 people. And it will be opening, I think, in April, or no, maybe after April. But if you think you might be interested it's very intense. You have different projects, different things, you graduate, but a lot of our Thrive graduates, the people who go through the course and come out on the other end, they do some really, really great things. And I know that was a horrible description of it, but if you are at all interested in maybe applying for that, again, it's not open right now, email me, because I will put you on the list, and I will be sure to, number one, send you a much better description of what it is, and I will be sure to put you on the list for when the application does open, so that you can get an application in. And
I don't have anything.
You don't have anything else? Okay. Well, I'm thinking, do we have any questions? Because someone might have a situation, or if somebody has like a no story that we can kind of tell you why there's a pathway for you to be at a yes.
First, I want to say thanks to Evergreen. Actually, you all supported me with the Flex Fund a couple years ago. And to be completely candid, I probably had to jump through the hoops, the capability statement, speaking about myself and what my vision was in order to even receive the funding. So I appreciate you all for all of the work and that you did to help me in my business acquire the funding from Flex Fund. Number two, I did have a question. Like, I think you said that you all do some tracking on the progress of your customers or the clients that you work with. And my understanding, though, is that your product is usually, it's serviced by a different bank, right? So I'm curious, like, how do you keep up with those customers, especially if servicing is elsewhere? And then TA, you said post-loan, like TA assistance is usually offered. To be completely candid, I haven't had much TA assistance, but I would love to know what that looks like and how you all perform that assistance post-loan if you're not the servicer of said loan.
So I'm very happy for you that you had a Flex Fund loan. That's fabulous. I don't know who your lender was, but great program. And by the way, Flex Fund 2.0 will be launching here in the next couple of months. So we do our servicing in-house, and really for the reasons that you're kind of pointing to, which is we can't keep that high-touch relationship going if we're outsourcing the servicing. If our servicing team doesn't have the capacity and flexibility to take servicing actions on those loans that support the business being successful. So external servicing can sometimes have a little bit different focus. And I'm not being critical of it, but there is something about having it in-house. We have very, very experienced servicers. They've heard everything that could ever happen, and they are really great at creating solutions. The other thing they're great at is saying, you know what, this is a little above what I know how to do. I'm going to shoot you back to Teresa. Teresa's going to do an assessment and figure out where in all of the things that we offer can we plug you in and get you what you need today, like now, at this place that you are. And being able to do that is really kind of how we keep that going. We, with Flex Fund in particular, there were so many borrowers, and we were trying to get so much money out the door that I would say that you know, really wonderful holding going through each of the different phases hasn't been exactly how we thought it would, but it's coming back. So, you know, that gets to the point too of this is all, you know, we're all in design and development on how to make this happen. But if we don't have the answer, we know someone who does. So, do you have anything?
I guess, so when you say external, do you mean like somebody who didn't get a loan with us and how do we give them TA, or somebody who got a loan with us and if we send them out to somebody who, I think I... Yeah, so you don't have to actually even have a loan with us for us to assist you. We want to help as many people as we can. Obviously, we do love helping our lenders, and what that looks like post can sometimes be QuickBooks trainings, or we're trying to get a financials basics class going, and that can be for either existing startup, kind of hopefully meeting people at any level. For our lenders, we have a loan officer. She kind of checks in with them all the time. She'll call them, how you doing, right? But you don't have to be one of our loan clients for us to give you TA. For us anyways.
And from the SBA, we provide funding for SCORE, which SCORE mentors. We also provide funding for the SBDC, which is the Small Business Development. And the VBOX, the Veteran Business Owned Centers, the Women's Business Centers, there's a lot of different things, and I know you all host some of those, which you could maybe talk about a little bit. And again, no cost, and even with the Women's Development, the Women's Business Center, if you, not everyone who goes there is a woman. Because our whole goal is not to turn people away, it's to welcome people in. So you can talk a little bit about.
Yeah, so SBDC is a volunteer-run, very highly skilled group of folks who we actually give them in-kind space in our building in Tukwila. So we have them right there. We can actually walk someone downstairs and say, here's Steve. And, you know, we are able to cross-pollinate and share information. And we have a big training space that we actually allow other organizations to come in to do those kinds of trainings that they may think would be useful for larger groups of folks. I think the thing to kind of maybe take home today is that, and the fact that you have our contact information, is that the resources are virtually unlimited. There is no one that you could bring to us or refer to us that we don't have some experience in serving. So, you know, we're doing a lot of work in urban areas. We're doing a lot of work for Black and brown business owners. We actually work with other organizations around our veterans who are seeking loans, although we do have specific discounts and that sort of thing for both women and veterans. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of how that works for us.
Okay. Do we have any other questions?
Wow, well, thank you so much. You're finished right on time. Let's give them a round of applause. And we're going to actually take a short break. But before that, I just want to make one announcement that at the page 3 of your agenda, there is a QR code. If you can scan that and fill out our survey, that would be much appreciated. And our next speaker is going to join us virtually. And so we're going to get that set up. We're taking this short break here. And then when you come back in the next 10 to 15 minutes, we'll have that all ready to go. Thank you.
Looking at leaders that I look up to this day still, they were vulnerable. They weren't afraid to be wrong. They weren't afraid to open up about personal reasons why they're doing what they're doing.
You see so many different styles of leadership. For me, I always knew that I wanted to work for community. I wanted to work on behalf of our tribes to tell the stories of our amazing Indigenous athletes.
Everybody has such a different story. It's really amazing working with the Native American community and seeing what it means to show up as a leader for your community.
Your voice matters, intentionality, and how you communicate with others really, really matters. Just be a sponge and take it in, have that awareness around connections that you're making within your different organizations, your different tribal communities. That's also going to help empower your communities to move the work forward.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them. That I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money is we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
Our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also.
If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
When you look at it, our ancestors, they were working hard, thinking about the future. Wintertime's coming, get wood. Springtime's coming, gotta plant. Our job is how do we figure out to improve our economies so that we can live a happy, great life.
This is your business. This is your life. If this is the way you provide for your family, why wouldn't you give it your best?
I didn't know exactly what, this organization did, but now, here I am learning about different parts of enterprise within a Native country. And I'm super, super grateful for that, because now I can take back information that I'm learning and bring it back to other entrepreneurs who their business is just an idea.
People that look like us don't have a lot of opportunities. Small businesses need to continue to support and connect with one another, because we don't realize the opportunity just within our own bucket. Someone's problem could be someone else's solution.
Our people are disproportionately prepared for the rigors of entrepreneurship.
We need to start businesses, we need to grow businesses, but they can't be businesses that serve 2% of the population, because that's, what we've seen.
Only an Indian can destroy an Indian. Only an Indian can help an Indian, truly. And I don't care what kind of businesses it is, whether we have a gas station or we are in the entertainment industry. Because we are there for one another, we speak highly and positive of one another. That's as simple of a support that we can give, but that simplicity of that support is also so powerful.
It's really exciting to see organizations like the National Center creating opportunities to kind of stir that fire.
What we're creating is important, but how we're creating it is just as important.
The challenge for us as Native professionals is how do we build and create wealth, share it so that our relatives, our family, our tribe benefits so that we can grow, be sovereign, be sustainable.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Looking at leaders that I look up to this day still, they were vulnerable. They weren't afraid to be wrong. They weren't afraid to open up about the personal reasons why they're doing what they're doing.
You see so many different styles of leadership. For me, I always knew that I wanted to work for community. I wanted to work on behalf of our tribes to tell the stories of our amazing Indigenous athletes.
Everybody has such a different story. It's really amazing working with the Native American community and seeing what it means to show up as a leader for your community.
Your voice matters, intentionality, and how you communicate with others really, really matters. Just be a sponge and take it in, have that awareness around connections that you're making within your different organizations, your different tribal communities. That's also going to help empower your communities to move the work forward.
We mean business. We want to get out there and work with the small business owners and tribal enterprises and other minorities.
We've been doing business since time immemorial. Many of the highways people travel on every day are original trade routes of our people. We have to continue to fight for those things that we were given in regards to being indigenous people of this continent, to be able to maintain and grow in business.
Sovereignty is something that's always been with the Native people. They've been defending it from the beginning. Doing business with the U.S. government shouldn't impinge on that sovereignty. It's just a market. What we try to do is inform and educate about the opportunities within government contracting and how to take advantage of those opportunities, how to pursue that customer.
Once they realize that we're here to help them, that I think is the big draw for them. That I'm not having to go through this by myself. I have somebody that can help me get there. Sometimes just knowing you're not alone as a small business owner, that is the key.
Well, I'm pretty familiar with the National Center. We've been attending the Reservation Economics Summit for the past 4 years. We've been able to network with people and get their stuff and put them in our store. It's cool to be able to have Native brands through a Native store, and I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that.
When you have more wealth, then you're able to give back to others. And I think that's something that I've seen with our small businesses.
I could see the need of our community. I had a dream and a vision. I wanted to start my own charity foundation. We've been able to accomplish many different things. We've been able to purchase a van that operates every day here within the Seneca Nation to be able to move our members to and from medical appointments that they may have. We've been able to make a difference.
We got it was a $160 million municipal bond, and with that money, we built 2 sports complexes, 3 water towers, early childhood learning that our members can have a place to put their kids that are safe and that we have control of. Whatever money we don't spend, we give it right back to the nation, and the nation will reinvest it in other places.
I'm very excited that our youngsters are getting more educated and going to colleges and come back and help out and build this Seneca Nation more. That's how we keep staying diverse and keep moving forward.
There's a lot that happens when you have that human-to-human networking experience. It provides an opportunity and stepping stone to learn from one another.
Do your research, find us, and use us. My clients can call me anytime and ask me questions about government contracting.
And that's what we do. We help you do government contracting, whatever it may be, helping you get registered, helping you find opportunities.
We have a really beautiful land and we have really beautiful people, and we want people to know about us. We want people to know that we're here. This is where our people are from. This is our homeland.
our members are seeing their uncles, their fathers, and that are doing this, giving them a little bit of encouragement and confidence that they can do the same also.
If you have a concept, if you have an idea, find a way to get started as soon as you can. Find that path and you can make it.
When you look at it, our ancestors, they were working hard thinking about the future. Wintertime's coming, get wood. Springtime's coming, got to plant. Our job is how do we figure out to improve our economies so that we can live a happy, great life.
This is your business. This is your life. If this is the way you provide for your family, why wouldn't you give it your best?
I didn't know exactly what, this organization did. But now, here I am learning about different parts of enterprise within a native country. And I'm like super, super grateful for that, because now I can take back information that I'm learning and bring it back to other entrepreneurs who just their business is just an idea.
People that look like us don't have a lot of opportunities. Small businesses need to continue to support and connect with one another, because we don't realize the opportunity just within our own bucket. Someone's problem could be someone else's solution.
Our people are disproportionately prepared for the rigors of entrepreneurship.
We need to start businesses, we need to grow businesses, but they can't.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Charmaine Charlie, and I'm the Administrative Specialist with the National Center. Thank you for joining us today. I'll be introducing our next speaker, Mr. Chuck Gell. He's with the Northwest Native Apex Accelerator Program, and he's a procurement counselor, and he'll be joining us online. Take it away, Chuck.
All righty, thank you. Hello, everyone, and I'm so sorry I can't be there in person to be with you. It's such a great event, and I want to thank our host for allowing me this time to speak and allow me to do it remotely on top of that. So thank you for that. Yes, we're the Northwest Native Apex Accelerator. We cover 3 states of Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, and I'm going to get started. So, okay, so what is an Apex Accelerator? There's 96 of us across the United States. We're hosted by the Northwest Native Chamber in Oregon, but they cover these same states also. And we're funded by the Department of Defense. And this was all congressionally mandated back in 1985. And there's 96 of us across the US. And it's interesting, 7 of us are Native Apex Accelerators. So we can only work with Native Americans. We can only work with Alaskans and Hawaiians and tribes. So that's our specialty. And what do? We promote growth and employment opportunities. And we want to facilitate access into the government marketplace. And that's federal, that's state, that's local. So all of those we do. And we provide no-cost technical assistance. And of course, what is technical assistance? And it's a weird term the government has for consulting when it comes to helping small businesses. They call it technical assistance. So as I said, we work with American Indians, Alaskan Natives, Native Hawaiian-owned businesses, tribes, et cetera. And we cover the states of Oregon, Washington, and Idaho, and other apexes cover the other areas throughout the country. And we do have an apex in Washington that covers non-Native people. And we work hand in hand with them in a lot of cases for webinars and presentations. Okay, so what are we going to do today? Understand who we are, what services we provide. We're going to look at state and federal certifications. That'll be interesting. We're going to look at bids and solicitations. Where are you going to find those? And we're going to talk about a bid match service. That's pretty interesting. We'll look at a capability statement and also how to become a client. Okay, we have a 4-part process when you're doing business with us. When you're a client, there's 4 areas you can sell. There's the federal, that's the federal government, all the way from NASA down to, a little federal store somewhere. We've got state, we've county, city, and we've got public works, and we also have colleges, ports, educational in there. And let's jump into this. Trying to get my mouse to work. Here we go. So we've in Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, you can see the different certifications they have, and these are a lot of initials. You don't have to remember all them. I'm going to say them once because sometimes you have to hear them 5 or 10 times so they start making sense. But in Oregon, they have emerging small business. In both states, we have minority business enterprise. We have WBE women's business enterprise. And then we have a combination, which is minority women business enterprise. So, and then there's service disabled veteran business enterprise, combination business enterprise, and socially and economically disadvantaged business enterprise. And each state has its own certifying body that's responsible for certifying people. And I'll show you the one we have here in Washington in just a moment. So here we have, and look at that, that's a jumble of letters, OMWBE. You know, that's the Office of Minority Women Business Enterprise. So they're the ones that you're going to get certified with, and they do a really good job. They actually have bids and opportunities you can see on their site. And good news, it's not only on their site, but you can see it's on the website. So WEBS is Washington Electronic Business Solution. I don't have a slide for them, but they do cover, that's where everyone goes if you want to look at bids. And then they pull from there the ones that are for the people with the different initials, minority business enterprise. So you can just look at that on their website. Okay, and on this, you can see where it says certification. That's where you would go to apply. And if we work with you, we can walk you through that as well. Okay, here's something else that's interesting. Now, there's something called MRSC, and I'm going to tell you what that stands for. You don't have to remember it. It's Municipal Research and Services Center. You know, and what does that mean? That's where all the public works people go. And you can see they've got 635 participating agencies, but actually they're up over 1,000 now from the time this slide was done 2 years ago. But what I wanted to show you is where they're located. They're covering the whole state, all the counties. And you can see if you want to sell the cities, counties, school districts, fire districts, housing agencies, you know, this is the people you go to. And the only drawback is you get yourself listed on there, but it doesn't mean they're going to pick you. You know, but if it's over under $40,000, they don't have to put a bid out. They could just call you and, hey, can you do this with us? And then you can do it. So it's a good place to get listed, especially if you're in one of the outlying areas. And if it's over 40,000, then they put the bid out to people on the list, and then you know you get seen as well as the others, and you can participate on that. Okay, and each city and county public works has its own way of purchasing. So I tell people, you know, you want to get on these places I'm telling you about. You want to get on MRSC, you want to get on WEBS, OMWBE. But then you want to get on your city and county, your local people, because that's important. You'll find the bid on WEBS, WEBS, but then a lot of times it's going to take you to the county or the city website, and you'll have to sign up anyway. So I'd suggest signing up first. You'll get an email from them, and you'll get an email from WEBS or MRSC that it's being let, and you can go after the bid. So in Washington State, you can see many use MRSC and WEBS for bid notification. Others will use a different system. In fact, there's quite a few other systems around the country. There's BidSync, there's I forget a few of the others, but you'll see when you go to sign up, you'll be allowed to look at that bid, but if you want to look at others, then you have to pay a price. So you want to be listed in each area where you live or serve. Okay, enough about the state. Let's talk about the federal. So federal has its own set of initials too. And you can see these at the top. You know, does anyone know what WSB is? That's women-owned small business. In EDWSB, economically disadvantaged women-owned small business. Then there's HubZone. There's 8A, and you've probably all heard about 8A, the problems they've been having with that. but it looks like that's been solved. It used to be if you were a minority, you were automatically disadvantaged and you can apply for it, but now everyone has to prove that they've been disadvantaged somehow. And it's actually not that difficult, but you have to have 2 or 3 instances where it happened. If you didn't get into a class or a college because you were a minority, and if you can show that along with the teacher's name or someone in the school that can verify it, then you list that down and you're okay. In VOSB, what is that? SDVOSB, that's veteran-owned small business. Service disadvantaged veteran-owned small business. And DBE is disadvantaged business enterprise. Those are all things in the federal arena, and we'll talk more about some of them. So qualifications at a glance, first of all, you have to be registered in SAM, and I'll show you that in just a few moments. You have to be a small business to get one of these set-asides. We call them set-asides. And you have to put also your information in dynamic small business search, and we'll look at that in just a moment. And you want to be 51% owned and controlled by a U.S. citizen that's meeting the qualifications of the set-aside. And each set-aside has its own requirements, and we'll talk about those in just a moment too. Okay, federal agencies, how many are there? Don't look at that. There's over 2,000. Yes, there's a lot, and here's just listing a few of them. Department of Defense, Army Corps of Engineers, Defense Logistics Agency, and on and on. And down on the bottom right, you see the Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard. So it's a big alphabet soup of initials, but we can help you sell to them all. And the good news is, if you get yourself set up on sam.gov and you've got a product or service that sells to the government, the federal government, you're going to see all the bids. You don't have to go to all those sites. So sam.gov has all these. Sam.gov used to be 3 different agencies, and about, I think 12 years ago, they started bringing them all together. And finally, they finished it about 5 or 6 years ago, but they keep improving it. They used to have a DUNS number, now they've done away with that, and they have a UEI, which is Unique Entity Identifier. So you no longer need a DUNS number to be in there. So let's take a look at what SAM is like. Whoops, we're going to what is a small business? Sorry, we'll get there in just a moment. So qualifying is one of the basic requirements for SBA certifications. Size standards alone define a small business. Size defines the largest size a business can be to government to participate in the government contracting. And it varies by industry. I've seen some small businesses that, if you're $1 million, that's over that, you're a large business. Others, if you're $40 million, you're over it. So it depends on the industry, and it's based on the number of employees. If you're a manufacturing firm, your number of employees will tell if you're a small business or not. And if you're a service firm, it's the amount of the sales. And it's going to be identified by your NAICS code. And you're wondering, what is a NAICS code? Well, we're going to come back to that in a minute. It stands for North American Industrial Classification System. And the government, some years ago, they divided all the industries in America, in the world, into different codes. And so that's where you would be in one of those, or maybe several of those. I don't know. We'd have to see when we're signing you up. Okay, this is it. This is sam.gov, what you've been waiting for. And that's the federal procurement portal. But you can see it's very understated, but there's a lot of information on here. You can see you probably can't see, but on the top left, there's contract opportunities, contract data, assistance listings, entity information. So entity information is where you'll be once you're signed up. And first thing you'll want to do is there's a little thing over here that says sign in. So that's where you go, or you go to get started. And if you're working with us, we can help you through that. There's some things that are confusing in there. And I've gotten people through it in an hour or less, but that's if they've got everything ready. So we can tell you what you need to get ready. And this is You have to be in login.gov in order to get a passcode to get in. So they'll walk you through that when you're signing up also, or we'll walk you through it. But you can't get in without that. So it's a pretty easy sign up. And then you can get in and get started. Okay, NAICS code. So we talked about that. Two things when you're signing up, you want to make sure you have a NAICS code, and you want to have a product service codes. And I've gotten two types of information back from people on the product service codes, like, no, we don't need that, not important. And then someone else says, you got to have it. So, it's another 5 or 10 minutes signing someone up to look up their product service codes. So I say, let's do it. Why not? And NAICS code, of course, you need at least one of those, and you have to mark it as your primary. But most people have 3 or 4. Some people have 10 or 20. So we suggest, keep it under 10. Otherwise, you're getting too spread out, and they don't quite know what you do. But again, there's people that are successful with 20 or 30. So, okay, we talked about Dynamic Small Business Search, DSBS. And this is something the SBA does. You can see this website looks a little old at the top, but it is cloud-based. So that's the good news. It's fast. It used to be very slow, even just 4 months ago, it was very slow, but they made it cloud-based, so now it works quick. And what is this used for? First of all, it pulls over your information from SAM.gov. So everyone that's in SAM.gov is also here. And what is this used for? Contracting officers, they're known as COs or KOs, will use this if they're looking for, say if they're in Washington State, they want to find a minority that's women-owned, they can search for that. And they can see if there's enough women-owned minorities, women-owned small business, women's business enterprises that can do the job, and then they'll put the bid out just for WOSBs, women-owned small business. And I don't have another slide on this other than the next page, which is showing what doesn't come over from SAM.gov. And here you can see that the middle area is capabilities narrative. And that's something you can add under DSBS, and we can help you with that. And you can see if there's an officer, he's looking through here, trying to find people, and he's going to ignore those that don't have that. So we want to be sure you're in there and you have that. And we can help you with that. There's also keywords you can put in, and you can also put in past performance. So those are important things when you're dealing with the government. And it doesn't take that long. It's really tricky to sign up in the beginning, but once you're into it once, then you have an area that stands out and you know right where to go.
Hey, Chuck.
And, yes.
On the DSBS, just a quick hint, it's wise to go in and change a word or something at least once a month. That way your company gets pushed to the top as you're updating this.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I always heard it was random, but that's good to know. They take the most recent people and put it up top.
Yep. So if you change something, add a couple words, go back the next month, change something else, put it back the same way.
Great. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Okay. All right. I'm just going to go through a few of the set-asides. Veteran-owned small business, that's something important. You can see the VOSB. And the government has set-asides. You can see this number 7%. So 7% of everything the government buys goes through veteran-owned small business. And you may think, well, what's 7%? But when you're dealing with trillions and trillions of dollars, it's a lot of money. And then for service disabled, they have 3% of the business that has to go through that. So what that means is all the people that buy all the way throughout the United States and military bases around the world, they have to make sure 7% of their bids are going to veteran-owned businesses and 3% service disabled. And if you're a veteran, it's very easy, apparently, to get a service disabled. You only have to be 1% service disabled to have that. So that's good news. And now we go to WSB and EDWSB. And not all the NAICS codes are available for women-owned small business or economically disadvantaged women-owned small business. So, down there I say there's 759 eligible industries and 646 are only for women-owned small business and 113 are for the EDWSB. So, you can still bid on the other things, on the other NAICS codes. It's just you won't have a set aside for them. Okay, the last one we have here is a hub zone. Hub zones is historically underutilized business zones. And every city and state has them. And I'll show you a map on the next page. And it's really quite interesting. I had a friend once that he was getting a government contract, and I said, well, get a hub zone. It's right in your area. And he said, no, it's across the street. I don't make it. So he just looked across the street at those businesses and wished he had started his business over there. So two rules there. You have to, among the other rules, is the business has to be in the hub zone, and at least 35% of your employees have to live in the hub zone. They don't have to live in that hub zone, but they have to live in a hub zone. And I would say employees being as they are, I would get 40 or 45% in a hub zone. So, the next year you're still there if someone leaves you. And here's the map. And, it's a little confusing looking at it, but, the blue and the red, they're all hub zones. The light blue is Indian hub zones. Every reservation, by the way, is a hub zone. So if your business is located on a reservation, you get the hub zone. Good job for that. And how you do this is you can enter your address in up here on the left, and it'll come up if you're in a hub zone or not.
Hey, Chuck.
So yes.
We do have one question. Run the mic over. Raise your hand. That way our online audience can also hear.
I have a question. So if your physical business is on the reservation, yet you have a registered, I don't remember exactly what is the terminology, but your mail goes to a specific designated place that your business is registered at, are you still eligible for a hub zone?
Okay, your business is in the hub zone, but where does the mail go again?
Is it going to a P.O. box?
Yeah, I think it's that registered, yeah, that one.
Yeah. Well, they don't like mailbox. They don't like mailboxes.
It's a specific company that receives your
registered agent?
Yeah, exactly. It's a registered agent. So yeah. Does your registered agent have to be in the hub zone, even though you do business and have your business licenses in a hub zone?
That's a question we would ask the SBA, okay, when we go through this, because there's special regulations, not regulations, but special things they have set aside for the Indian Native Americans.
And I got a response, and the answer is no. Principal place of business that has to reside in the hub zone. Okay. And I think that excludes a P.O. box, correct? Because we had that issue in Alaska. Correct.
Okay. Very good. I love it. All right. Thank you. Okay. Quick recap. Certifications are only for small businesses. 8A is based on the status of being socially and economically disadvantaged. So socially normally has to do with race, economically with how much money you make. There's hub zone, women-owned small business, 8A, et cetera. And you have to have an EIN number to be in SAM, and you have to be current in SAM.gov. And your SAM.gov only lasts 1 year, so you have to renew that every year. And hub zone is based on where your business and employees are located. And VOSB based on service-connected disability, women-owned small business based on NAICS codes, and owned and operated by one or more women. So, okay, now we're going to go to capability statements. This is one of my favorite areas. You can see it there. This is a sample capability statement. They're 1 page or 2. I like to suggest you have pictures on it of what you do, but someone told me yesterday that they spoke to a contracting officer and he said, you never want to have pictures because they put all these things through an automatic reader and they can't read the pictures. So all I can say is you'll want to talk to the people you're sending it to and see what they suggest for you, because there's over 2,000 agencies, so it's not all of them have readers. And I'm still seeing lots of pictures out there. So make it your own, add your own personal touches, colors, designs, put your logo on it. You want to make sure you don't have a DUNS, although that doesn't hurt because you can use that for other things. You want to make sure you have your EIA and UEI and your CAGE code. And there's a lot of things to talk about when you get into it, and we can assist you with that. They have some definite terms they want to put on here. This is actually a 2-page capability statement that has the terms on the other side, such as differentiators, what makes your company different from everyone else. And remember your elevator pitch, that's another conversation, but how are you going to get someone interested in 30 seconds or less and tell them who you are? Okay, bid match. You want to be sure to sign up for that. Option 1, you can sign up in each website to get emails whenever something's posted to your location, keywords and capabilities, or you can work with us and we can sign you up for that. Some apexes charge a small fee for this. We do it at no charge, but the small fee just makes sure you get that you're going to be paying attention to it. We get your keywords. Sometimes we go by NAICS codes or product service codes, not always. And, in the morning, you'll get a list of bids every day to look at if there's new bids out for what you do. It's interesting. I'm working with some IT companies, and, that's a very big field for the government, but there's not that many bids that are coming out for it. So we're working on why that would be. Okay. 2 more slides. We can help you find and understand the solicitation. We can download and read it, discuss it. We can explain the word criteria. We can't write it for you, but we can guide you and teach you how to write it. If you didn't get it, we can help you figure out why. Okay, few tips. What products does the government make? Answer, they don't make anything because they're the government. They have to buy everything. So, and what is procurement? Procurement is buying. That's government buying. They don't use buying, they use procurement. And what's the best email address? You can see the top one, Joe's Excavating at Hotmail, and the bottom one is joe@excavating.com. So that's the one you want to have. If you have one that's mimicking a website, they like that. They know you've been around. And if you don't have a website, it doesn't mean you can't do this, okay? But it's just better if you do. And how many phone numbers should you have? You just want to have one that makes sure they can get a hold of you if they have questions. If you win a bid, they have a question, you want to be able to answer it. Okay, and become a client. We'll help you out. We'll ask some questions, and we'll get you where you want to be the quickest you can. All right, that's the end of my presentation. And do we have any other questions?
I think Charmaine may have 1 or 2 questions.
Okay.
If I sign up, when can I win my first bid?
Well, that's a good question. We like to tell people it's a marathon, not a sprint. Sprint meaning you do one, you do win it. I've seen that happen, but usually it could take some months, maybe even a year before you get your first bid. And you're getting practice all along the way. And once you've done a few of these, it gets much easier all the following times. Any others?
Oh, I have one more. How much time will it take to excel in government contracting?
Oh, that's a good question. It's not something you can learn right away. We can speed up the time it takes you to learn it, showing you some shortcuts, and you can talk to us about it. But I would say 2 years before you get yourself comfortable with it. And even then, there's been procurement consultants like me that have been doing this for 10 years, and we're still learning. I've only been doing it for 3 years, but others have been doing it for a long time. And there's many different layers. So if you stay in your zone, you're going to learn all that and be successful.
Wow. We have one more question. Charmaine, if you can.
Well, I just had a question. You talked through all the federal sites to go through and that you provide assistance for, but you started out saying there are state agencies, local, city, county. Do you also provide helping go through those websites and uploading information?
We do. We help with both the state and also the federal. In the city or county, we help with all of that.
Okay, we got one more question. And then I think this will be our last question.
Quick question about certification for women-owned small businesses. I personally try to get myself certified through SAM's website, but for whatever reason, it's just been stuck there for months and months. So previously, we would be able to do it self-certified. How critical it is to have that federally recognized certification?
Yeah, we're suggesting people don't self-certify anymore for women-owned small business. They've got 4 or 5 certifiers you can go through. They're going to charge you $300 to $400 the first year, and I think it's $100 for renewal. But they've got some pretty good systems on how to submit your paperwork. And once you've done that, you'll know you're where you need to be. But even then, it's going to take 3 or 4 months after you submit that for them to approve you. So I've seen it go quicker, but give it 6 months to get approved. And if you're stuck, if things aren't going somewhere, give us a call and we can help get a phone number for you to call so you can see what's happening.
Great. Thank you, Chuck. And one plug for APTAC. Everybody can write this down, APTAC. If you Google that, does it stand for American Procurement Technical Assistance Centers? I can't remember, but it's Association, yeah. APTAC. Once you log into it, you'll see a map of the United States. You'll just go over to the state that you reside in, click on the state on that map, and it'll open up all the PTACs, formerly PTACs, now Apex Accelerators, sorry, and where they're located and their phone numbers, because like you mentioned earlier, Chuck, there are, was it 6 or 7 Native American? 7 Native American Apex Accelerator programs, and then there are state Apex Accelerator programs for all other minority-owned businesses. Thank you, Chuck, so much. Everybody will wave goodbye to you, and then we'll get ready for our next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Great. Next up, we have working with the state of Washington, and we have Shayna and Kim who are coming up. Is it going to be both of you? Okay. And we'll go ahead and give you this microphone. So Shayna Barehand works as the Business Diversity and Marketing Manager, Procurement Inclusion and Equity Program, Contracts and Procurement Division, Washington State Department of Enterprise Services. Along with her is Kim, is it Sawyer? Sauer? Also the same program, Business Diversity Program Manager, Procurement Inclusion and Equity Program, Washington State. So they are our last speaker today. But after this, we're going to do the drawing. So thanks for hanging in there with us. Also, those that are online. Shayna, go ahead and maybe do a further introduction, maybe, of yourselves.
Yes, thank you. Woohoo! Last panel. He's going to pull up it's the DES Open House PowerPoint. And Manahu. My name is Shayna Barehand. I am Mono Indian from the Cold Springs Rancheria in California. And this is my colleague, Kim Sauer. We work in the Procurement Inclusion and Equity Program within the Department of Enterprise Services. And two things I want y'all to get from this entire presentation. One is come to our open house. We have a 1-hour open house every third Thursday where we essentially go over this, but in more detail, where you can stay and ask as many questions as you want all about state contracting. We work in goods and services, so we don't do public works. Number 2, register in WEBS, the Washington Electronic Business Solutions. It's where all of our agencies go to look for businesses. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. All right, so here we go. We got 30 minutes and we'll get right through this. All of the partners that you've heard from earlier today, we also partner with them, again, to try and create a better ecosystem for our minority businesses. Next slide, please.
I think the clicker is up there.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Come on
in
now.
the middle. And you can shoot it this way since, there you go.
Awesome. So we're going to talk about these 3 things. Are you selling what we're buying? Because if you're not selling what the state is buying, it's time to find another marketplace. How to become visible to state buyers, and where are the state contracting opportunities. And then Kim is also going to talk about the resources that we have. What we do at Department of Enterprise Services, we have 2 pieces, Public Works and Goods and Services. In Goods and Services, we buy and manage statewide contracts. Statewide contracts are those contracts that all state agencies must buy from, 140 or so agencies, nonprofits, other state jurisdictions, and tribes can also buy from those statewide contracts. This is some of the other things that the Department of Enterprise Services does. We're like a general administration. We manage the Capitol Campus, Visitor Center. We also provide services to other small agencies. So we have a lot within our book of business. So how we buy. The state buys goods and services in 3 ways. We can direct buy from small businesses up to $40,000. That means if we have a need, we can go directly to your business and buy up to $40,000 worth of goods or services. We do agency procurements. That means we put out solicitations that you all will bid on, and we, again, post those in WEBS, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We also, again, DES only procures statewide contracts. And those statewide contracts are like vehicles. So if you want to buy a Tesla for $30,000, we have the contract for that. We have statewide contracts for fuel, for office supplies, medical supplies. We have around 200 different statewide contracts. What we buy. This is just kind of a little sample of what we're buying. We just got done doing our janitorial service contract. Woo woo. And Chuck helped with technical assistance. We had some technical assistance providers that helped our minority businesses bid on that, and it was very successful. We are super happy about that. Coming up, painting and painting services. We'll talk about that in a minute, but that's just a little snippet of what we buy. So is the state buying what you're selling? We tell folks go to fiscal.wa.gov. Over here, you can literally see who we're buying from. So fiscal.wa.gov, open checkbook, who we're buying from, who's buying it, and what category are they buying it in. During a normal open house, we would show you live how we help you look for that. Some of the challenges for businesses is who do you contact in the agencies? And once you want to learn about contracting and you see, for example, that I don't know, DSHS is buying a service or a good that you're selling and you want to market to them, you can go to washington.gov and get a contact there. Sometimes it might be the public communications person, but basically you send the email and you say, you know, hey, who should I contact in your contracting shop? Or who's buying this good or service that I'm selling? Finally, you register in WEBS. Takes about 10 minutes. You pretty much just need your UBI number. We have a few tips. These looks like a lot of boxes here. But we say, for example, if you're going to put an email in there, make sure it's a permanent email, like an info at blah, 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 your business name. Because if it's, say, Shayna at your business and Shayna leaves, then you no longer get your WEBS notifications. You can see these are the things that we need, either the EIN or Social Security number. We also encourage folks to put their ethnicity down. We are a race and gender neutral state. Actually, we're anti-affirmative action state. So being a minority or a woman or LGBTQ does not give you any benefit right now. But we have a very strong message that we've sent to our agencies down from the governor that we must increase our spending with minority businesses. So while we cannot give preferences to minority businesses, we can certainly look for minority businesses. And if you're not certified by OMWBE, we, the agencies, can see whether you've self-identified as a minority business. You can also learn more about OMWBE certification. And veteran-owned businesses is also a priority in our state. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. Oh, also, if you are a Washington-based business and you have 50 or fewer employees, or you make less than $7 million a year, you are also a Washington small business. And you should click that box as well. So sometimes people are like, should I say I'm a micro or mini business or a small business? We actually do give preference to small and veteran businesses. And this is, again, Washington small businesses. So even though you might be a micro or mini business, I advise folks to mark the small business, because then when you're bidding on a solicitation, you'll get those extra small business points. If you're a veteran business, get certified by the Department of Veteran Affairs. It takes like 2 days. Easy to show. You must be incorporated in the state, but you can also get preference on that front. And we have a 5% veteran goal. When you sign up for WEBS, you'll have to put a commodity codes. Commodity codes are more narrowly tailored than the NAICS codes. So NAICS codes are very broad. Commodity codes are more narrow. If you have questions about which commodity codes you should put for your business, we have a wonderful WEBS customer service. We always say put as many as you think are applicable so that you can get notifications. And you'll get notifications regularly because we have over 300 governmental entities that use and post solicitations on WEBS. So you might get a lot of notifications. A lot of them will not apply to you, but at least you're getting them. It's kind of like all those newsletters that y'all sign up for, right? And you're like, oh yeah, I'm interested in that. And then you get it and you're like, I don't have time. And maybe you put it in a folder or something that you might read later. So this is, and I hope they're going to be sending the slides out. This is, okay, great. And this is our WEBS customer service. They are really great. So how to become visible to the state. Again, register in WEBS. Chuck talked a little bit about OMWBE certification. They certify minority and women businesses. It's free to get certified until June. So if you're going to get certified, now is the time to get certified. They have a database, and our buyers look in that database. Again, we don't have a preference for minorities or women, but we have a strong message coming from our governor on down. We need to increase our spending with minority and women businesses. With OMWBE, there are 2 types of certification. One is a federal certification. That's a DBE certification. The DBE certification is really good for public works companies because the Department of Transportation has mandatory DBE goals. The other one is the state certification. We don't have mandatory goals for the state certification. However, if you're going to get certified in one, get certified in both, and you can do that both at the same time. Again, getting certified by the Veteran Affairs. If anyone needs a contact there, Shamika's a good friend of ours as well, and she guarantees she'll get you certified right away. It's always free also. One thing to know about the veteran certification, you must be incorporated in the state of Washington, okay? Unlike the small businesses where you only need your primary location in Washington. So remember back in the day where people would get incorporated in Delaware and then have their primary location and blah, 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 wherever. That's okay to be a small business, but for a veteran business, you must be incorporated in Washington, primary incorporation. Okay, where to find contract opportunities? des.wa.gov, we have bid opportunities page. So if you just Google DES bid opportunities, it'll take you to this page and it will show you what's coming up. We have forecasted opportunities for like the next 18 months. Most of the contracts that we do are so large, it takes us a year to develop them. So what's really great about that for you all is you can see, oh, next year we're going to be buying, painting services, and that'll get you ready to beef up your business and ready to bid on the solicitation. But not only that, it will give you an opportunity to maybe look at other painting solicitations that we've done in the past and just get ready to bid on that or ask questions. While we're developing our solicitations, you can ask questions like what pricing are you going to look at, or you should divide it up by size of the job. Suggestions like that, those are the things that we also look for because we're really trying to eliminate barriers for minority and small businesses. So these, again, statewide contracts, you can look at planned procurements. And again, during our opportunities in open house, we go over all of this live. The really great thing is that once you get on a contract, so this is what our portal pages look like for our contracts. Oh, no, this is the planned procurements. You'll see the timeline for that, and then you'll also see the projected date of when we think we're going to be posting that. I think what I was going to mention is once you're on a statewide contract, we put all of the minority and women businesses on the top. So when our agencies go to purchase from those contracts, they see the minority and women contractors on the top. We just make it easy for them to increase their spending. This is a list of some upcoming opportunities. The electric vehicle supply equipment is out right now. And these are just some of the ones that are coming up currently. We're really having a hard time finding vehicle maintenance and repair. So if y'all know vehicle maintenance and repair folks, let us know. We will sit down and help, not we won't do it. We have a technical assistance providers. So we also support other nonprofits who provide technical assistance, and they will drive out there and sit down and help them bid. We've just found it really hard to engage that industry to get them to bid on a state contract, mostly because they're so busy. So again, I'm going back to webs again because see, there's lots of opportunities here. You can search opportunities. You can search past opportunities. So let's see, does anyone want to tell me their industry? Okay. Trucking? Trucking, okay, okay, excellent. So you can go to webs, you can go search opportunities and put in trucking. And you can see all of the agencies for the past 15 years who have bought any type of trucking services at all. But I do need to talk to you, get you in touch with our public works folks. Great. This is just what you'll see. These are the commodity codes, counties served. The contact name is important because that's the person who's actually purchasing the item. So let's just say you get a notification from Webb's and you have a question about the contract. You can call or email that person with a question. Okay. And other places to find opportunities. Chuck talked a little bit about OMWBE. They have a fantastic newsletter. They also have a bid opportunities page. Apex, Washington Apex, and Tabor 100 are also really good minority business organizations to network with. This is a little timeline of some of the statewide opportunities that we are going to be working on. So like that, we're working on, for example, the defibrillators and the heavy construction equipment. We're working on that right now, but we don't plan to post it for 12 months out. So it just gives you a little timeline of some of the things that we're looking at. So if you know of any minority businesses in these areas, please let us know. And resources. I'm going to hand this over to my colleague Kim here. So Kim is in charge of building a pipeline of minority businesses to meet our state contracting needs. And she has established a huge network.
Thank you, Shanna. Yeah, you guys sat through like long hours today. So yeah, I have some stuff that I'd like to share with you, but why don't I turn the mic to you, because we're talking about resource. What kind of help would you need to be successful and actually get the contract? And that's the whole mission of mine that Shanna hired me to do, is to create that opportunities and make that goal to a reality. And I have things that we are doing to, I think that's the other way around, but take a look at this. I mean, if you find any opportunities here, how can we help you to get that contract? So recently, Shanna talked about the janitorial service contract. We have, I'm going to talk to you about our the resource teams that we have, and that they worked with 25 small, diverse minority businesses. Out of that, 9 of them got contract, and that's a huge success. And so I think we have a kind of like momentum going. We are establishing the pipeline. We kind of trailblazing this way to make it happen. So I'd like to hear from you. What kind of help would you need? And then I can kind of, we can maybe talk about that too.
Maybe a quick poll of what everybody does. Maybe.
So what Shanna talked, while you get someone to talk, what Shanna talked about at our open house, that's a virtual event, and we ask type of business, and then we show you, okay, this is how you look at by going through webs, different prior contract to see if state is actually buying your products and services, who's buying, how much, how frequently, all that. We have that service for you. We are actually working with Apex to make that happen. Okay.
I work in workforce development, and then also construction.
I make film and evidence-based mental health literacy programs for schools, corporations, and hopefully government agencies soon.
Hi, I work in computer systems design and software. I don't see anything related to that on the list that you showed. So it would be really helpful if you could tell us what we need to search on to get such kind of bids.
Are we going around everyone to see what they're doing?
Not necessarily, but I mean, I just wanted to give everybody a chance if they want.
Anybody wants
don't be shy.
By all means. I was mainly interested to hear from you type of assistant, type of resource, type of help that will help you. I just wanted to hear from.
Oh, we got a hand right here.
I have a security company. So in Oregon, we have OregonBuys.gov. And what I would look for would be assistance in how to apply for or how to do the bids, because they give us almost no information. They say, hey, this is what I need, put your bid in. And then when you ask questions, they're kind of rude about it, don't give you any information. So what I would need would be just like a basic outline or a template or some sort of assistance.
Absolutely. So guess what? We have that service already. In fact, with janitorial service, if I use that as an example, we had about 3 or 4 workshops. We dissected that bids notice and went through all those supplement, appendixes, everything together. And so that is definitely possible. I'd like you to get connected with our open house and with our SCAN network. SCAN stands for State Contract Assistance Network. And I'm going to show you that we have these type of services that we are offering. And we actually have about 30 different organizations, including Chuck, who was on earlier presentation, and Apex, Accelerator, SBA, you name it. We have Tabor 100, Bobby, just about 30-some organizations working with us to make it possible to give you all this support. What's also really been helpful was the DES actually have a contractor now. And their job is to really walk you through from A to Z entire process. That's how we were so successful, making 9 out of 25 that we actually had one-on-one mentoring. Did somebody have a question? 5 minutes, okay. That's what I wanted to kind of show you. So the type of resource, this is what we are trying to help you with. Obviously, help you register on webs and get certified. And then we share all those bid notices that's coming up. With our 30-plus organizations, we are asking them to share that bid notices. So people get emails from us very frequently, sharing these notices together. We do virtual in-person seminars, and we actually do it at their location too. So for example, if Bovi have event, we go there and we talk to them. So really trying to engage and penetrate where the clients are. And then we have one-on-one mentoring services. And that also covers from A to Z. So even after you get the contract, we had someone sitting here there earlier, I see she left, but she got the contract. She was so ecstatic, like, then what, right? Now you get the contract, what comes next? So we have contract kickoff sessions. You can have that one-on-one mentoring. Then they will talk. Well, we have that session too at DES. They're going to show you how to do your accounting work and things that you need to know, but we take it further and then take you to the kickoff sessions. We also take you to growing your business side, where we talked about some financing a lot today. How do you get your capital to be sustainable? How do you do your employee management? Marketing. That sort of thing will be handled by SCORE. We actually have a contract now with SCORE to be more totally get into this field. So that's another route that we have. So this is pretty much, we're trying to cover all things that you need to do to be successful. Any questions?
There's a question here.
So
yeah, not you, Jeff.
Okay, so I did the webs, and of course, I'm certified OMWBE. And so according to our codes, we get sent the emails or messages of opportunities. There's RFPs out there. respond to them, and that's fine. It's a lot of work, but I guess what could be done with the state is that make those RFPs kind of all universal, because they're all different and they're all written by different agencies, different programs, and I don't know, sometimes those feel like they're cut and paste jobs because there's a lot of things that don't apply to the job, don't apply to me. I ended up buying insurance that, you know, costed me like $3,000, and they didn't even come through with the job, but I still had to pay that money. So working with the agencies to make sure that, you know, we're not doing that extra work that's not necessary. You know, I think that would be the most important thing to work on. Otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you. That's a great feedback.
Yeah, very good.
Just some feedback. You all actually had the staffing one up there, and they actually had a session for it before the request for information went out, and they actually sat and kind of really talked through what they were looking for. They didn't necessarily give us a template, but that meeting before the RFI went out was very helpful.
Previous conference,
yeah,
you probably
that was very helpful. So more things like that before the actual request comes out.
Great, thank you. We actually offer preparing to attend previous conference, so we went just one step further. I also like to say you have way to be connected with us and provide that feedback. Shanna talked a little bit earlier. We have something called BDAC, Business Diversity Advisory Group. It's a business owners themselves, and we are inviting them. We meet once a month and really talk about how to remove contracting barriers. So I would like to invite any of you interested joining that meeting. It's a virtual meeting. We met twice in person last year, and it was a great meeting. That's the photo that you saw earlier. So I would love to get involved in that. And then also State Contract Assistance Network, we have that channel of resources. I would like you to use it and tell us how to make it even better. So thank you so much.
Round of applause. Thank you. A lot of great information. I just wanted to thank you for being here, and we are going to break into our roundtable discussions. But just a reminder to the online audience and everybody in the room that on the agenda, as well as on your name badge, you have a QR code. If you could scan that and fill out our survey, that's very important for us, to our grantors that assist us, and they like that information, as well as the remaining folks that are here. As we break into the roundtable discussions, if you guys want to take your name badge or the table round tops wherever you want to go, if you want to go outside, since we have a really nice sitting area out there, or in here with the little round tables, or if somebody wants to come up here, that's fine. And then we're going to have our drawing right now, and then Derek will close us out at the end of the day. But everybody wave to our online audience. I don't know if Jack and them want to, I don't know, can they see us all? Thank you, everybody, for online. If you join us in Alabama, please register and watch for our announcements at NCAIED.org, and we'll see everybody. Thank you.